The gods had coexisted in Mount Olympus, their stronghold, for many millennia. The immortals ruled over their various domains with complete indifference, high above civilization. Humans lived at the mercy of the gods, from the sun and moon gliding across the sky to earthquakes and storms trembling the foundation of cities. Like ants in an ant farm, the humans lived naively on their uninformed, everyday lives, only able to survive on the stories found in ancient Greek mythology. Even the gods would be envious of mortals in certain areas of life, though. Since immortality allowed the gods to transcend most human limitations, most of them would not care about morality at all when their eternal lives were unaffected by consequences. The gods carelessly raped, pillaged, and killed people over the ages. Their trivial imitations of their divine forms served only as amusement. Humans could feel a lot more than the gods if they had such ideas and philosophies and there were no consequences. Given their brief lifespans, people would try to maximize their time. Knowing that they could only love and hate for a finite amount of time, they love and hate far more intensely than the gods. Simply because life would come to an end, it would be even more beautiful. The immortals could never comprehend how human beings could be far more passionate than the gods during marriage and childbirth. Or without assistance, they wouldn't comprehend. What happened? For the gods, it was just another typical day. The major Olympians sat in their newly constructed thrones and shouted at one another during their scheduled council meeting. The gods had once again become accustomed to their immortal lives since the collapse of Kronos' rebellion and the rebuilding of Olympus. Zeus was nearly hiding behind his throne after Hera yelled at him for siring Talia and Jason again. Hades was unable to ignore Demeter when she yelled at him for kidnapping Persephone. Aphrodite and Artemis were arguing about their lack of love and passion. Apollo, Hermes, Dionysus, and Ares were simply lounging in their thrones, snickering at the others. And Athena and Poseidon were at each other's necks once more, arguing about Athens and how horses were preferable to olive trees. As she continued to tend to the main hearth, Hestia simply scowled at her family, wondering if there was anything she could do to bring them together. However, all of the gods were instantly stopped when a dazzling light suddenly filled the room. Apollo, did you park your chariot in the wrong place again? The sun god looked at his younger sister and exclaimed, No, I shrunk it down and it's in my pocket. The gods relaxed as the light faded. It would appear that they were as surprised as the gods, but it was only their camp kids, not some new foe. Along with the Artemis hunters, there were counselors from all 12 of the original cabins, including Talia. Other campers, including Lacey from the Aphrodite cabin, were also present. When the children were finally revealed, they all gazed up at the gods in confusion. Talia said, why is everyone here, Lady Artemis? And the hunters nodded in agreement. I don't know, the goddess said. Annabeth muttered, hello, mother, as she glanced up at her tall mother, who was staring down at her daughter and Percy Jackson with a severe expression on her face. Annabeth was lip-locked and lying on top of Percy when they first appeared. It would seem that they were in a very precarious situation before they were abruptly teleported. Do you know why we're here? At his girlfriend's question, Percy nodded and smiled sheepishly, hoping that his curse of Achilles' curse would protect him from Athena's fury. Percy grinned in return when Poseidon nodded and grinned at his son. It's great to see you again, my son. You too, Dad. Hades gave Nico, who continued to look completely out of place, a nod. Instead of speaking to his father, the boy chose to stand beside Percy and Annabeth and simply nodded back. As Talia glared at her stepmother, Zeus sighed and Hera shook her head, laughing at the sight. Great, your dirty laundry is here again. Who summoned all of them here? It wasn't me, but I don't mind. Smiling, Aphrodite reduced her size to that of a normal human. It's been a long time since I've seen my little girls. The goddess said, embracing her youngest daughter Lacey and one of her favorite daughters, Drew. You're both so beautiful. Hey Mom, both Drew and Lacey said with a joyful smile and a return hug. Lacey grinned broadly and tucked herself into her mother's arms, saying, I missed you, Mommy. The goddess said, So, are there any new boys in your lives? Zeus cleared his throat before Drew could continue talking about her harem of boys. Aphrodite, please let us find out what is happening before you start your chat. That is a good idea, Talia replied. We were very close to finishing our current target. Clarice grunted and crossed her arms, making her father snicker at his best girl. Yeah, our sparring sessions were getting good as well, she said. I still want to beat Travis into the ground for pranking Chris. That was Connor. Wondering how these heroes were able to defeat Kronos, Zeus sighed and shook his head, saying, Enough, silence. An object fell onto Zeus's lap as another bright light appeared over his head. Zeus scowled and held up a book with a note inside. "What is this?" he said. "A book with some note." Curious, Athena asked, "What does the note read?" "Here, you read it." With a sigh, Athena accepted the note from her father and unfolded its lone fold. "Olympians and heroes, we have summoned you all here today for a long-delayed lesson. We have seen the future and we find that it is of utmost importance that all of you learn how to bond properly between parent and child. The next crisis will require the combined effort of both gods and demigods, so we warn you to heed our advice. The book we have given you is a record of reality from a different dimension, a place where the bond between parent and child is truly cherished and nurtured, compromised and perfected. We know that you will learn well from this book." The Fates. As the Fates attempted to control him once more, Zeus scowled and said, "This is ridiculous. This is a waste of time." Hades ignored his younger brother's glare and sighed, "And it's only one book. Give it to Athena and it will be finished in a few minutes. No matter what your ego thinks, we must read this book." "All right," Athena sighed, "A Father's Love. That's a decent title." Hestia grinned. Zeus created a number of couches and love seats for the demigods to use throughout the council chamber. It was a little unnerving to have Athena glare at them, but Annabeth and Percy took one of the closest love seats and sat down. After giving Annabeth a hug, Talia and her hunters took a seat on a long couch, her couch directly next to Annabeth's. The two best friends had not seen each other in a long time, so it was pleasant to simply hold hands over the two couch handles. The others took their own seats and said nothing, unsure of how to react to the Fates forcing them to read aloud together. The daughters of Aphrodite took a love seat near their mother's throne. Before beginning to read, Athena cleared her throat and said, "Silence, I am going to start the first chapter." He had never experienced such power, it was overwhelming and unthinkable. He felt as though his body had been turned to stone, he was immobile as the disaster loomed over him, casting a shadow across the majority of the mountain range. Even though it was motionless, the foundation surrounding him shook with each slight movement of its body. Its mouth was shut, but as it growled, a low rumble escaped. Its eye, its single eye, came next. It radiated power and was as red as blood, with odd black rings and a tomo encircling the pupil. "Whoa, what is this?" Percy scowled and muttered. Taking a deep breath, Poseidon crossed his arms and said, "This reminds me of Typhon." Zeus frowned, not wanting to believe that the Fates had forewarned them about a monster like that. "It does, but even Typhon doesn't have an eye like that." But in spite of everything, he was fearless. "I assume this, he, is the main character of the book?" In response to her daughter, Athena nodded and said, "Yes, that seems to be the usual case." It might have been that he had nothing to lose. The beast's overwhelming power had crushed everyone else, causing them to perish. As the earth's foundations shook, pools of blood covered the ground and turned into rivers. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of corpses were either burning or motionless. Using his senses, he was still able to sense the chakras of some of his most valued loved ones. He could sense their passing as their passing sank into his mind. The only person remaining was him. He had failed to save any of them, and all the others had died. "Well, that's not morbid." Artemis scowled at the book, questioning whether the entire work would be so gloomy. "Be quiet, Apollo." Putting himself in the man's position made Percy shudder. He had pondered on numerous occasions what would happen to him if he were unable to defeat Kronos and everyone in his immediate vicinity perished, including Annabeth. He would much rather die. Drawing Annabeth nearer to him, he kissed the back of her hand and interlaced his fingers with hers. "I apologize." As the monster took its first step, the ground shook violently and he almost fell to the ground. Its 10 enormous tails were swaying back and forth, threatening to crush any mountain or person in its path. Its slimy saliva coated its sharp, jagged teeth as its mouth slowly opened. It appeared to be hungry, not for food, but for devastation and death. The only thing it desired was to wipe out all life on Earth and begin anew. Aphrodite muttered, "This thing looks even more disgusting than Typhon," and shook her head. "I would like to have a crack at this thing," said Ares, smiling as he began to sharpen his blade. With a snort and a shake of his head, Hephaestus said, "You'd be destroyed in a second." "Shut up, you cripple." Bitterly disappointed, Hera sighed at her two sons, "Quiet down, both of you." With his azure blue eyes fixed on the beast's single, mighty orb, he gazed up at it, wondering, "Is this the final chapter? I had always believed that I would grow strong enough to save everyone. What's the point, even if I could defeat the Jubi right now, in order for me to rule over the ashes?" Athena said, "So this thing is called the Jubi." Before going on, Then, from the beast's wide mouth came a thunderous, earth-shaking roar of destruction, sending neck-breaking winds toward the land covered in corpses. It tore away at what was left of the earth, shredding the ground. Thousands of tiny red and blue chakra orbs gathered around its mouth as it breathed it back, gradually growing into a gigantic orb that was nearly as large as its body. The color was nearly black, and it was oppressive. Apollo shuddered and shook his head, saying, "That thing looks very deadly. Why should I continue to fight? There is no longer any purpose." As the monster launched its attack straight at the lone survivor, it pulsed a shockwave that shaved off the top of the surrounding mountains. The sheer force of its speed ripped the ground apart, and it soon loomed over the man. Perhaps I should just pass away. The whole mountain range was illuminated by a dazzling light, and silence reigned. A man jumped out of his bed and opened his azure blue eyes. His bare torso was covered in cold sweat, and his breathing was rapid, almost hyperventilating. He could actually feel the adrenaline slowly leaving his body, leaving him weak and exhausted. His whole body was trembling. "What the hell was that?" Ares exclaimed. "What the hell?" Loudly. "That was just some loser's nightmare." Athena muttered, "I guess so, but that was a rather graphic dream." He rubbed his fingers through his blonde hair, making it even more spiky than usual, as he gradually recovered from his nightmare. He sighed and shook his head as he noticed that his scalp was wet from perspiration. It was the most vivid and horrifying dream he had ever had. To be honest, he was shocked that his mind could even generate such images. Athena repeated, "Exactly. A normal modern human shouldn't have dreams like that." Demeter detested seeing so many kids play those awful video games rather than eat cereal. "It's all those weird video games they play, I swear." He sighed once more as he put on his glasses and checked his clock, which showed that it was still early, just 5 a.m. He was wide awake, and he doubted that he would be able to go back to sleep so quickly, even though he was weak and exhausted. He leaned back against the headboard of his big bed and simply pushed his pillow upright, allowing the quiet darkness to soothe him. His gray curtains were open as usual, and the moonlight filtered in, filling his bedroom with a calm white glow. He relaxed even more upon seeing the familiar location, and he closed his eyes peacefully to sleep. That's it, no more crazy hero movies with the girls before bed. Annabeth crossed her arms and rubbed her chin in her hand, saying, "So this guy should be the father mentioned in the book's title." She also added, "And we can assume that he has more than one daughter since he said girls." Aphrodite grinned. "That's nice, it's always cute to see loving fathers with their little girls." He chose to simply begin his day after a few more minutes. He walked onto the chilly but comfortable hardwood floors and made his way to the master bathroom, no longer trembling. He threw himself into the shower and set the temperature higher than normal. His eyes were clear and his skin tingled, and he could feel the fatigue draining away. He tried to rid himself of the worst nightmare he had ever had, or what he could recall of his life, by standing under the shower for a longer period of time than usual. Annabeth pondered, so he has some kind of amnesia? He had only lived 12 years in his memory. He was in his late 20s, but he had no memory of anything prior to the age of 16. His earliest memories were of the doctor telling him about his car accident when he woke up in the nearby hospital. He had apparently broken almost every bone in his body in a head-on collision with another vehicle. The fact that he survived such severe injuries was truly astonishing to the doctors. It was truly a miracle. Hera glanced at Apollo and arched an eyebrow, saying, "Maybe you healed him? Miracles usually don't happen unless one of us intervenes." "Maybe, but I don't see why." Apollo shrugged. However, he was suffering from severe amnesia and was hardly able to recall his speech. Although it took him a long time to recover in the hospital, he was able to live independently 18 months later. Though he had no strong recollections of his previous life, he began to regain some of his knowledge. The only possession the police had of him was the wallet they discovered on his person the day of the accident. His name was Namikaze Naruto, and he was a U.S. citizen who lived in New York City. All he had was a driver's license, a social security number, and even a gym membership. He had no girlfriends or family. At least for the first year, he was by himself. Recalling that the Fates had mentioned that this dimension had bonded parents and children, Demeter asked, "So I guess this guy is going to be a father of some demigods? I wonder which goddess he had children with." As she laughed, Aphrodite said, "I wonder what he looks like." Naruto jumped out of the shower, dried himself off, and then glanced in his mirror, saying, "Man, today is going to be exhausting." His hair was getting pretty long. The bangs almost framed his forehead and the sides of his face, but he noticed something strange. His eyes briefly changed into the same eye the monster had in his dream, but as soon as he realized, they were gone. Naruto squirted toothpaste on his toothbrush and shook his head, laughing to himself. I am going to go crazy. Whoa, is he going to get that crazy eye from that monster? Apollo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together and smiling with delight. That would be pretty cool. He clad himself in his typical fashion. He was wearing light gray jeans with a white belt and a black dress shirt with the top few buttons undone. He listened to his own clacking footsteps as he slipped into his black dress shoes and black socks. Oh come on, I really want to know what he looks like. A large plasma screen that was at least 20 feet across appeared at the end of the council chamber, and another bright light filled the room. A picture of a young man with sun-kissed blonde, spiky hair framing his sharp face illuminated it. His wide smile and bright blue eyes gleamed with joy. He was dressed as the book said, with a pair of gray jeans framing his toned legs and a black dress shirt that did little to conceal his flawless figure. Aphrodite licked her lips and stared at the picture, muttering, "Wow, that is one beautiful man." Drew said, "Yeah, what a hunk," while nodding. Like her hunters, Artemis simply crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at the love goddess. Though she had to admit that the man was extremely attractive, Talia no longer felt the same way about him as she did a few years ago after she joined the hunt. Demeter grinned and said, "I agree, he needs to eat his cereal." Naruto turned to the final door on the left as he walked down the mahogany hardwood hallway. He quietly slipped into the room filled with teddy bears and plush toys after turning the knob gently. When he saw his little princess sleeping soundly with all of her innocence, her blanket kicked off the bed, and her tiny face nestled against her pink pillow, he smiled. Ah, that must be his little daughter. Aphrodite had always been drawn to attractive men, and it was even more alluring if they had a cute little daughter. I wonder what her name is. Naruto whispered as softly as he could, "It's time to wake up, sweetie," and then he kissed his little girl's forehead, causing her to groan and writhe. "Come on, Lacey." Many people exclaimed, "Wait, what?" at once. "Is it the same Lacey?" Drew asked, staring at her youngest sister with wide eyes. The plasma screen changed to a new image as though it could hear what they were saying. It depicted a young girl, perhaps 5 years old, clutching her father's hand. In a tiny white sundress, she looked absolutely adorable and had a big smile on her face. She also had the exact same appearance as Lacey at that age. "It is you, Lacey," Annabeth said, sitting up and examining the screen more closely. "Wow, so you have a different father in that dimension." Lacey stared at the image on the screen, stunned and silent. The girl in the photo was unmistakably her, and she exuded happiness, something she had never experienced as a child. Her father, a haughty underwear model and part-time actor, had never shown her much affection as a child and had never bothered to pay her a visit at camp. She had not spoken to her father in a long time and had always been a year-round camper. It felt a little weird and unreal to see herself so content with a father. Aphrodite fanned herself and giggled. "That means I was the goddess he had a child with," Ares grunted in frustration, sharpening his blade even harder. "Not bad. The other me has great taste in men," Aphrodite said. Apollo inquired inquisitively, "So you actually had more than one child with him?" She clapped her hands together with excitement and squealed, "I can't wait to see who the other girls are." "I don't know, I don't really do that sort of thing normally." Athena rolled her eyes, wondering if one of Aphrodite's dumb love stories would be the focus of the entire book. "Whatever, let's just get this over with." 5 more minutes, Naruto grinned and gave his daughter's long blonde hair a gentle pat behind her ear, saying, "No, that will just make you sleepier. Come on, you have to get ready for school." With a pout on her face, Lacey opened her eyes slowly. She raised her arms and gave her father her best, naive puppy-eyed expression. "Can you carry me, Daddy?" With a stifled smile, Naruto sighed and said, "Sure, you little minx." Aphrodite squealed, "Oh us," so loudly that Ares, who was sitting next to her, winced. "That is so cute." The plasma screen changed to another picture of Naruto clutching his young daughter. The plasma screen appeared to change images on its own while the book was being read. Lacey bit her lip because she had never once asked her father to carry her and she doubted that he would ever do so with such love and affection. The picture was so cute that many of the demigods grinned. Like a young adolescent, Lacey was adorable as a young child. She appeared extremely content with her devoted father, a luxury that nearly none of the current demigods had previously enjoyed. Even at 5 years old, the girl still fit his arms like a glove. Naruto put Lacey's head in the bend of his neck, held her against his chest, and kissed her head. After leaving her warm bed, he hurriedly laid her down in front of the bathroom, making sure to rub his hands along her back to prevent her from becoming cold. "And he's so attentive. Aphrodite exclaimed with a lovely smile and a laugh. At the sight, Lacey couldn't help but feel incredibly envious. She had a horrible father, but she was the same person as the girl on screen. She couldn't even recall the last time her father had given her a smile, let alone taken her in his arms and planted a kiss on her lips. That the other Lacey was so fortunate wasn't fair. Abruptly, Aphrodite sat beside her daughters on their love seat and drew them into her embrace. She held them close while giggling and kissing their foreheads. "You are all so cute when you're so little." With a sly smile, Drew said, "Like mother like daughter." Even though her mother couldn't be there all the time, Lacey couldn't help but smile because at least she had a mother who loved her. She finally smiled as she turned back to the screen and noticed how the other person was cradling her father's chest. Ultimately, she was happy that the other person could have a loving father. Mumbling to herself, "Annabeth promised to brush my hair today," Lacey rubbed her eyes. "What?" Annabeth blinked and glanced up at her mother, who double-checked her reading of the line. In an attempt to determine the likelihood that she had Annabeth with someone other than Frederick, her gray eyes appeared to be moving at a speed of hundreds of miles per hour. Katie Gardner from the Demeter cabin said, "So, you're this guy's daughter too, Annabeth?" Talia sighed and rubbed her temples, asking herself, how's that even possible? Gazing at the war goddess, Zeus said, "So you had a brainchild with this man?" Annabeth looked up at Athena, who was still deeply contemplating something, and Percy held on to her. "So, I have a different dad in that dimension?" "It would seem so," Athena said, nodding. Lacey was staring at her when Annabeth turned to face him. "So, Lacey is my sister in that dimension, like a real blood-related sister." When she was still living with her father, Lacey had always desired a real sister, and she had one in Annabeth. "Wow, yeah." Lacey grinned at Annabeth. "That's kind of cool." "Yeah," Annabeth said in a distant voice, "but this is going to change so many things." She turned to Talia, who instantly grasped the meaning. "According to the note from the Fates, this man is a really good father, so that means I probably won't run away from home." The thought of Hermes' dead son made Talia frown, "And you wouldn't have met me and—" "This will change the entire great prophecy," Percy said, biting his lip and drawing his girlfriend closer. Hermes appeared somewhat upbeat. Perhaps his son wouldn't turn out to be so awful in this dimension. Zeus nodded and sighed, but he turned to face his favorite daughter. "Read on, Athena. We must find out what happens." At 9 years old, Annabeth Namikaze was mature beyond her years when she said, "I know, I'm right here, after taking a shower and getting ready for school. Good morning, Dad." Once more, a picture of a young Annabeth, no more than 10 years old, appeared on the plasma screen. She had the same gray eyes and princess curls that Talia remembered, but she appeared much happier. The girl had a very innocent smile on her face, as though she had never in her life experienced any sadness. That was evidently also seen by Annabeth, who grinned slightly in the hopes that the other would have the contented upbringing she had always desired. "Morning, Annie." Naruto ran a hand over her combed blonde hair, which she shared with him and her younger sister, and grinned at his oldest, kissing her forehead. "Help your sister get ready. I'll make some pancakes." Lacey said, "Yay. With vanilla syrup?" Desiring to spend more time cuddling with her infant daughter, Aphrodite grinned and planted a kiss on Lacey's head. "Sure, Dad, you still have to sign that permission slip for me." Naruto furrowed his brows and ran his hand through his hair once more, something he would do when he was under stress. "I already did, sweetie. It's on the table." Even though he detested leaving his daughter on a field trip to explore the city, Annabeth had him completely enamored. He was a little happy, though he tried not to admit it. What father wouldn't want his adorable little princess to boss him around? After reading about the man they were reading about, Aphrodite grinned once more and said, "Wow, that's sweet of him." She could understand why the other woman chose to have a child with him. The snort from Zeus said, "Not every father is like that." "Really, so you giving Artemis and Athena everything they want is just you being generous?" Hera shot back at her husband with a snort. Zeus crossed his arms as Artemis smirked and turned away. She gave Athena a wink, and she smiled at her sister in spite of the circumstance. Their father truly granted them all of their wishes, including the ability to open as many libraries as they could and to roam the planet with a pack of hunters. As Zeus turned his head away, Poseidon and Hades laughed and said, "Face it, brother, your daughters have you wrapped around their little fingers." As he began the pancakes, Naruto grinned at the memory of his two princesses. It was a little startling how much they resembled their mothers. The eyes of his first love from his college days would always be in his memory. He did indeed return to college. After recovering, he discovered that his former self had already enrolled at New York City University to pursue a degree in business administration, and he was able to reintegrate. Athena, one of his professors, and Annabeth's mother were also introduced to him at that time. Aphrodite gave Athena a cunning smile and said, "So naughty, Athena, having a baby with one of your students." "Shut up, you fool." Such a name typically conjures up images of the ancient Greek goddess rather than a contemporary goddess of Western civilization. It was authentic. Annabeth's mother, Athena, was truly a goddess. When the goddess of wisdom revealed who she really was, he found it extremely difficult to believe. He had assumed she was playing a practical joke on him. The fact that he ended up having a daughter with his attractive professor despite not getting laid was even more unbelievable. With a smile, Demeter said, "He says you're gorgeous, Athena." "Gorgeous naughty professor." Athena blushed slightly as she said, "I swear Aphrodite, I will shave your head clean." She had never tolerated taunting, and the last time it actually occurred, she threw the first flute to the ground and cursed it. It seems that Athena could conceive with men she could mentally relate to, such as Naruto, with whom she had a pleasant semester discussing strategies for fighting. The blonde didn't know how he learned so much about war and how to win, but it seemed to be enough to impress Athena. She chose to have his child as a result. It was a lot like the story her dad had told her a few months prior about how he met Athena, so Annabeth thought, "Well, that is kind of what happened with you and Dad, right?" "Yes, but your dad was studying historical warfare, not war tactics." The thought of, "She gave me one of my princesses," made Naruto smile. Aphrodite cried out in delight, "Ah, he calls them princesses," and gave her daughters another embrace. Annabeth turned red and averted her gaze, somewhat ashamed. Naruto's life revolved around Annabeth. He will always love her without conditions, ever since the day 9 years ago when Athena and Hermes, the messenger of the gods, dropped the small bundle into his arms. Athena couldn't resist grinning. His thoughts had already informed her that, despite the fact that she had never met him, he was possibly one of the greatest fathers her kids had ever known. When she dropped off their child to Frederick and all the other men with whom she had a child, they were all somewhat frustrated. She could not think of a single instance in which one of her children's fathers had not felt overburdened. Grabbing Annabeth's hand with a smile, Talia said, "He should be a really good father to the other you." Annabeth smiled softly, feeling both happy for her other and increasingly envious. "Yeah, he should be." Many hunters nodded in agreement as Artemis said, "This is certainly a rarity. Such fathers are largely scarce in the world." They reflected on how awful some of their fathers had been. Knowing that none of the male gods could ever be such a good father, Hera and Hestia nodded in agreement. She was the ideal combination of her mother and him. She shared his slightly tanned complexion and blonde hair, but she also had Athena's charming and menacing gray eyes. His daughter was flawless. Annabeth's cheek was kissed by Percy, who grinned and said, "He's right, you're perfect." After blushing, Annabeth gave Percy a quick peck on the lips and cuddled up to him. Although she had secretly hoped to live a life similar to that of the other Annabeth, she would never accept it if it meant losing Percy. Since the end of the war, Percy had assimilated into her life and grown incredibly strong for him. Not even a better upbringing would make her trade Percy's love for anything. "It smells great, Dad." As her father prepared his delicious breakfasts as usual, Annabeth entered the kitchen and sat down at the dining table, grinning at him. "Wow, finished with Lacey's hair already?" Naruto was taken aback by Annabeth's ability to meet Lacey's hair requirements so quickly, given his knowledge of his youngest princess. Lacey loved to be cute and pretty, even as a small child. "That's an understatement," smiled Katie and muttered. "I've seen her stare at a mirror with a comb for more than an hour." It wasn't an hour, maybe 45 minutes tops. Rachel, the newest oracle of Apollo, sat next to Katie and Travis and said, "Poor Annabeth. Having to do that every morning would take so much time. That must be so frustrating." "Well, sooner or later, she'd be used to it. All you need is repetition," said Annabeth, nodding. "Yep, I've had lots of practice," Annabeth asked rhetorically, "See?" Before his daughter put the book she had hidden under the table on the table, Naruto gave her a knowing look and said, "Annie, no books at the dinner table." Naruto scooped the first batch of pancakes onto a plate and set it on the counter. "You will have plenty of time to read later." "It appears that Chiron isn't the only person who prevents you from doing that," Percy said, laughing and kissing his girlfriend's cheek. "There is nothing wrong with reading before a meal." Annabeth frowned, and the campers laughed at the female camp leader. "But I was getting to the good part." Annabeth pouted at her father. Naruto grinned at his princess and said, "I don't care. No reading at the dinner table. Be a good girl, and I'll take you and your sister for ramen tonight." The girl nodded and smiled instantly. Okay, Percy remarked, you don't even like ramen, recalling their most recent date, in which they visited a mall food court. Annabeth didn't even look at the ramen establishment. With a shrug, Annabeth said, I don't care. Not really knowing how to feel about loving ramen, Lacey smacked her lips together and said, well, apparently we both love it in this. I don't really like starch. His passion for ramen is the one thing the girls truly inherited from him. Muttering, I would have preferred the height, but whatever, Lacey said. Daddy, Daddy. Lacey exclaimed as she finished getting dressed, looking incredibly cute in a tiny blue sundress and wearing her hair in a tiny braid. I'm hungry, is breakfast ready? Aphrodite grinned and gave her young daughter a kiss, saying, that's an adorable look, Lacey. Leaning into her mother, Lacey grinned and said, thanks, Mommy. Yes, yes, come get your own plates, girls. Before swiftly returning to their seats at the dinner table, Annabeth and Lacey both joyfully ran for their own plates. When his young daughters ate their breakfast or Lacey drenched her pancakes in vanilla syrup, Naruto grinned. Lacey resembles her mother a lot as well. The idea made Aphrodite smile broadly, she totally is. Naruto had two goddesses in his life, but he had no idea what was wrong with them or why he was so fortunate. Apollo shook his head and crossed his arms, saying, yeah, that almost never happens, especially since he's not a god. As Artemis looked at her brothers and shook her head, she said, well, he's already a much better father than most male gods I know, so it's not too surprising. At least he really loves and cares for his girls. Apollo exclaimed, hey, I love my little girls. Ares smiled. Yeah, I killed the last guy who tried to sleep with my daughter, he said, severing the boy's head. Will Solace laughed and Clarice sighed. Damn, Chris is going to die soon. Shut up. Clarice gave him a fierce look. Athena was the object of his first relationship, but it was purely intellectual. He had never once given her a kiss. Zeus glared at the book, but forced Athena to glare back at him. He better not kiss my little girl, Zeus said. Don't call me little girl. Poseidon gave his brother and rival a rolling look. The second, however, was quite different. The second goddess in his life was playful, sensual, and incredibly beautiful, whereas Athena was self-assured, intelligent, and exuded authority. Demeter muttered, that pretty much sums it up for Aphrodite. When she visited Naruto's place of employment, Sweet on America, a candy store he opened after graduating from high school, she had met him. One day, this incredibly attractive woman entered the tiny shop at the end of Grand Central Station. Percy grinned and said, hey, that's the place my mom worked at a few years ago. That's awesome. Talia made the intriguing suggestion, maybe you and Annabeth might have met much earlier on. With a smile, Annabeth said, I do hope so. Aphrodite shook her head and glared at the young women, saying, be quiet, girls, it's getting to the good part. Read on, Athena. Athena gave her an eye roll. She was beautiful. As soon as Naruto saw her, he froze. She was the epitome of elegance. Of all the women he had ever seen, including Athena, she was the most beautiful. She had an angel's face, long red hair that reached her lower back, and purple eyes that made his heart skip a beat. She practically skipped into his store, snarling at all the candy like a predator, and he could still remember how thrilled she was. Ah, he likes red hair. Aphrodite grinned broadly as she saw Naruto's definition of ideal beauty on the plasma screen. That's a great look. Naruto certainly has great taste. Drew nodded and grinned at the appearance, saying, yeah, I love how the long hair just flows down. Her mother was stunning. She introduced herself to him as Aphrodite just a few minutes after entering. Normally, people would consider Aphrodite to be humorous or something when they met her, but Naruto became suspicious after he had a brainchild with Athena. He immediately asked, are you a goddess? Let's just say that they quickly became very good friends. Oh lala. It's no surprise that you have so many lovers so fast, Artemis said with a sigh and a shake of her head. Aphrodite scowled at her fiercest adversary and sighed, like you would ever understand, you virgin. Proud of it, come on, just like me read, Athena sighed. They talked all day long as he showed her all the candies in his store. In any case, Lacey showed up a few months later. Slow down, Lacey. The pancakes are not going anywhere. Lacey's father nodded and grinned broadly, it's just so good. As he sipped his coffee, Naruto sighed and pondered whether he would ever see his children's mothers again. After they each dropped off their daughter to him, he had never seen them again. Athena hugged him and smiled sweetly before simply disappearing. Although Aphrodite had not later shown herself to him, her parting gift was far more personal and sensual. Both simply disappeared from his life, never to be seen again. He was feeling a little down, to tell the truth. Not only did she simply vanish from his life forever, but she also left him with a continual reminder of her, which made Athena bite her lip and feel a little bad. Although she was aware of Naruto's love for Annabeth, she was still wrong in theory. When Drew said, "You really broke his heart, Mom," her mother bit her lip and smiled artificially. "That's not a good thing, Drew." Annabeth shook her head and gave the Aphrodite's daughter a fierce look. "He is a human being and it's just not right to play him like that." Aphrodite felt even more guilty when Lacey nodded absently. The love goddess would normally be very concerned, but she felt a little guilty when she saw how sweet and considerate Naruto was being compared to the other attractive men she had kids with. "Perhaps I ought to get a girlfriend." The one place Naruto detested was good elementary school. It wasn't necessarily a bad school, but Naruto detested spending so much time apart from his daughters. He would homeschool them himself if he had more free time. The moment Hermes informed him that demigod children would always be in danger would be the one aspect of the gods that he would never forget. They will emit a scent that will draw monsters from all over the world as they mature and gain new abilities. Wondering if it were true, Annabeth looked up at her mother and Hermes and asked, "You tell the dads about the monsters when you drop us off, Mom?" "Always. We need to make sure that they know what would be coming for them." Annabeth scowled. Her father had always been aware of the monsters and occasionally still didn't trust her. In this world, Naruto was 10 times better than her father, who genuinely showered her with love and didn't value his job over her. Like all young girls, she yearned for her father's affection, but she never received it as a child. Naruto detested leaving his princesses alone primarily because of this. Hestia smiled and said, "He really cares a lot, that's really sweet." "Did you bring your lunch?" "Yes." "What about your extra juice box?" "Yes." "Do you remember what I told you? Never leave the group. Always follow your teacher on your field trip." "Yes." "Remember to wash your hands when you have the chance. Those museums are very dirty." "Yes." "Remember to not read your books when walking around." "Yes." "Remember?" Annabeth glared up at her father and exclaimed, "Dad," her face was a little red. "I remember everything, stop reminding me." Aphrodite exclaimed once more, "Oh, that's adorable." She couldn't think of another lover who showed such concern for her kids. "Now you know how I feel when my mom drops me off at school," Percy said with a laugh. "It's not so bad, it feels pretty good, really," said Annabeth, grinning and nodding. Percy simply grinned and drew her in. When they were all walking up to the school and there were lots of other children with their parents nearby, she felt a little ashamed of her dad's persistent overprotectiveness. She could hear the mothers of some of the other children grinning at them and muttering about how kind and affectionate her father was. "I'll be very careful." Lacey laughed while clinging to her father's hand as they strolled. "Annabeth looks funny." Demeter and Hera simply grinned at Hestia, who grinned back, saying, "Hey," teasing the older sister, "Wonderful." Grasping the straps of her backpack, Annabeth raised her face in a smug manner. "I'm almost 10 years old, Dad, you don't have to be so protective. You really don't know how lucky you are. I would love to have a dad who cares so much," said Annabeth, shaking her head. In an attempt to appear mature, Naruto grinned at his princess, who remarkably resembled her mother. He gave her a tender forehead kiss before playing with her hair, saying, "No matter how old you are, you will always be my cute little princess. Now be careful and be sure to be here when I pick you up later." Annabeth grinned once more, but her heart ached. As a child, the other Annabeth had all of her desires, which wasn't much. She grew up in a lovely home with a loving family. She still recalled how, as a young child, she longed for her father to declare his love for her, but he never did. Talia sighed and grinned while gripping her best friend's hand, fully aware that the Annabeth she knew would be jealous. Talia was happy that the other Annabeth could have such a happy childhood because the daughter of Zeus was well aware of how Frederick was not the best father and how his wife made Annabeth's life miserable. With a dreamy smile, Aphrodite said, "He is such a cute father." With her own smile, Athena nodded and said, "That is really sweet." Despite her blushing embarrassment, Annabeth returned the smile. "Okay Dad, see you later." Ah, she's blushing. This book was becoming a favorite of Aphrodite's. Before making his way to the kindergarten area of the school, the father watched his oldest child enter the building. As he passed the other parents, the majority of whom were women, he grinned at a few of them. Given that their kids were right next to them, it was a little unsettling for him to get odd looks and lustful looks from the other parents. Apparently sensing something, Lacey dragged him along more quickly. The way those women were staring at her father bothered her. "Protective of your daddy, huh?" Aphrodite asked, laughing and kissing Lacey's head. Despite her blush, Lacey grinned. I guess I would be, yeah. Not wanting the other to have a stepmother, Annabeth nodded. Despite her slight prejudice, she detested most stepmothers, particularly Hera and her own. Naruto leaned down to give her young princess a cheek kiss while she giggled, saying, "Okay princess. Remember to listen to your teacher. I'll come pick you up in the afternoon." Lacey smiled up at her father and wrapped her arms around his legs, saying, "I know, bye-bye daddy. I love you." "So cute," exclaimed Aphrodite once more. Lacey sighed contentedly. She probably doesn't even feel that way and could never say that to her father. As he watched his young daughter joyfully enter her classroom, delighted to see all of her friends once more, Naruto grinned and planted a kiss on her forehead, saying, "I love you too, sweetie." What it would be like to have a father truly tell her that he loved her was beyond Lacey's comprehension. Someone stopped him just before he left for work. Mr. Namikaze. He was shocked to see Lacey's teacher approaching him when he turned around. It was a lovely scene. Ms. Turner had a lovely appearance. She was a young educator who presumably wanted to try teaching kindergarten after receiving her degree in education. She was very attractive, with long brown hair that hung down to her lower back. She was beautiful, but not by the standards of Athena or Aphrodite, at least not by ordinary human standards. Apollo grinned and remarked, "Wow, she is pretty hot." Already feeling a bit possessive of the man, Aphrodite muttered, "No she's not, and she's leering at him like a piece of meat." The picture on the plasma screen showed the young teacher grinning at Naruto, who was obviously smitten. Naruto grinned and met her halfway, saying, "Good morning, Ms. Turner. What can I do for you?" With her green eyes sparkling, the teacher grinned and said, "Please, just call me Katie. We had another meeting last night and decided that we need some volunteers to help with day-to-day operations, so I was wondering if you would have some spare time sometimes." "That's a really naughty teacher," smiled Apollo. "She desires the D." Hermes grinned and slammed his fist into his older brother's. "Ram her good." Ares laughed and nodded. As Artemis scowled at the male gods, 3 pale arrows barely missed their heads. "I will shoot all 3 of you if you say another word." It goes without saying that the 3 brothers instantly sealed their mouths. An irate Artemis would be a frightening Artemis. Given the news, Naruto was genuinely delighted, saying, "I would love to help out. Just give me the time and date and I'll try to arrange my work around it." Katie nodded and grinned approvingly, saying, "That's fantastic. Having said that, would you kindly assist me with something right now, if that is okay?" Why does she not simply undress for him? Aphrodite scowled and cried out. "Now? Sure, I have a little bit of time," the blonde said, shrugging as he glanced down at his watch. "I am supposed to bring these boxes of worksheets and coloring books to the classroom, but they are really heavy and I can't lift them," Katie said, reaching for his hand as she began to guide him into the school. "Thank you so much." Though he didn't mind having a pretty girl hold his hand, Naruto remarked, "Well, I'm happy to help," wondering if she would release it anytime soon. Sighing, Artemis said, "Of course." Hera scowled at her husband and his feeble understanding of women, saying, "Pathetic." She nodded, "It takes a willing man for a seduction to work, which is why seductions always work." Zeus averted his gaze and cleared his throat. As they made their way through the school's mostly empty hallways, class had probably already begun. Katie, who was still holding Naruto's hand, guided him to the back of the building, where the majority of the files and papers were kept in storage. As they turned the final corner, they came to a double door, which Ms. Turner quickly unlocked. "Just these boxes in here." After nodding, Naruto entered the room, but all he saw was a wall of shelves instead of any boxes. "Where did you say the boxes were?" Suddenly the sound of a door closing could be heard and Naruto turned around to see Katie leaning against the door. She had a mischievous smirk on her face, nothing like the sweet smile she would usually have. Is everything okay?" As the scene brought back memories of his near-fatal encounter with some cheerleaders in Good, Percy scowled and said, "I think that teacher is a monster." With a nod, Talia said, "Yes, she does have that kind of vibe." "You smell really nice today." "Yep, a monster." Absently, Annabeth and Lacey clung to Aphrodite and Percy, respectively, who were standing next to them. The blonde simply nodded, feeling a little strange. "Thank you?" He was shocked and his eyes were wide, but he couldn't help but notice how wonderful her lips felt against his. Katie pushed him to the back of the room, knocking down some files on the shelves with his back. Her tongue pushed its way into his mouth and darted around wildly, as if trying to taste him completely. Finally, she took Naruto's hand and put it down her shirt, causing him to fondle her chest. Travis whispered to his brother, "I'm not sure if I should be scared for him or jealous of him." It would be an understatement to say that Naruto was taken aback. Ms. Turner appeared to be a perfectly poised and composed young woman, but now she had more of the appearance of a vixen, with eyes that glared with cunning and violence instead of the usual kindness. He was unable to return the kiss because she was too violent and forceful, and he could feel her teeth beginning to bite into his tongue and her nails digging into the back of his neck. He had never had a kiss as awful as this one. Yeah, I don't see Naruto as someone who would like to be dominated. Really? Artemis scowled at Aphrodite. That's all you have to say? Ms. Turner. As he pushed her away, Naruto yelled, "What the devil is wrong with you?" Her healthy tanned skin began to change into layers of gray and crusty skin, her brown hair turned white and wild, her eyes turned black, one leg began to shake and quiver, and Naruto soon realized that it had been replaced by a wooden peg. Then came the most terrifying changes. The woman's laughter sent chills down Naruto's back because it sounded so strange and evil. "Empusai is where that is," Annabeth exclaimed anxiously. Percy scowled at the recollection and shook his head, saying, "Yeah, that's pretty much what happened to me a few years back." As he retreated into the shelves, Naruto gazed on in horror, saying, What the hell are you?" She said in a manic, raspy voice, "I'm Vilai, and Empusai." "A what?" Loudly, Naruto demanded. As she grinned and flashed her long, black teeth, Vilai groaned, You smell so good today." She reached up to her chest and caressed her now crusty breasts in an ecstasy, saying, "I thought it was only your daughters who I wanted to feed on, but I was wrong. Your scent is so much more pleasant." Naruto was brought back to reality when he heard the monster talk about his daughters. "You stay away from my daughters," he said humbly, his rage evident. Even though Frederick had previously used his plane to kill monsters, he would never do it in person. Lacey and Annabeth grinned. They couldn't even imagine their fathers doing that. If a monster confronted them, Lacey could see her father simply fleeing and leaving her. "Ha ha 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 ha. You will be the main course today, and little Lacey will make the perfect dessert," Vilai said, clutching her stomach as she laughed uncontrollably. Naruto glared at the monster while clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. "Die." With her mouth watering and her eyes glimmering with hunger, the Empusai lunged towards Naruto, its long nails threatening to sever him to keep him motionless. As he continued to leaf through his magazine, Dionysus sighed and said, "All right, he's dead. Can we go now?" Athena gave him a fierce glare and said, "Silence up, you fucking drunk." "Yeah, shut the hell up, you worthless piece of she." "Aphrodite, watch your language." Knowing full well that she couldn't fight with someone in front of her, the love goddess sighed and turned to face Hestia, saying, "Oh well, I'll send Ares on him later." Now, as the monster charged at them, any normal father would most likely urinate, but Naruto was anything but. Naruto reacted quickly, reaching back to one of the shelves and using the top shelf to guide himself as he leapt up, nearly reaching the full height of the room at 9 feet. Naruto looked down at the monster, amazed at what he had done, and kicked her in the face as hard as he could, causing the Empusai to stumble back to the room's edge, a little confused. "Whoa," Apollo grinned and said, "This guy is skilled. Monster, I'm going to kill you." Fighting was one of the things Naruto knew he was very good at. "This is finally getting good and manly." Ares sat up, listening, and grinned. "Just shut up and listen," Artemis said with a sigh and a shake of her head. Then he ran up to the Empusai and grabbed its head, digging his fingers deep into her hair and slamming it into the wall as hard as he could, instantly denting the dry wall. Naruto knew he needed a harder surface to slam the monster's head into, so he turned to the steel shelves and slammed again. He charged at the creature, grabbing its long white hair with his left hand and pulling its head into his right fist. He heard a clear crack before kicking her again, sending her back to the wall. The Empusai, however, turned to glare at the slightly winded blonde man with its face bleeding profusely, then used its legs to stomp on Naruto's foot and kick him away with its hind. "I'm going to slowly kill you." Its nails were growing longer, and its raspy voice was trembling with rage. Smirking, Talia said, "I don't think that's possible." As the fight intensified, Annabeth gripped Percy's arm more tightly, and the boy simply drew her in. He kissed her ear and whispered, "Hey, he's going to be fine. We still have most of the book to read through." A little more at ease, she nodded and said, "Yeah. If I can avoid it." "No." Naruto hurried to the fire extinguisher and slammed it into the Empusai's face, causing it to scream in agony each time. He didn't keep track of how many times he hit the Empusai, but he didn't give up until his arms were immobile. Still alive, Vilai lay on the ground and said, "This isn't possible." Such strength should not exist in a human. I guess this power comes from whatever was in the dream in the beginning of the book, Artemis said as she raised her arms. If not, I don't see how a normal human could possibly overpower a monster. Nodding, Athena said, I agree. Just die already. Naruto stomped on the monster's chest, not wanting to take any chances. Ignoring the monster's screams of pain and cries, he repeatedly slammed the fire extinguisher down on its face, crushing it against the cement floor. He closed his eyes and simply let his strength lead him, and the monster persisted. Suddenly, instead of hitting the monster's head, Naruto felt his weapon strike the ground. He opened his eyes quickly to check if it had escaped, but he was relieved to see a pile of gold dust on the ground, just like the hellhounds had done the previous time. He killed a hellhound, too? Holy SHT, Travis let out a loud cry. Hades and Nico crossed their arms in contemplation. They both knew better than anyone that a human could never kill a hellhound. The only explanation is that the man had some kind of power or was a demigod himself. With a sigh of exhaustion, he dropped the dented fire extinguisher to the floor and sat down. I knew today would be a bad day. As a father of 2 demigods, I think he has many of these days. Lacey and Annabeth scowled, a little annoyed that being a demigod came with such terrible risks, and that it was made worse by the fact that they were putting not just themselves but also their families in danger. Located inside the Grand Central Station, Sweet on America was Naruto's pride and joy. He had opened it a year after graduating with his life savings, and it had been doing fairly well. After lunch or dinner, many people find it a good idea to have some sweets, and his shop would be a nice convenient place for them to visit after getting off the subway. His clientele ranged from young adults working nearby to kids with their parents, but they would all leave his store smiling. Feeling a little better now that Naruto was okay, Lacey nodded and grinned slightly. That would be a great job to have. As Aphrodite had told him, candy and sweets are universal, and that was what truly made Naruto love his job. I love a man who listens. When he entered the store with a red, blue, and white theme, he noticed that there was already a line in front of his register and grinned. Greetings, Mr. Namikaze. Naruto grinned at his best worker and said, Good morning, Sally. I apologize for being late, but it's been a busy morning. My mom, he does now, Percy yelled, gesturing toward the plasma screen that displayed a photo of Sally Jackson in the Sweet on America uniform. When Poseidon saw his beloved's image on the screen, he grinned slightly. She was still stunning. It's perfectly fine. I've got this under control, Sally said with a smile as she waved him away. Sally Jackson, who had been with Naruto for nearly a year, was a wonderful employee who worked hard, was always on time, was well liked by the customers, and looked stunning in her store uniform. She also had a son who was a friend of Annabeth and a student at Good Elementary. And we're acquainted. Percy grinned and gave Annabeth a tight hug, saying, That's fantastic. Not only did she have a wonderful father and a happy childhood, but she also met the love of her life years before she did, and the other Annabeth had never met Luke, so she was likely able to get together with Percy much sooner. It was just unfair that everyone was so much better off for her other self. What's next, seriously? Will her mother move in with them or something? Has Percy been dropped off this morning? As he moved behind the counter and turned on the other register to shorten the line, the store owner asked. With a smile, Sally nodded and said, Yep, he wasn't exactly excited to go to the museum, but he still went. Typical of you, kelp head. Talia laughed. Pinecone face, as if you could speak. As he pointed to the following customer, Naruto laughed and said, Annabeth couldn't stop talking about it for the whole week. Well, I'm glad Percy and Annabeth are friends. I hope someday her good habits will rub off on him. We're lucky that some of them did, Katie chuckled. And I bet she literally rubbed them on him, said Drew, laughing and nodding. Drew, stop talking. Monster blushing, Annabeth exclaimed, Percy and I haven't done that yet. Like Annabeth, Percy was flushed and hoped his future mother-in-law would read more quickly. Good morning and welcome to Sweet on America, the blonde said, simply nodding and grinning at customers. Just like any other day for Namikaze Naruto, who is the father of 2 gorgeous little demigod princesses, he woke up from a nightmare, made a delicious breakfast, dropped his daughters off at school on time, killed a strange, sultry monster, and made it to his store in time. Aphrodite chirped, beautiful princesses indeed, as she drew Lacey in close and planted a kiss on her head. The love goddess wondered if her other self would show up later, but she was eager to learn more about her relationship with this man, who seemed like the ideal combination of good looks, a kind and caring personality, and excellent work. Don't you think this is boring? Ares asked his lover. Aphrodite gave him a fierce look and retreated from his outstretched hand, saying, "No, you're just too big of a lump to notice how adorable this is. Naruto is so much better than you," she sneered, swatting his beseeching hand away. "I hope the other me kills that little queer," Ares growled. Hephaestus could not give a shit about some random mortal and his kids, so he shook his head and sniggered at his brother and wife before returning to playing with his toys. It was wonderful to read about such a good father, and it was even better that her favorite daughter was his child. Annabeth's sad childhood had been and will always be one of the greatest regrets of Athena's life, and to see her with such a great childhood in another dimension made it a little better. Athena smiled as she put the book down, enjoying it much more than she had anticipated. With a rare smile, Athena said, "Okay, that was the first chapter. Who wants to read next?" With a broad smile, Annabeth swiftly held up her hand and said, "I will." Athena teleported the book to her daughter while grinning at her. "Pass the black paintbrush, Annie." Annabeth grinned as she read the book, feeling the leather cover with her fingers with a familiar fondness. It was a small dream come true for her to be able to experience the life of the other Annabeth. With a joyful sigh, Talia said, "I like that nickname, it's really sweet." With a nod, Annabeth gave her father the little brush and then knelt down beside him, her eyes beaming with delight. It was beginning to take shape at the new model of the Empire State Building that she had purchased during her field trip. It would be ideal for her room's model of the Capitol Building and the Statue of Liberty. As Annabeth read, Percy laughed and put his arm around her waist, saying, "This Annabeth isn't too different from you." "Yeah," the blonde girl smiled and said. She could still recall wishing that her father had given her an Empire State Building model for her birthday many years ago, but he never did. "She's lucky, though. I've always wanted to have those models in my room." Her stepmother and half-brothers didn't give a damn, so it was almost surprising that he remembered her birthday. In response to his daughter's antics, Naruto grinned and gave a small shake of his head. Annabeth had a fascination with architecture and famous structures ever since she could read. When she spent nearly all of her allowance on the model of the Empire State Building, he wasn't shocked. Rachel grinned and said, "Yep, just like our Annabeth," which caused Annabeth to smile a little. If seeing Annabeth jump into the car with the model box in her hands meant anything, Naruto knew she was happy with her purchase, even though Lacey had chirped that she would have used the money for dolls or chocolates instead. Percy grinned once more and gave Annabeth a cheek kiss, saying, "That's adorable." Clutching closer to her mother, Lacey giggled and said, "Yeah, I would have preferred the candy and dolls." Her daughter was grinning as she read, and Athena returned the smile. The goddess was the one who protected her when young Annabeth ran away from home and led her to her friends. She was the one who calmed her dreams and directed her thoughts. The goddess knew more than anyone else about her child's early years. Athena was aware that Annabeth had always desired a full family and her father's love, and even though she would never be able to have those things in this life, reading about her counterpart provided a slight but certain comfort. Athena was still pleased for her favorite daughter, despite the fact that it was small. "I think this part is beige." With a smile, the oldest Namikaze daughter nodded and spread out the beige paint. "Yep, it's the most prominent color." Annabeth muttered, "Yep, mostly beige," while reading. The father and daughter had been putting the model together for the last 4 hours, and now they could paint it. Naruto was given the task because Annabeth didn't trust her to paint the fine details. He was a good fit for the job, having handled so many tiny, delicate candies. "That sounds really fun," Annabeth said with a warm smile that sounded a little dejected. The memory of the time he and Annabeth spent sailing through the island of the Sirens kept coming back to Percy. Her counterpart had a loving father and a younger sister, just as Annabeth had envisioned a whole family. He was well aware that Annabeth had always desired but never received a simple night spent building models with her father. The thought of it enraged him a little. He could only draw her in and show her how much he loved her. Annabeth whispered, "Be careful, Dad," as she bent closer to check if her father was doing it correctly. Naruto nodded back, his brows knitted in concentration. "I know, I'm almost there." Assuming Athena would let him into her cabin, Percy made a mental note to purchase some models so he and Annabeth could construct them together. Unbeknownst to Percy, Athena was considering spending some time together as a mother and daughter. Lacey was contentedly eating the candy her father had brought home for the week as she sat on the couch behind her father and older sister, watching How to Train Your Dragon on television. With a smile, Lacey closed her eyes and tried to picture herself in such a warm and inviting house. "I see the other you is also obsessed with that kitty movie," Drew said, rolling her eyes. "I swear, she's watched that movie over 100 times," Aphrodite said, grinning and kissing Drew's head. He wouldn't normally let her eat so much in one sitting, but he was too preoccupied with creating the model to notice. Lacey simply smiled quietly and savored her assortment of candies. In addition to enjoying all of her candy, Lacey had a great day because her teacher was off from school all morning, giving their entire class a free day off to have fun, the greatest day ever. Connor and Travis gave each other a high five and said, "I love it when that happens." "It's almost as if she's a normal girl, not a demigod," Lacey hummed as she kept seeing herself in the other dimension. Lacey stared down at the box of chocolates and candies, wondering which one she should try first. "Lacey, try the Callison. It's delicious." When Lacey heard a strange, melodic, and sweet voice speaking to her, she turned to look around. The voice sounded like it belonged to a woman. "Is that you, Mommy?" Lacey asked, her eyes opening as she glanced up at her mother. Aphrodite nodded slowly, looking as shocked as her daughters. "I think so, it does sound like it's me." "You know that's against the laws, Aphrodite," Zeus said with a scowl and a shake of his head. Aphrodite sneered and went back to snuggling with her daughters, ignoring the god of the sky. "Hey, it's the other me who did it." She drew Lacey and drew closer, causing the girls to smile and hug their mother. "And it's a really stupid law. If a mother wants to talk to her children, some stupid law isn't going to stop her," she said. As Hera grinned at the love goddess, she said, "I couldn't agree more." Zeus just complained, and his brother laughed. Lacey, who couldn't read as well as her sister at her age, was perplexed when she looked down at the box of candies and picked one with a label that appeared to spell Callison. She then put it in her mouth. "That is my adorable girl. It's excellent, isn't it?" The love goddess smiled kindly at Annabeth and said, "You're missing out on some really great candy, Annabeth." Aphrodite's mouth watered as she grinned. "Oh, they are really good." Lacey grinned and kept imagining, "Naruto really has good taste. He brings home the real good stuff for the girls." Before the goddess continued, Annabeth simply gave her a smile. Lacey couldn't resist grinning broadly as she nodded. "It's really good. The carambar is delicious as well, despite being extremely chewy." Those are heavenly," Drew grinned when her favorite candy was mentioned. "True, but they get stuck in your teeth." Lacey joyfully unwrapped the classic French confection, cream bar, while listening to the odd voice. "Ah, that's so cute. It's carambar." Before putting it in her mouth, she muttered to herself. Even though it was chewy, it tasted fantastic, and she smiled as she swayed from side to side with delight. "Baby, it's carambar. Oh, you're very adorable." Aphrodite squealed and planted a kiss on Lacey's head, saying, "I know, right?" Naruto turned and saw all the candy wrappers on the couch. "Lacey," he said sternly. "Busted," Connor exclaimed. Lacey looked like a deer caught in headlights and just stared at her father with a cute and sheepish smile, hoping to avoid getting into trouble. "What did I say about eating so much candy in one night?" she asked. "And what did I tell you to do with all the wrappers?" "You told me to not eat so much in one night and to throw the wrappers in the trash," Lacey murmured softly. With a pout, Lacey handed the box over and began gathering all the wrappers, saying, "That's right, so give me the box and throw out the wrappers." "Good. He doesn't spoil his children." Hera nodded in agreement, understanding that spoiling a child can have disastrous consequences. Ares was the ideal illustration. With a smile, Naruto planted a kiss on her crown and said, "That's my good girl." After returning the smile, Lacey hurried to the trash can to throw away all of the wrappers, but she heard the voice once more. "Oh, my handsome and charming Naruto, what a loving and adorable father he is. Oh, how I miss him." Apollo scratched the back of his head, saying, "Whoa, first. You're actually missing one of your human lovers, Dite." Aphrodite muttered, "I guess I am," as she tried to figure out what her other self was up to. She had to admit that Naruto was a very attractive, charming, and affectionate man, and if he lived in their world, she would definitely have a child with him. However, she wasn't sure if she would truly miss him after all this time. After leaving, she hadn't seen a mortal again for at least a few thousand years, and that mortal was Adonis. Already losing interest, Artemis rolled her eyes and scoffed, saying, as if that airhead could remember all her men. But then the phone rang, and Lacey hurried to pick it up. "Hello," she exclaimed, grinning broadly. The plasma screen displayed a small Lacey answering the phone with a broad, beaming smile, and many demigods grinned. Even Artemis and her hunters grinned at the sight of her beauty. The scene was simply too adorable to ignore. After giving his princess a playful eye roll, Naruto removed the phone. "Sorry about that. This is the Namikaze residence." "Hello Mr. Namikaze, this is Principal Hawkwood." Naruto nodded to himself and grinned. Ah yes, how are you doing, Mr. Hawkwood? Naruto winced slightly at the topic and simply nodded to himself. Not too well, I'm afraid. For some reason Ms. Turner did not turn up to class today and we still cannot find her anywhere, so Lacey's class will be taught by a substitute until we find Ms. Turner. I just wanted to call all parents and assure you that this is an isolated incident and the substitute teacher will be just as good as Ms. Turner. That won't be very hard. Any teacher is better than that monster, Talia said with a sly smile and crossed arms. Annabeth gave a nod and went on. Well, I have no problem with it, but I do thank you for taking the time to call us. Of course, Mr. Namikaze, have a good night. Naruto put the phone down and sighed, his mood turning sour with anxiety. Good night to you as well, Mr. Hawkwood. I sincerely hope that this was an isolated incident, but any teacher would be preferable to having a monster. As long as Lacey and I are with him, it will never be an isolated incident, Annabeth scowled. Who was that, Daddy? After taking a seat on the couch, Naruto raised Lacey up onto his lap. When he said, that was the principal of your school, Annabeth took notice. He said Ms. Turner is missing and they can't find her, so you will have a substitute teacher for the next few days. Okay, but is Ms. Turner going to be back soon? Asked Lacey, shrugging and nodding. I don't know, Princess. It's a little weird that your teacher would just disappear like that. Annabeth hopped onto the sofa and cradled her knees to her chest, looking cozy. Her thoughtful expression was reminiscent of Athena's when the goddess attempted to infer a situation, which made Naruto a little uneasy. The wisdom goddess gave her a silent glare and said, all he remembers is you trying to solve problems. Aphrodite laughed and said, well, you sure left a good impression, Professor Athena. Maybe she is sick and went to the hospital or something. Lacey looked sad and pouted. I hope not. I really like Ms. Turner. Well, Ms. Turner only enjoys eating demigods. Perhaps the replacement will be even better, the eldest sister shrugged. Forcing a smile, Naruto planted a kiss on Lacey's hair. Annie is right, Princess. Maybe you'll really like your new teacher. I guarantee she'd be better, grinned Talia. I hope so. Pulling her father's arm, Annabeth gestured to her model, saying, come on, Dad, we have to finish painting. The description made Annabeth smile once more. The other woman was much luckier. Naruto simply nodded and laughed. Okay. Olympus. The main fireplace in Apollo said, finally, it mentions us. I wonder who it will mention, Demeter said with a smile and a nod. The main hearth, the source of the gods' fire, was located close to the center of the floating paradise of Olympus. Nearly every day the gods ate and conversed around the bottom of the sky, the tongues of the bright red flames licking it. It was the one location where peace would always be maintained. It served as a venue for weddings, reunions, and family dinners, all of which promoted family bonding. Many Olympians would sit along the warm glow and converse with the amiable and kind goddess of the hearth, Lady Hestia, who was almost always seen tending its flames. Demeter grinned and remarked, I love that hearth, remembering the many hours she and Hera had spent there simply chatting with their wonderful older sister. Let's go there after this. Hera nodded and grinned, that sounds great. She had not had a pleasant chat with her favorite sister in a long time, and she was beginning to miss it. As she grinned at the younger goddesses, Hestia nodded joyfully and said, sure, I'll prepare some hot tea for us. Would any of you like to join us? She asked. I would love to, Aunt Hestia, Artemis said with a smile and a nod toward her favorite aunt. I as well, Athena smiled in response. She would like to speak with her aunt privately about starting a family in the future. You know I'm always down for a girls' night, said Aphrodite after nodding and smiling. Apollo and Hermes whimpered, so we can't come? Laughing, Hestia said, you boys can come tomorrow. Sitting on one of the numerous silver kneeling mats surrounding the hearth, a pouting Aphrodite whimpered, Hestia, what should I do? Artemis exclaimed, you're once again bothering Aunt Hestia with your annoying problems. There is nothing wrong with consulting with a friend. Hestia gave the love goddess a smile and a nod. With her warm and reassuring red eyes, the goddess of the hearth gazed at the most beautiful woman in the heavens, her curly black hair tucked into a plain brown scarf around her head. Her lovely face was smiling a little sheepishly, and she shrugged lightly, saying, I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. On the opposite side of Hestia, another goddess sighed in frustration. With her silvery eyes, the goddess gave the goddess of love a slight glare as she warmed her hands by the fireplace, saying, don't come bother Aunt Hestia with all your weird problems, Aphrodite. Unlike you, we don't have the time for dealing with mortal men. Artemis sighed and shook her head, saying, "Yeah, exactly. Her aunt was a virgin goddess, so what could she know about issues with men?" Aphrodite put her head on her hands and pouted, "Have some sympathy, Artemis. This is really bothering me." Sitting opposite the other three, a stunning blonde goddess massaged her temples. "What are you droning on about again?" "It's me." Demeter smiled at the picture on the screen. Artemis sighed and chose to respond, "Well, Aunt Demeter, Aphrodite apparently really misses this mortal she had a relationship with a few years ago and wants to go visit him, but she can't come up with a good enough explanation that will make him understand why she left him all alone with their daughter." "You mean you want to go visit this lil human?" Ares yelled, turning to face his lover. "Hold it," Aphrodite said, pondering the situation. "Don't tell me this is going to be like Adonis all over again." When the one man his wife had cheated on him with was brought up, Hades scowled. If he had his way, that little person would be suffering the most in the realm of punishment. "I hope the other me kills that little sucker." With her power flaring heavily, Aphrodite yelled, "Shut up, Ares," causing the god of war to recoil in shock. "You're so damn annoying. Just zip your lip before I do it for you." Reluctantly, Ares sat down again, his sunglasses causing his eyes to melt dangerously. The room fell silent, and Lacey and Drew rubbed their mother's hands to soothe her while staring at her in disbelief. They were all a little taken aback because they had never really witnessed her so furious, especially toward Ares. Perhaps even more potent than Demeter, Hestia, or Hera, Aphrodite's power was immense. "Go on, sweetie, read." There was no need to repeat it to Annabeth. Demeter let out another sigh. "Which mortal are you talking about? I can't even keep track of all your men." "His name is Naruto Namikaze," Aphrodite muttered as she jabbed a little stick into the flames. To end on a positive note, she added, "He owns a cute little candy store in New York and is just the sweetest and cutest father, ever." Lacey nodded. The father of her other was very kind. The last goddess of the group appeared to notice the man's name and sat next to Demeter, appearing somewhat disinterested. Her stunning features abruptly assumed a calculating look as she squinted at Aphrodite with her menacing gray eyes. "Oh, feeling a little jealous, Athena?" Demeter said with a sly smile to her niece. "Hardly, oh," Demeter said with an enlightened expression. "Isn't that the mortal who Athena had a child with first and then you came along and seduced him?" Aphrodite nodded, grinning. "Yep, that's him." Ignoring the glances she received from the other goddesses, Athena gazed into the hearth and said, "I still can't believe Naruto actually had a child with you. He was a talented and intelligent man with a great mind for warfare, not just some pretty man who you can play around with." Aphrodite teased, "That sounds like jealousy to me," relieved that her foolish lover had ceased speaking. Athena scowled and crossed her arms, glancing away from the love goddess as though she were beneath her. "Clearly I am just angry that you distracted Naruto from using his intellect. If you didn't interfere he would have become far more than just an owner of a candy store. He could have been a great strategist if he had his focus." "Whatever, honey. You're just frustrated since you can sleep with Naruto." "Oh shut up you pile of foam. I did not play around with him. We had a loving and happy relationship." To keep her mother and Aphrodite from fighting, Annabeth continued to read, but she stopped when she reached the final sentence. "Wow, that dimension is really weird." Hermes was a bit perplexed. "The Aphrodite over there seems a little different compared to ours. The one we know never describes her flings as loving and happy, or as a relationship." Ares muttered, "Yeah, I don't like it," as he shuddered at the glare his lover gave him. The love goddess scowled at Athena and simply sighed. Hestia felt a little uncomfortable, and Artemis began to look irritated. "Just because you decided to have a brainchild with Naruto doesn't mean he doesn't like sex. You should have seen how he was in bed, Athena. You really missed out on something good." "He sure is the perfect package." Aphrodite nodded and crossed her arms, smirking. "Damn, he's gorgeous, sweet, loving, cute, an amazing father to 2 demigoddesses, owns a candy store, and he's great in the bedroom." Ares scowled once more, this time with Hephaestus. "I can totally see why my other would like him so much." Athena laughed and said, "Disgusting." No matter how charming Lacey found this tale, she concurred. It felt strange and uncomfortable, and she really didn't want to hear her mother compliment her father's bedtime skills. "Enough." Aphrodite flinched as Athena glared at her. "Can the two of you not argue over some boy?" Artemis said with a sigh and a shake of her head. Artemis said, "I know, right?" in agreement with her counterpart. Aphrodite exclaimed, "He is not just some boy," while Athena heedlessly nodded in agreement. Hera whispered, "Wow, the two of you agreed on something." You should see how sweet and loving he is to my cute little Lacey, she said, turning back to the flames and continuing to poke it. You may think that all men are evil creatures that only hurt and demean women, but Naruto is not like that at all. So adorable, Aphrodite exclaimed sternly. He's already better than all the fathers of my children in this dimension. As she nodded in agreement, Athena sighed, unfortunately, it's the same for me. After scowling and nodding, Annabeth went on. Okay then, let us see. I beg your pardon, Aunt Demeter? Athena said, turning to face Demeter. As she turned to face Aphrodite, Demeter gestured toward the fireplace and said, just show us how sweet and caring you think he is. This is going to be good. Talia smiled and rubbed her hands eagerly. Annabeth nodded and grinned at her best friend, saying, I agree. Okay. Aphrodite smiled as she turned to face Hestia. Sorry Hestia, but I'll just borrow your hearth for a few minutes. The hearth's flames flickered and then solidified into the live image of the scene inside Naruto Namikaze's house with a wave of her hands. Here we go, said Apollo, smiling as he sat upright on his throne. Annabeth sat on her bed while her father put the completed model of the Empire State Building on the shelf where she kept all of her models, which was next to the Statue of Liberty. A little bit to the right. She clapped her hands together and smiled broadly, saying, Thanks, Dad, as she marveled at how flawless her shelf now was. There, that's perfect. This Annabeth smiled when she saw the completed product of the other Annabeth's shelf with Naruto standing next to it on the plasma screen. In fact, it nearly looked flawless. The Statue of Liberty, the Empire State Building, and finally the Capitol Building all had the exact appearance she would have created herself. Though much happier at that age, the other Annabeth was essentially the same as her. Naruto stood back up, rubbed the small of his back, and grinned while he sighed. He sat on the bed beside his little princess and gazed at the shelf, saying, You're welcome, sweetie. Is it complete now, or do you need some more models? He asked. Annabeth said, It still needs more, which caused Talia and Percy to give her a warm smile. Oh, I still need the Parthenon in Nashville. The Parthenon, huh? The father asked, grinning and ruffling his daughter's hair. Yes, that will complete the shelf, with a smile, Demeter said. The olive really doesn't fall far from the tree. Athena made her daughter smile with a proud smile. Annabeth nodded, smiling. Naruto grinned and nodded in agreement, saying, Yep, it's an exact replica of the original Parthenon in Greece. They had it in the museum today too, but I only had enough money today to buy one, so I got this one. Naruto laughed as Annabeth's eyes glowed and widened. Well, if you get 3 A's on this semester's report card, I'll go and buy you the model. And you know what, if you get straight A's, that means 6 A's, I'll bring you to the Nashville Parthenon in person. Rachel smiled at her friend and said, That is definitely the best way to motivate Annabeth. She'd study till she drops if it means going to the Parthenon, Rachel said. With a laugh, Percy nodded and said, Yes, she definitely will. Annabeth simply gave her boyfriend a playful shove and carried on reading, now grinning broadly. Annabeth exclaimed in shock, Really? Just nodding, Naruto said, Really? Annabeth threw her arms around her father's neck and yelled, Wow, thank you, Dad. Her father laughed and gave her a hug in return. I'm going to study really hard and make sure we're going to go Nashville. The Oracle cried, See, right in character. I've always wanted to go to Nashville, Annabeth said with a brighter smile. Talia laughed. Take notes, Kelphead. I think she's hinting a possible honeymoon destination. Red as a tomato, Annabeth exclaimed, Oh my gods, stop talking. No, I'm not, false. With the laughter of nearly everyone in the room, Talia pointed to the glowing faces of Annabeth and Percy. Everyone knew that the best couple in the camp would eventually get married and travel to Nashville for their honeymoon, so it was hilarious to make fun of them. So Percy made a mental note. After gently pushing her hair aside and kissing her forehead, the father put his daughter back on the bed and held her closer. You are so much like your mother, it amazes me. Athena's full attention was drawn to that now. Annabeth's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time she had ever heard her father bring up her mother. You both have the same love for architecture and the same expression on your face when you're happy. Really? Annabeth muttered. With a smile and a nod, Hestia said, You really do. Annabeth nodded and grinned, feeling a little pleased. Naruto gave a nod. The father laughed and put one arm around Annabeth's shoulders. Yeah, you have your mother's eyes. And every time you're really happy or excited, you get that little twinkle in your eyes and your lips would just slowly twitch up. He concluded by laughing again. And of course, when you're mad, both of you scare me to death, he said. Looking at the new image on the plasma screen, which showed Naruto's somewhat melancholy face as he spoke to his daughter, Demeter sighed, "Wow, he really misses you, Athena. Just look at his face. He looks so sad and lonely. I bet he thinks of you all the time." Athena turned away from the others, but she couldn't help but stare at the screen as her aunt said, "I'm sure the other me made the right choice." Athena felt her cheek heat up. Naruto's appearance of loneliness and sadness was entirely her own fault. It is better to leave him earlier on. Lingering around is just being more cruel. As always, Annabeth nodded and bit her lip. Her mother's reasoning made sense. Despite her youth, Annabeth could hear her father's pride and a trace of melancholy in his voice. She turned to kiss her father's cheek and put her arms around his neck. Though a little taken aback by the unexpected embrace, Naruto happily returned the hug, sensing the warmth and affection his young daughter had shown him. Annabeth nearly started crying when she felt a knot in her throat. "I love you, Dad. I love you too, Princess." As Annabeth's voice faltered a little, Percy put an arm around her shoulder to reassure her that everything was all right. The female leader of their camp was viewed with sympathy by many, but nobody understood her better than Lacey. Like Annabeth, the younger girl would have liked to hear her father say those 3 words to her, but she also understood that it was unlikely. Naruto withdrew after nearly a minute and planted a kiss on Annabeth's forehead. His daughter nodded and smiled as he pulled the covers over her head and tucked her in, kissing her forehead once more. "Okay, it's time to go to bed, sweetie. And I mean sleep, not reading any books under the covers." With tears in her eyes, Annabeth sniffed and laughed. "I guess I do that there too." "You wouldn't be Annabeth if you didn't," Talia remarked, extending her hand to clasp her closest friends. Annabeth grinned and rolled her eyes. "I know, Dad." With another smile, Naruto nodded and said, "Good night, Annie." "Good night," Percy whispered, here, as he took the book from his beloved. "I'll read it." With a gentle smile and a nod, Annabeth gave her beloved the book and then settled down to put her head on his shoulder. All she wanted was to savor the tale, one in which her real father showed her unfathomable love. Being next to Percy was the best place to hear the story, and her most treasured person's voice was the best place to hear it. It was very uncommon for a demigod to find someone with whom he could be so passionate, so Poseidon grinned at his son. Olympus. The main fireplace when the screen displayed her hearth with all of the goddesses seated around it, Hestia grinned. Hestia grinned at the scene she had just seen in the fire and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Aphrodite was correct. Naruto was a much sweeter and more affectionate father than she could have ever described her own father. He sneered, understatement of the millennium. The other 6 original Olympians nodded. As a father, Naruto was far superior to Kronos. It wouldn't even be fair to say that the Master Bolt was more lethal than a potato gun because they are so different. It would still be the third age if Kronos were even half as good a father as Naruto. A demigod's face rarely displays such rare emotions as happiness and love as Annabeth did in this scene. "I'll say," Nico scoffed softly. When Hades heard his son's words, he scowled. "See? Tell me that wasn't adorable, even though it wasn't with my Lacey?" "That was really sweet. He really is an outstanding father," Athena said with a sincere smile and nod. Athena grinned broadly as she nodded. "He is incredibly kind and affectionate. It's unbelievable that he can still recall all those minor details about me." "Finally starting to see how he misses you, Athena?" Demeter asked, giggling once more. Athena's face was still slightly flushed, but she simply turned her head away and ignored her aunt. "He is a good father," Artemis nodded in agreement. "I have seen many terrible fathers while gathering my hunters, and it's refreshing and a relief to see that such fathers really do exist." "So true," Artemis murmured ominously, recalling the men she had murdered for being bad fathers. The hunters all nodded, recalling how their mistress had ruthlessly shot them down like animals and how they had found girls being abused by their own fathers. As much as some hunters didn't want to acknowledge it, if their fathers were as good as Naruto, they most likely wouldn't have joined the hunt. The man in the book was a real example of what a father should be like. Demeter said, "I agree," but she turned to Athena and said, "Though he still thinks of you a lot, Athena." The wisdom goddess sighed and closed her eyes, but her cheeks started to flush a little. "Maybe you should visit him sometime. He sounds like he still loves you." Demeter grinned and pushed her niece, saying, "He still remembers how you smile and how you look when you're angry." Demeter nodded happily to herself. "She must eat just as much cereal as me. My other self agrees with me." Athena looked calm and regal as she said, "He is a good man and a good father." "Really? That's all you had to say after seeing such a beautiful scene?" laughed Aphrodite. Be quiet, you idiot. After giving Athena a slight glare, Aphrodite sighed and crossed her arms, saying, just keep watching. I bet he remembers me a lot more. After all, I made sure to give him a very nice parting gift our last night together. I bet it did, said Aphrodite with a sultry smile. Mooing, Lacey said, Mommy. While Athena returned the glare, Artemis simply sighed and said, just keep watching. Naruto heard some ruffling in the room directly across from Annabeth's room after shutting the door. He smiled and knocked on the door several times before opening it. Lacey's room was much messier and less organized than her older sister's. Nearly everything was pink, and there were stuffed animals and dolls everywhere. Lacey grinned. Her room was so lovely, Naruto would always wonder if Aphrodite had been tinkering with the room whenever he entered it. With a shrug, the goddess said, I might have actually done that. Lacey, it's time to go to bed. The young girl had a comb in her hand and was sitting on her bed with her Barbie doll. She pouted a little and complained, I'm not sleepy yet, Daddy, which usually persuaded her father to let her stay up later. Can I just play with Lucy a little bit longer? In fact, Drew grinned at her younger sister, saying, Lacey playing with Lucy. Yep. The girl grinned in response. Lacey's doll's name made Naruto sigh, and he took a seat on the bed. He kissed Lacey's hair and gently prodded her forehead, saying, No, you have school tomorrow and need to wake up early. You need to get your rest and be on your best behavior when you meet your new teacher. It's just a substitute teacher, sulked Lacey once more. Connor and Travis grinned. They enjoyed robbing stand-ins. Naruto shrugged and grinned knowingly, saying, I don't know, whoever it is, they may turn out to be your new permanent teacher. She questioned, but what about Ms. Turner? With another shrug, Naruto said, I don't know, but there is a chance. I sure hope not, Lacey murmured. The blonde man grinned affectionately as he gazed at his youngest daughter, who looked so adorable. Lacey did not resemble Aphrodite in the same way as Annabeth and Athena did. Lacey's mother had long red hair and warm violet eyes, according to Naruto's recollection, and their daughter had obviously inherited his features, blonde hair and blue eyes. However, her disposition was undoubtedly similar to that of her mother. She shared her fondness for candy and her vivacious personality, which would light up any space. Aphrodite put a hand on her cheek and grinned at the screen, saying, he is so sweet. She found Naruto to be attractive and wished he had a counterpart in this world. I already feel some love for him. This guy better die soon. Ares snarled. Lacey pouted and climbed under her blanket, whining, Daddy, I'm not sleepy at all. Naruto brushed his daughter's hair out of her face and grinned down at her, saying, that's because you had so much sugar after dinner. You're too hyper to sleep. If you keep eating so much candy I won't bring home so many boxes anymore. Rachel chuckled, saying, that threat must work like a charm. Of course. That's terrible, said Lacey with a very serious nod. No, exclaimed Lacey, appalled at the thought of going without candy. I promise I won't eat so much, but you still have to bring home the same big box. Yeah, said the girl from the opposite side. Fine, but you promised. The father sighed and laughed, then wiggled his pinky and said, Pinky swear it. Lacey put her pinky around her father's while giggling. Okay. The love goddess chirped, that's just adorable, as this story was fast becoming her all-time favorite. Naruto smiled affectionately and bent to plant a kiss on Lacey's forehead. Good. Now be a good girl and go to sleep. Naruto sighed, but I can't sleep. But Lacey smiled as she looked up at him. Can you sing me the hush lullaby? Is he going to sing? Aphrodite exclaimed, bouncing up and down on her seat. Apollo mumbled smugly, women sure love a man who can sing, I would know. Laughing, Artemis said, no, you don't. Lacey kept looking at Percy, hoping he would read more quickly because she was so curious about whether her father would sing to her. For once, she wanted to hear a lullaby written just for her, even though her real dad had never performed for her. Lacey, you're almost 6 years old. Please, you used to sing it to me all the time, Lacey moaned, clapping her hands together. After Naruto patted Lacey's head and tucked her in by placing her arms back under her blanket, she turned to her side and joyfully looked at her father. Fine. Before beginning to pat her shoulder rhythmically, he turned around and switched off her lamp. Then Aphrodite exclaimed, he's going to sing. Lacey decided to cherish this moment and closed her eyes while grinning. The plasma screen changed scenes once more as though responding to her call, but this time it was a video. Lacey opened her eyes and bit her lip as tears welled up in her eyes as she glanced at the screen. Naruto loved his daughters more than words could express, and she had never witnessed such love. Silence, little one, don't speak a word. Daddy will purchase a mockingbird for you. Additionally, if that mockingbird refuses to sing, Daddy will purchase a diamond ring for you. As she stared at the screen, her heart pounding faster by the second, Aphrodite whispered, "He has such a beautiful voice." She was actually beginning to feel something for Naruto, a man she had never met but who already felt familiar. "I love it." Lacey nodded, sniffed, and put her arms around her mother's while she watched the screen. It was an amazing feeling to think that Naruto was her real father and that she was truly loved by such a kind and loving father. "Daddy," she said to herself as she gazed at Naruto, her message being communicated without sound. Additionally, should that diamond ring turn brass, Daddy will purchase a looking glass for you. Additionally, if that looking glass breaks, Daddy will purchase a billy goat for you. Additionally, if that billy goat refuses to pull, Daddy is going to buy you a bull and cart. Additionally, if that bull and cart topple over, Daddy will purchase a dog named Rover for you. Additionally, if Rover, the dog, doesn't bark, Daddy will purchase a horse and cart for you. Additionally, if that cart and horse collapse, you will always be the cutest baby in town, so please, don't say a word, baby. Mommy and I both adore you. With a tender kiss on her head and a hug close to her chest, Aphrodite said, "Mommy really does love you, my cute little Lacey." With her face buried in her mother's chest, Lacey said, "I love you too, Mommy." Naruto smiled and halted his rhythmic patting, ending on a gentle note. In reality, Lacey was sleeping, and she was cuddling up to her pillow with a small, endearing smile on her face. Even though it had been a long time since he had sung his little princess that lullaby, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her. In contrast to Annabeth, who dislikes lullabies, Lacey's favorite song from a few years ago was "Hush Little Baby," which always put her to sleep. He could still recall how Annabeth sobbed when he sang "Itsy Bitsy Spider" to her. Even though spiders were mentioned, Athena grinned warmly at the words. "Itsy Bitsy Spider" made her baby daughter cry. Annabeth blushed slightly as she remained on Percy's shoulder, holding his arm tenderly while he read, while Percy and many others laughed. Naruto got out of bed slowly, bent over, and gave Lacey a cheek kiss. "I love you, my little princess." "I love you too, Daddy." Lacey nearly broke down as she reflected those words to herself. Hermes, unsure of his thoughts, muttered, "Damn, that's really mushy," after finishing the scene. With the possible exception of Zeus, who had equal affections for Athena and Artemis, the majority of the other male gods were identical. As Naruto performed for his daughter, Hestia and Hera were beaming. It was very nice to see such a great father, especially for a couple of young demigods, after so many years of ignoring their shared domain of family. It was nearly impossible for both goddesses to recall the last time they had witnessed two young demigods living so contentedly at home with their mortal parents. They fervently hoped Naruto was also a part of their world. Even Artemis smiled a little as she observed, remembering the few occasions Zeus had sung her lullabies. She could still recall and sense the fatherly love that the all-powerful Zeus had for his infant daughter, even though she was still a baby goddess at the time. It was a pleasant feeling. Ignoring each other's thoughts, Athena and Aphrodite simultaneously thought, "If you exist in this dimension, Naruto, I will come find you." Olympus. The main fireplace. Hestia grinned once more at the picture in the flames. She hadn't seen such a touching scene in a long time. She was ecstatic to see such close ties between father and daughters because she is the goddess of family. It was amazing how well he raised his daughters despite not having a woman in his life. Aphrodite began, smiling slightly, "Tell me about it," saying, "He's amazing." Hestia was unable to think of a single male god who could have accomplished what Naruto did. As she shook her head at the male gods, particularly the second-generation Olympian gods, Demeter mockingly exclaimed, "The truth has been spoken." Apollo, Hermes, Hephaestus, and Ares all shifted uneasily in their seats, knowing that Naruto was a far better father than they had ever been. Aphrodite was crying as she gave Hestia a tight embrace. "Oh Hestia, I have to go see him." Looking curiously at the love goddess, Hera said, "I don't think I've ever seen you so shook up over a mortal man, Aphrodite. This man certainly is more important to you than many of your other lovers." Aphrodite, a little intimidated and perplexed, nodded softly. She couldn't help but wonder if Naruto and Aphrodite in the other dimension would cross paths again or if they would develop into more than just lovers. "Yeah, I do seem to be reacting rather intensely in the book." She sensed that the other person must be drawn to Naruto. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so agitated. Maybe he's more than just a fling. "Where in Hades is the other me?" Ares glared at the screen, growling once more. "Now go ahead and murder this jerk." Sighing and massaging her temples, Artemis said, Aphrodite, Aunt Hestia is not a pillow you can hug because you're sad. As I keep saying, the huntress whispered back to herself. Hestia said, it's okay, and then gave Aphrodite a gentle shoulder pat, and you shouldn't be sad, Aphrodite, you should be glad that your daughter has such a good father. But I miss Naruto. Aphrodite frowned and bit her lip. She seemed to be deeply and painfully in love with Naruto, and she was genuinely curious about what he meant to her counterpart. He turned to her fellow goddesses, and Demeter grinned. I must admit that it was a very cute scene. If we watch again when the girls wake up in the morning and we see him feeding them cereal, I will admit that he is the sweetest mortal man I have ever seen. Hades rolled his eyes at Demeter, growing weary of her comments about cereal all the time. Oh, I'd bag him myself if he feeds the girls cereal. He'd be a real perfect package, they said. Aphrodite simply wiped away Demeter's tears and ignored her. The goddess of love summoned a mirror and began adjusting her makeup, saying, and the girls need a mother in their lives. Every girl does. I mean, I can sense and measure the love Naruto has for the girls, and it's very, very strong. But nonetheless the girls still need a mother. If only that stupid ancient law would disappear, I could go down and at least spend a few days with them. The other you is treading on thin ice, Aphrodite, Zeus scowled. The goddess of love gasped, she's right, thought. It's a stupid law and it's stopping my other from going to take care of little Lacey and Annabeth. Hera sighed. I would like to see the other Aphrodite try to go down and help Naruto with the girls. It would be very interesting to see how she would do as a real mother. I am a very awesome mom. With a smile and a tight embrace, Lacey and Drew said, you are. Thank you, my babies. Aphrodite might genuinely want to show her daughter some affection, but she would really prefer to have another romantic evening with this Naruto Namikaze. Artemis sighed once more. I'd be lying if I say I don't want to bang that man's brains out. Artemis was furious and yelled, shut up, Aphrodite. This is hardly the place or time. There is nothing wrong with wanting to make love to such a great man. Hestia nodded and bit her lip. I guess you're right. A family is really not complete without a mother. I completely agree with that, Hera said with a nod. Demeter grinned and nodded to herself, saying, I'll send them some of the best cereal in the world. I promise that your girls will grow very well with the help of my cereal. Shivering, Annabeth had no appetite for dried wheat. Athena remained silent the entire time. Poseidon muttered, oh, that's never good, as Athena gave him a stern look. She sat next to her aunt, her gray eyes gazing into the fireplace as her thoughts raced through her head. Even though she detested Aphrodite's typically illogical actions, she had to concur. Athena was delighted to see how much Naruto loved both of his daughters. She would never forget how joyful Naruto appeared when he first held their daughter in his arms. He was one of the few fathers of her children who didn't feel overburdened when she handed them off to him. However, Hestia and Aphrodite were right. As much as it irritated her to admit it, Naruto needed a woman in his life, and both Annabeth and Lacey needed a mother. Having a woman in Naruto's life would make him and his daughters happy, and she would then bless them. She had always felt a little bad about leaving him alone to raise their daughter. Annabeth frowned and shook her head. Stepmothers were never good for kids. With a sigh, Aphrodite caused her mirror to disappear. Naruto should have a woman in his life. Hestia grinned and gave Aphrodite a back pat. Athena looked up at her aunt, surprised, and said, I'll be sure to watch over yours and Athena's daughter. I'm not an Olympian, so I have much more free time on my hands. I'll go check on the girls and make sure they're well. With a smile, Hestia said, that would be fun. Athena nodded, grinning. Thank you, Aunt Hestia, that would be great. Aphrodite gave a nod. You are the cool aunt to most of our immortal children already, so I'm sure the girls will love you. Definitely, you'd be the best babysitter ever, Hestia, no doubt about it, said Aphrodite with a smile and a nod. The lovely goddess said, thanks, with her customary warm grin. She winked and smiled at Lacey and Annabeth, who responded with giggles and smiles of their own. I've always liked taking care of children. Demeter told her older sister, Tia, after this, come back to my place. I'll give you some top-of-the-line cereal and oatmeal to bring to the mortal world. Hestia simply grinned and said, sure, sister. Can we go for ramen again tonight, Daddy? How could you eat so much starch? Drew asked, her face contorted. Holding his daughter's hands as they made their way to the kindergarten building, Naruto sighed as he made his way to Good Elementary. Not 2 nights in a row. Maybe we'll go again this weekend. Looking around, Annabeth held open one of her many books with her free hand. Hey Dad, I have to go meet Percy soon. He said he doesn't get some of the homework we got yesterday and needs my help before class. Some things really don't change at all, chuckled Travis. Talia replied, yep, kelp head is stupid here and there, while grinning at her cousin. Percy shot them all a blank stare and went back to reading. Ha, ha. Naruto nodded grudgingly, laughing and a little alarmed. He leaned down to give Annabeth a gentle hug and a kiss on her princess curls, saying, sure, go look for Percy. Be sure to be here at 3 o'clock sharp. Annabeth grinned and rolled her eyes, saying, I know, Dad. She gave Lacey a playful shoulder slap and said, bye, Lace. Bye, Annie. Both Lacey and Annabeth grinned at one another. If they were truly blood sisters, that would be awesome. Naruto took Lacey in his arms and continued walking toward the kindergarten building. He wanted to keep his little girl close because he was still a little afraid that another monster might be masquerading as someone in the school. Lacey let out another sigh at her counterpart's good fortune. However, a sizable contingent of students and their parents were waiting outside the building when they got to the typical location. Naruto overheard a few mothers discussing the new teacher and remarking on how lovely and attractive she appeared. Apollo questioned, is that who I think it is? With a sigh, Zeus said, I think so. When Naruto turned to face the building's entrance, he saw a new woman shaking the parents' hands. She was really gorgeous, he had to admit, unlike Ms. Turner, who was seductive and seductive. Even from a distance, he could see the amazing warmth in the new lady's eyes, and she was attractive in a kind and affectionate way. She was dressed in beige dress pants and a basic white blouse, and her hair was long and curly in black. Though Aphrodite undoubtedly noticed and grinned, Hestia blushed slightly but maintained her composure. Although Hestia was a virgin goddess, it appeared that she preferred the family man type. The woman finally came to shake Naruto's hand as the parents dropped off their kids and departed. Hello there. Hello, this is my daughter, Lacey Namikaze, Naruto said with a smile and a warm handshake. The woman touched Lacey's cheek tenderly while grinning. Before turning back to Naruto, Lacey grinned broadly and said, you're really cute, Lacey. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Namikaze. I'm Ms. Hess, Tia Hess. Great alias, sister, smiled and teased Demeter. It's not that bad, sister, so keep quiet. Hestia turned redder and turned her head away. Making Naruto feel at ease, she grinned and said, I'm the new kindergarten teacher. We're going to have a very fun year together, Lacey. All right, the second chapter is now complete. After putting the book down, Percy turned to face the others and asked, who wants to read next? With a sly smile, Talia grabbed the book from her cousin and said, I'll read it. When Naruto's daughters saw their family car pull into the parking lot, they always looked so happy. Naruto had always loved picking them up from school. Lacey remained the same, but Annabeth had stopped being overly excited since she began to grow up. Lacey would sprint to him as quickly as she could and leap into his arms every day when he got out of the car to greet them. She could yell, Daddy, and start asking questions like, can we go get ramen for dinner? Could we visit the toy store? Daddy, did you bring any candy home? Artemis muttered to herself, the infamous motor mouth ability of any child of Aphrodite, while she observed her lieutenant reading. Aphrodite said, I'll say it again. You're adorable, while grinning and kissing her daughter's cheek. Lacey simply nodded her head in silent gratitude and smiled. She continued to try to put herself in the other Lacey's shoes and immerse herself further in the book. She was curious about what it would be like to have a loving father and how much it would alter her personality. She suspected that she would have been a much happier child at that age if her father had been like Naruto. However, Lacey appeared to have broken that habit overnight. I don't think so, I wouldn't give that up for anything in the world, Lacey scowled. When Naruto got out of his car, the only person he saw was Annabeth, who was reading a book on their usual bench. She instantly smiled when she saw her father when she looked up. Closing her book, she approached him and took his hand. With a wink at her rival's daughter, Aphrodite exclaimed, Ah, little Annie likes to hold her daddy's hand. The girl blushed in shame. It's so sweet. I love seeing how close and the girls are to Naruto. Silently agreeing, Athena nodded and grinned to herself. Annabeth was having a great time losing herself in the Annabeth in the book, just like Lacey had done. Having such a wonderful father and growing up without any monster encounters was too good to be true. While the other Annabeth was attending school and cooking at home with her father, she had already fled her cold and alien home at that age and was trekking across the nation with Talia and Luke. If only. Naruto smiled and said, Hey Annie, before ruffling her princess curls. Where's your sister? She's over there, chatting with her new teacher. With a smile, Demeter leaned back on her throne and said, So that's where she is. She's spending some quality time with her grand aunt. I do love taking care of children, Hestia said with a smile as well. Naruto was a little taken aback to see a group of children gathered around the front entrance of the kindergarten building when Annabeth pointed it out. He took Annabeth's hand and led her over, curious and a little concerned. Off to the side of the crowd, Naruto could see some parents watching the action with smiles on their faces. The blonde then discovered that Sally Jackson, who had worked the morning shift with him just this morning, was one of the parents. She was grinning at the sight while clinging to her son Percy's hand. He was now quite interested. Aphrodite laughed and turned to face the hero of Olympus, who was flushed from the laughter in the council chamber. Little Percy likes to hold his mommy's hand too, she said. Both of you are so cute. No wonder you become my favorite couple to root for. Ares laughed and said, Mama's boy. Hera was the first to speak, but Percy glared at the annoying god of war. The queen ignored her son's rolling eyes and crossed her arms, saying, Don't say it like it's a bad thing. A good son should be close to his mother, unlike you. If only more sons would love their mothers so much. Because she was also curious, Annabeth kept up with her father while gripping his hand. She had questioned whether she was too old to hold her father's hand, but she was reassured when she noticed Percy holding his mother's hand. Really? Percy asked his girlfriend. Annabeth held his hand tenderly and asked innocently, What? If it's okay for a boy to hold his mother's hand, then it would be perfectly acceptable for a girl to hold her father's hand. Hey Sally, Naruto said, grinning. Sally turned to face her boss and returned his smile. Hey Naruto, you're here too, huh? Percy was beaming. It's so awesome that our parents know each other so early on. Simply grinning, Annabeth put her head on Percy's shoulder and held his arm tightly. Yep, Naruto said curtly as he turned to face the Percy. Wow, you've been growing, Percy. You're going to be taller than me soon. The son of Poseidon sighed contentedly. His other self had a good male role model in his future father-in-law, which was something he had always desired as a child. To be honest, Smelly Gabe and his poker friends would be superior to anyone. In this book, Percy sincerely hoped Naruto would beat Gabe up. The boy grinned a little as the blonde ruffled Percy's hair. It must be all the blue candy. They have all the nutrients. The blue food exists in that dimension too, Travis exclaimed. Rolling her eyes, Annabeth said, I never understood the blue candy. With a laugh, Sally nodded and said, It's an inside joke. Percy grinned when he remembered his mother's tendency to rebel against Gabe, who was the source of her misery. He enjoyed the idea of that man paying for his mother's tuition while he was employed as a statue in a museum somewhere. Sound justice, if there ever was. Percy was a little annoyed that Annabeth kept warning him that if he continued to eat blue M&Ms in class, his teeth would rot. Yeah, wise girl. The blue candy is good for me. Not rotting teeth for me. Keep thinking that and you'll end up with no teeth, seaweed brain. Oh my gods, even the nicknames are the same, said Talia with a grin. I guess the two of you are just soulmates or something. You might be together in every single dimension. Joining Lacey and Drew in their laughter, Aphrodite said, I could see that happening. I think my counterparts would also see the two of you as their favorite couple. Both Percy and Annabeth flushed, but Percy drew his sweetheart nearer to him and planted a kiss on the top of her head. Seaweed brain. Naruto asked aloud, laughing. Percy huffed and crossed his arms. I was eating a lot of dried seaweed on day and she started calling me that. Annabeth smiled and thought, a different reason, but I could see the logic behind it, while Percy made tiny circles on her shoulder. The nickname was a perfect fit, and Sally laughed, saying, Well, I think it's really cute. Naruto simply laughed at the two old friends and turned to face the crowd of children gathered around the kindergarten door. He didn't notice anything at first, but then he noticed that Ms. Hess, the new teacher, was distributing cookie trays. The hunters looked at the mistress with a hint of understanding. It was a little strange to see their immortal and powerful leader act so immaturely in front of Lady Hestia. Artemis licked her lips at the thought of her aunt's cookies, saying, Oh, those are so good. At her young niece, Hestia laughed and said, I'll make some for you later at the hearth. As Artemis' eyes glistened, Apollo whimpered, Ah, now I really want to come. She continued to look stunning. As she embraced each child who eagerly took some cookies from her, her long, wavy black hair swayed from side to side. Her eyes were beaming with delight at the grins and smiles on her students' faces. She was so beautiful in a kind of sweet, sincere way that it nearly made Naruto blush. It was something he had never seen before. Hestia flushed once more and ducked from the looks of many. As the goddess of the hearth gazed at her with a monster blush on her face and a distressed expression, Aphrodite smiled and asked, Hestia, are you trying to charm my man away? Working all those sweet and warm smiles and using cookies to lure the handsome single dads to your arms? Oh, of course not, mumbled the goddess. Is there something you want to tell us, sister? Demeter asked with a laugh. Hera and Demeter once again joined forces to tease their older sister, one of their favorite activities since birth. Yeah, it would be fine if you were to forsaken your vow. Having such a good father as a husband wouldn't be a bad thing, she said, winking at Demeter. Sally also laughed at the sight. Ms. Hess baked a bunch of cookies for the students this morning and it was so good they wanted her to bake another tray. She was really nice and actually made a lot more for them to take home. Lucky students, Artemis and Apollo muttered, behaving like identical twins for once. When it was Lacey's turn to eat, Naruto smiled, and he also smiled when his princess wrapped her teacher around her waist. His princess chirped, "Thank you, Ms. Hess," to him. "You're the best." "You're welcome, sweetie." Lacey grinned and wished she had been taught by Lady Hestia. Most of the time, her junior high teachers were really annoying, and none of them ever showed any concern for their hundreds of students. It sounded delicious and wonderful to have the most compassionate goddess on Olympus as a homeroom teacher. Having a slight hunger pang, Aphrodite said, "I'm starting to crave these cookies too." Hestia cherished her young niece. In the classroom, she was as talkative and adorable as her mother had been at the Olympian meetings. The goddess of the hearth could definitely see Aphrodite in little Lacey, not so much in her general sultriness and promiscuity, but more in her vivacious personality, kind disposition, and, of course, her breathtaking beauty. "You're sweet, Hestia." Many in the room questioned how Aphrodite could have ignored being labeled as generally slutty, but many also believed that she should have grown accustomed to it over the millennia. Like all her other demigod siblings on her mother's side, Lacey would develop into a breathtaking beauty, and Hestia could already see that. The goddess of love yelled, "That's right, boys. You better get to work quickly or my Lacey won't be single anytime soon." Lacey blushed and exclaimed, "Mommy, don't say that." To spare Lacey the humiliation, Talia continued reading. "Daddy." Little Lacey cried out to her. "You look so happy when you see your daddy," Aphrodite said with a warm smile as she gave Lacey, who was still flushed, a tight hug. When Lacey ran to embrace her father, who was actually observing them from the side of the school, Hestia grinned broadly. Seeing the mortals who had bonded with the gods show such familial love was wonderful. Even in these modern times, the majority of the gods' companions had met tragic ends. The women of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon were obvious examples. As he shuffled uneasily on his throne, Zeus cleared his throat, a behavior that his brothers imitated. All three of the big three steered clear of their children's glances a short distance away. Talia and Nico were not entirely comfortable with the fact that the gods had destroyed their mortal parents' lives. The fact that someone could still be so content after having children with both Athena and Aphrodite was a relief. "You make it sound like we'd kill him or something." The goddess of love smiled slightly as Hestia said, "No, but it is nice to see them without severely broken hearts." "I guess so." Aphrodite scowled and leaned back in her chair. She had never seen Aphrodite pine so much for a mortal man in all the eons she had known her. She would have moved on to either a new man or back to Ares, even with Adonis all those years ago, but this Naruto person was different. When they all viewed them through the hearth, Aphrodite's love for him was perhaps even more intense and passionate than her love for her other lovers, including Ares. After Talia finished reading those lines, the room fell silent, and most people turned to look at Aphrodite, who was staring down at her hands. It was a little unsettling for all the Olympians to hear the other Aphrodite act so fervently and honestly about a single mortal man. They were forced to look at the typical vivacious love goddess, who appeared strangely solemn in stony silence. Her eyes were sharp as her thoughts whirled through the possibilities. Is it really possible for me to have such intense feelings for a single mortal man? She had been wondering for ages if there was a higher kind of love, a kind of devotion that was more powerful than all others and would endure the test of time, but she had never discovered it. Aphrodite's constant liaisons with Ares or perhaps her brief years with Adonis were the most intense love she had ever known, but if that was the extent of love, she would be let down, to be honest. Perhaps my counterpart saw something, someone more powerful, in Naruto. Both Hephaestus and Ares scowled at the book's language. Since it shouldn't be possible, the god of war had never imagined that his lover would feel more for a mere mortal than for him. He was the god of war. What could a mortal offer that he could not? It didn't feel right. Hephaestus was also a little irate and envious. He should still be more attractive than a mere mortal despite his appearance and stature. It was disgusting and made him feel worse than usual that his wife would have such a strong affection for one person. Hestia continued to smile as she glanced at Aphrodite, hoping that she would eventually meet the one. Hestia pondered what it was about this man that made the goddess of love fall so deeply and intensely in love with him. Almost everyone in the council chamber thought at once, that's what we all want to know. Naruto approached the new teacher and said, "Hello again, Ms. Hess," as the other parents gradually left after their kids finished their cookies. "Thank you for giving the children the cookies." Hestia grinned and said, "No problem at all," her eyes bringing warmth to everyone's hearts. As Lacey sat comfortably in her father's arms, Hestia patted her cheek and giggled, saying, "I had a lot of time today and all the kids were very well behaved and deserved a treat. And Lacey here is already one of my favorite students." "You're my favorite too, Ms. Hess." After putting herself in her counterpart's position, Lacey grinned broadly. When Hestia saw Sally, she grinned and said, "Hello there." Sally said, "Hi," and held out her hand. "It's nice to meet you, Ms. Hess. My son isn't in your class, but I've already heard good things about it." Hestia wanted both of her great nieces in her class, so she used the mist and tricked the principal into giving her Annabeth's class as well. "Well, I am going to be teaching some of the older classes as well, so I might have him in my class later." "You do have a mischievous side, don't you?" Demeter said with a smile. As the protective older sister, Hestia had witnessed the playful sides of all of her siblings, including Hades. However, the Lord of the Underworld's definition of playful might be creating new methods of torture for the fields of punishment. Hestia simply shrugged and smiled back, "Doesn't everybody?" With a sigh, Annabeth pressed herself closer to Percy and said, "I hope my class gets cookies too." Grasping the boy with her hand, Sally smiled and said, "Percy, say hello." The boy waved and grinned up at the kind woman, saying, "Hello, Ms. Hess." The sight of the clear green eyes staring up at her made Hestia flinch a little, but she quickly gathered herself. "Hello there, Percy, how are you?" "So she knows," Athena grinned. Poseidon let out a sigh while Percy focused intently on the book. As Annabeth considered the situation, she nodded and said, "So not only do we meet early, I might actually find out about Dad much sooner than I did here. Damn, this is going to be completely different in the end." "I'm good, thanks. In that case, Ms. Hess, this is my eldest daughter, Annabeth," Naruto said with a smile as he moved forward. After receiving a shove from her father, the blonde girl cheerfully approached the new instructor and held out her hand. Hestia shook the girl's hand and giggled, obviously recognizing Athena in her. "Hello, Ms. Hess. It's nice to meet you. I really do hope you teach our class." Athena smiled slightly at the picture on the screen. Her daughter already had the self-assurance of a smart young lady, even at such a young age. Naruto grinned and shook the teacher's hand once more. "Well, we don't want to keep you here all day," he said. "It's very nice to meet you, Ms. Hess. We'll see you again tomorrow." "Yes, Mr. Namikaze and Sally, have a great day. And I hope to see you all in class," Hestia said, grinning and giving the kids a wink. "Goodbye," Lacey exclaimed, grinning broadly. "Goodbye, goodbye, Ms. Hess." After deciding to set aside her thoughts for the moment and concentrate on the book, Aphrodite gave her young daughter a cheek kiss and drew her near to her. "Lacey is so adorable that I should have watched her more when she was younger." "Goodbye." Hestia closed her eyes and sighed as the group continued walking away. Everything had changed completely. Not only were the daughters of Athena and Aphrodite attending her school, but her younger brother, Poseidon's son, was also there. "Why am I even surprised?" Hestia asked. "I'm not as horrible as Mr. Mile High Club over there, at least." Poseidon looked at his elder sister as though he were complaining and gestured to Zeus. Zeus crossed his arms and glared at the Lord of the Seas. He wanted to get laid tonight, and the last thing he needed was for his lovely wife to throw him out of the bedroom once more. He wanted to get even with his brother, but not while she was staring at him. Poseidon turned away sheepishly as Hestia simply stared at him. "Older sister." Talia was about to continue when, as before, a bright light appeared in the center of the room, causing everyone to turn away and wonder what was going on. As the light faded, a humanoid figure appeared in place of more books, and all of the hunters and demigods stared at it, not knowing who it was but realizing it was a woman. When the woman turned to face them, Talia, Percy, and Nico couldn't help but feel warm and comfortable. Her eyes were tender and affectionate, and she was exceptionally beautiful, possibly on par with Hera or Aphrodite. She was unlike any goddess they had ever seen. Her aura was different, and she appeared to be much more powerful than Hera, Hestia, and Demeter. "Mom." As soon as the 6 original Olympians arose from their thrones and hurried to the woman, all of them smiling. It became evident who she was. Demeter was the first to embrace her, and Hera and Hestia quickly followed suit. Even the big three appeared excited and loving, with Zeus' smile being the biggest the demigods had ever seen him smile. "I've missed you, my little babies." It was a little strange for the demigods to see the powerful Olympians behave more like children than gods before their mother, and even stranger to see all the second-generation Olympians stand and bow to the mother of the gods, as Mother Rhea tenderly embraced her children and kissed each one on the cheek or forehead. Grandmother, the only one to merely stand and wink at Rhea, was Aphrodite, who said, "About time you came to join us, Rhea." "Yes, the fates have contacted me as well and told me to come here," the Titaness said with a smile in return to the goddess of love. "It seems that I should be present to hear the story you are reading because I have a role in it." With a snap of his fingers, Zeus created a second throne between his and Poseidon's, saying, "Have a seat, Mother, we will continue the book." The mother of the gods smiled at all of her grandchildren and great-grandchildren seated on the couches and said, "I want to spend some time with my little grandbabies and great-grandbabies first." The demigods were all a little anxious when the all-powerful Titaness approached them, but her kind and affectionate demeanor soon calmed them down. "I've wanted to meet you all for so long." Rhea nodded and patted her youngest son's arm as she said, "I will, but the throne must wait." As she sat down between her and a few hunters, Talia grinned and said, "It's nice to meet you, grandmother." Rhea patted Talia's head and grinned, saying, "Well, I know about all of you. I often watch over Artie's hunt and Camp Half-Blood." The demigods, including Nico, felt very comfortable around Rhea and grinned at her. "But enough about me. Please read on, my dear." With a nod, Talia went on to the next chapter. One of the most significant beings in the world lived in the penthouse at the very top of a series of upscale apartment buildings on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, New York, which overlooked the expansive Central Park. The tallest of these buildings was located directly in the middle, and it was adorned with various Greek white statues along its outer walls, with beams of light casting colorful shades on its various pillars. Without her, none of the modern Olympians would even exist, and humanity would probably be in the Stone Age. "Perfect timing, Mother," Hera said with a smile. It was fascinating to know that there was another dimension and that they could learn about them. Rhea nodded and smiled back, recognizing her own address. She was astonished when the Fates sent her a message instructing her to go to Olympus to read a book. Naturally, when the Fates mentioned the words parental bonding, Rhea chose to participate. Like Hestia, Rhea longed for her family to be closer. "I'm home, Mom." Known as the Titan of Beauty and Motherhood, Mother Rhea was the retired queen of the universe and the mother of the older Olympians. Her eyes were warm and loving, and she was as beautiful as Hera, as passionate as Demeter, and as sweet and loving as Hestia. All three of her daughters combined, with only their positive traits, made up Mother Rhea. Everyone in the room had to agree that Mother Rhea was flawless and that it was a shame that she had to wed such a crazy jerk. Above all, she was the most valuable and significant individual in her children's lives. From Hades to Zeus, they all had an unwavering love for their mother. "I also love you all." The most significant person in their lives, their mother, received a smile from each Olympian. Wearing a sophisticated white dress that showcased her gorgeous beauty and feminine figure, Rhea, wearing her luscious blonde hair in an intricate braid, stepped out to smile and greet her favorite daughter. "Dear, how was your first day of work?" "It was quite fun. All the kids are adorable and well behaved, especially little Lacey." The godly mother and daughter entered their living room, and Hestia quickly wrapped her arms around her mother after rolling her eyes playfully at her mother's taunting. "I met Annabeth as well, and as you would expect, she's like a little Athena." Rhea glanced at the daughter of Athena, about whom she had heard much, one of the saviors of Olympus, a bright young woman whose intelligence and bravery were equaled only by her beauty. Thus far, Rhea had to concur with the rumors she had heard, but aside from her intelligence and beauty, the girl didn't seem like an Athena daughter. She seemed far too content cuddling with the son of Poseidon. Rhea grinned, glad that new relationships weren't ruined by old feuds. Rhea was beaming. "I still find it funny that those two found love in the same mortal." Ares laughed and said, "I know, right?" When his brother said, "Yeah, who would have guessed that one of Dite's handsome boys would also be one of Athena's insanely intelligent mortals?" Apollo nodded. "The ideal package," as I previously stated, the love goddess grinned and exclaimed. Since Namikaze is attractive, Aphrodite will undoubtedly be drawn to him. Athena had informed us that he is also highly intelligent in combat, but I'm not sure how he could know that. If he is such a good man, perhaps you would feel something for him." Hera laughed a little and said, "Mother, are you still looking for a husband for Hestia?" Rhea woke up and Hestia sighed, "You bet I am. Since your sister is the goddess of family, I want all of my children to have happy families. Not to mention that she'd be an amazing mother," the mother of the gods said, turning to face her oldest child who was cleaning the fireplace. Artemis grinned at the benevolent goddess and said, "Even I have to agree with that, Aunt Hestia. It would be wonderful to grow up eating your home-cooked meals." Hestia simply gave her family a smile before turning to face her mother and saying, "I'm quite happy now, mother." Hestia grinned at her mother and rolled her eyes once more. "Very funny, Mom." The mother and daughter sat down on their couches while Clash of the Titans played on the television. Rhea found the movie to be almost comical, and it was intriguing and hilarious to hear that her oldest son had used a piece of his flesh to create the Kraken. The Lord of the Underworld remarked, "Yeah, not one of your best work, Apollo." Shaking his head, the sun god said, "The audience wants new twists." Furthermore, Perseus only killed Medusa. He did not, in fact, kill an apocalyptic monster. That was a task for someone else. If there was one thing Rhea believed should be stopped, it would be the exaggeration of previous heroes. "For whom is it reserved?" Unaware of the hero his grandmother was referring to, Percy asked. With a genuine expression of surprise, Rhea said, "I have no idea what my counterpart meant." "That is the first misalignment between our worlds," Athena said, squinting and crossing her arms. "Well, there is some bad news." "What is it?" Rhea asked, raising an eyebrow. "I met a student today, a friend of Annabeth, I think, and he has very peculiar green eyes." Rhea sighed, anticipating what would happen next. "The same shade as Poseidon's. His name is Percy." Hestia sighed and leaned back fully on the couch. "Sister, you betrayed me," Poseidon exclaimed, a little offended that his sweetest sister and erstwhile crush would act in such a way. With a sheepish smile, Hestia said, "I'm sorry, brother, but it's important." A little uncomfortable, Percy wondered what his grandmother would do to his father. "Your brothers are always like this." When the three wives, Hera, Aphrodite, and Persephone, were together, they wouldn't be as terrifying as their mother by herself, so the big three shifted around in their thrones, avoiding the stern look their mother was giving them. Hestia pursed her lips and rubbed her temples, saying, "If Hades finds out, young Percy may end up like young Talia. He broke his oath and now there's a half-blood who can fulfill the prophecy." "Brother, he had better not," gazing at his elder brother, Poseidon muttered. "You should be more concerned about Mr. Zap Happy over there," the Lord of the Underworld sneered, "because you did nothing to me, I won't do anything to your son." Zeus scowled at his brothers, saying, "Enough." The great prophecy's demise put an end to this dispute. Being the children of the big three came with its own set of issues, and Talia, Nico, and Percy looked at each other, relieved that the gods were no longer targeting their lives. As she stood up and took her daughter's hand, Rhea sighed again and said, "Well, no sense mulling over it by ourselves. I made us dinner." In addition to her mother's warm and kind disposition, Hestia also inherited her mother's culinary abilities, and their meals shared the same homemade flavor that most adults and children would enjoy. Hestia's nieces and nephews, particularly Artemis and Persephone, devoured at least 10 portions of her renowned shepherd's pie the last time she prepared it. The huntress grinned as Artemis licked her lips and said, "You should make some of that later as well, Aunt Hestia." Hestia laughed and nodded at her young niece. Since Persephone would be present to eat her share, it was even better than their typical family dinners. Her sister needed to keep an eye on how much she ate because she might need more exercise. "I made your favorite today, Tia." Hestia grinned as she saw the crispy calamari, fresh Greek salad, and sweet potato mash. "Thanks Mom, you're the best," she said. "That sounds good, too. Hey Mom, you're coming later to our girls' night, right?" Demeter said with a smile. "Yes," Rhea said with a laugh, "and I'll help Hestia cook dinner tonight." "Yes." Aphrodite licked her lips and smiled, saying, "This is going to be fantastic." "Please continue reading, my lieutenant," Artemis muttered, grinning. "I really can't wait." All the male gods and demigods were a little envious at the moment, and it seemed too good to be true that Mother Rhea and Lady Hestia were cooking simultaneously. "I know how to take care of my little girl," Rhea said with a laugh while pouring 2 glasses of wine. "Even though you're all tens of thousands of years old, you'll always be my little babies." She sat down beside Hestia at their white marble dinner table, which had 16 seats. "And I also know how to punish my babies." A pale blue glow quickly formed a trident from her fingers. As his brothers grinned and hoped for some severe punishment, Poseidon went pale. Before turning to face her mother, Hestia finished her plate. "You're calling him now?" She smirked and said, "Yep." Poseidon, Earthshaker, king of Atlantis, and god of the seas, appeared in less than 10 seconds, a rush of water forming a humanoid figure in the center of the dining room, and he quickly stepped forward, grinning at his mother while sporting his typical Birkenstocks, khaki shorts, and a brightly colored Hawaiian shirt. "How are you, Mom?" "Why When the god of the seas saw the calamari, he leapt back and said, "You killed my people." It was a real fear. It was disgusting to see seafood, and those mortals should be relieved that he doesn't simply wipe them all out with a gigantic tidal wave. Poseidon moaned and palmed his face as nearly everyone laughed at him, none louder than Zeus. With a slightly sour expression, Percy said, "I agree with Dad, seafood is so wrong." "Seaweed brain," said Annabeth, laughing and kissing his cheek. "Sit down, little brother." Hestia laughed in her seat and made the decision to forego eating her calamari while her brother was present. Poseidon grinned sheepishly and said, "I think I'll stand," because he didn't want to be around his deep-fried people. "Sit down." "Yes, Mom, like your son, Mommy's boy." Poseidon gave Zeus a fierce look and nearly threw a stream of water at him. "Little Sparky, should you be talking?" The Lord of the Sky scowled at his brother and said, "Mom no longer calls me that." Even Hera was laughing, but she reached over to hold her husband's hand in an attempt to cheer him up, and when Rhea began to laugh, it just exploded. The mere idea of the powerful Zeus being referred to as "Little Sparky" by his mother was too much to bear. Talia laughed at her father for a full minute before she stopped. He may not be as afraid of her as Zeus, but Rhea still took pride in her power over him. She dipped her calamari in some tzatziki sauce and put it in her mouth, causing her son to wince. She looked into his green eyes and watched in silent amusement as he began to perspire. The last thing Hades needed was for his pet name to surface. Moon Pie was a name he would always bury in Tartarus. He smirked and wanted to say, "You two are Mama's boys," but he held back. However, Poseidon was unabated. "See, Sparky, you should not speak." Zeus was glowing and on the verge of blasting his brother, but decided against it when his mother was around. "Mother, why did you call me here?" "Your sister met an interesting young boy today," Rhea said with a smile, while she was still enjoying her calamari. "His name is Percy." Poseidon winced once more. "Would you happen to know him?" Poseidon tried to come up with a short lie, but after flinching at his mother's glance, he finally sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Mother, I didn't mean to. I could never lie to Mom. She is far too scary." Poseidon sighed. After getting up and picking up her plate, Hestia said, "Enjoy your dinner, Mom, and good luck, little brother." Demeter chuckled, saying, "Sister, you just left him. Sorry little brother, but you're on your own this time." Poseidon let out a sigh and turned to face his mother, who was looking very amused, hoping that she wouldn't start making fun of him later. "And no, stay put, Hestia. At least Rhea wouldn't be as frightening with Hestia around." Poseidon turned back to his mother, sweating heavily at the look she gave him, which made his wife's glare seem mild and adorable. To be honest, he would rather fight Hera and Demeter together than face his mother. Hestia waved and giggled before disappearing in a flash of flames and teleporting back to her room. With a simple smile, Rhea said, "I need to teach you girls more ways to deal with your brothers." Hera shone. "Mother, please." The thought caused Zeus to pale significantly. As she pushed the plate of calamari in the direction of her second oldest son, Rhea grinned and said, "Go on, dear, I made you dinner." "Mother, that is awful," exclaimed Poseidon, the horror. "Hey," Rhea said coolly, "all your siblings adore my calamari, and it's delicious. If I ever do someone in the future to piss you off, please don't make me eat seafood," said Percy, shivering and pulling closer to Annabeth. "Don't worry," said Annabeth, laughing, "I just have you prepare some seafood for me. Moth. Eat." While wondering what sort of punishment Zeus received for siring Talia, Poseidon closed his eyes and slowly reached for the calamari. The sea god hoped that Rhea forced Zeus to eat an eagle. Zeus turned pale as Rhea began, "You know, I still haven't punished the two of you for breaking your oath." Mother, the great prophecy is over," the king of the gods stammered himself. "Yes, but you both broke your vows." Rhea raised her eyebrows in disapproval. "A few hundred years without me here and both of you become such bad sons. Only my dear Moon Pie kept himself in check and didn't break his vow." Although it didn't take long, it took some time for people to figure out who Moon Pie was. Hades exclaimed, "Mother, please don't call me that for the last time." Nico was among those who were giggling at the Lord of the Underworld. Hades' nickname was hilarious, if Zeus was amusing. When his brothers did something wrong, Hades felt, as usual, that he was punished for some reason. Rhea turned to her other sons and dismissed her youngest son's cries, saying, "Don't be like that, sweetie. Zeus, Poseidon, you are both coming to my home tomorrow night and we're all going to have a nice dinner. Don't worry, I'll make your favorite foods." The demigods all mumbled, "Damn, she's scary," at once. Lacey cut into her New York strip and chomped on a big piece, saying, "I love steak and mashed potato." Aphrodite exclaimed, "Niece, we're back to Naruto and the girls." "Really, Lacey? Eating steak and potatoes?" asked Drew, shaking her head at her sister. "Hey, I have the quota for it." Annabeth nodded in agreement while giggling at her younger sister. "They're really good, but I'm waiting for the ice cream and sticky pudding." Lacey's eyes glowed like a Christmas tree, as any Aphrodite daughter would when she heard the word, ice cream. Dad also bought some sweetened popcorn for later. Annabeth's eyes glistened. It seemed that her other self shared her taste in food. With a belly rub, Apollo said, "This chapter keeps talking about food, it's making me hungry." "Same." Hermes nodded in agreement. "I love you, Daddy." As he knelt beside the pile of DVDs they had next to the TV, Naruto, who had already consumed his steak, laughed. "I love you too, princess." "So he's the man both Athena and Aphrodite fell in love with?" Rhea asked, nodding approvingly as she saw Naruto for the first time. The goddess of love replied, "Yep, isn't he gorgeous?" The other Athena, grandmother. Grinning, Rhea said to her sage granddaughter, "I know, sweetie." The father was perusing their movie collection. A few weeks ago, he purchased a fresh stack of Disney and Pixar films, but they never had time to see the majority of them. Because he didn't want his girls to feel uncomfortable or depressed, Naruto promptly threw away some of them when they weren't looking, including all of the ones that discussed mother-daughter bonds. Both Lacey and Annabeth were a little taken aback and questioned whether they would be offended. Pulling Lacey closer, Aphrodite gave her another kiss on the head, saying, "Ah, that's so sweet of him." Additionally, he kept some of the more romantic ones hidden because he didn't want his princesses to date too soon. Dates before the age of 18 were strictly forbidden. Boo! Athena turned to face her daughter, who was still cuddling with Percy, and said, "It's not a bad policy, Aphrodite. Perhaps I should demand such a policy for my children as well." Under Athena's scrutiny, Percy and Annabeth appeared a little uneasy, but Aphrodite interrupted. "Don't you dare mess with Percabeth. It took them forever to get together and they are my favorite couple at the moment." "Percabeth?" Even so, many people rolled their eyes. "Damn sea spawn," Athena said, crossing her arms and huffing slightly. "Any boy who disobeyed him would become like Ms. Turner." Travis laughed. "The other you is going to have trouble asking Annabeth out, Percy." For the first time, Percy felt a little relieved that Naruto wasn't Annabeth's father in their world because he wouldn't do well with a frightening father-in-law. "Can we watch How to Train Your Dragon again? Come on, we've seen that so many times," said Annabeth, rolling her eyes. Lacey scowled and pointed at her sister, saying, "So what, it's a good movie. You've made us watch Night in the Museum 100 times anyway." "Girls," Naruto said sharply, glancing at both of his girls, "no fighting." With her arms folded, Annabeth said, "How about we watch 101 Dalmatians?" "Fine," said Lacey in a whisper. The scene made Hestia, Hera, and Rhea smile. It was a lovely example of family bonding. With a smile, Naruto said, "That's my good girls." The blonde walked back into the kitchen after stretching his back. "Now both of you bring your finished plates to the counter and go find the DVD. I'll get the dessert ready and get the popcorn." With a quick smile, Annabeth and Lacey set their plates down next to the sink. "Okay, thanks Dad." "You're the best, Daddy," Lacey said, grinning up at her father while embracing his legs. Naruto laughed and gave Lacey's hair a playful rub. "Yep, I'm the best." Aphrodite smiled and said, "He really is, Temple of Aphrodite on Olympus." "Ooh, it's me again." The goddess of love screamed, "No," with her glare blazing. "I will never do that. What the hell is wrong with you, Athena?" Apollo muttered, "And you're really pissed at Athena." Athena had never really made the effort to visit the pink monstrosity that was Aphrodite's home, so she was intrigued. Naruto must be involved in some way. With the exception of meeting Hestia at the main hearth, Athena would hardly ever visit the temples of other gods and goddesses. She would also never be particularly interested in going to Aphrodite's temple, which is a huge pink dollhouse with an excessive amount of perfume in the air. Like the previous 10,000 years, she had attempted to persuade herself to let it go, but her logical side prevailed. Lacey smiled and said, "I like it. It looks like a gigantic version of our cabin, to which Drew nodded. My girls understand me the best. Athena rubbed her temples and sighed, calm down, Aphrodite. Just hear me out. How can you of all people ask me to do something so stupid? Aphrodite glared at the wisdom goddess, displaying her power, which Athena found surprising. You were the one who fell in love with Naruto first and were angry at me for taking him, and you think he's a great father for Annabeth. With all that, I actually thought you still had feelings for him, she said. Athena has feelings for a man, Demeter said with a smile. All Athena did was roll her eyes. Athena leveled her gray eyes at the other goddess, displaying her own strength, and said, I do, Aphrodite, but this is for his own good. It is also for the benefit of the girls. You know they need a mother figure in her life. No, I will not pair him with some mortal woman. What? The goddess of love exclaimed. I can't believe you would even think of asking me to do something like that. Athena crossed her arms and glared at Aphrodite, saying, it is the most logical thing to do. We can't be a proper full-time mother for the girls, and a normal woman could. A stepmother may not be as good as a real mother, but at least the girls would have a mother figure in their lives. Stepmothers are terrible, Annabeth said, biting her lip. Nothing can replace a real mother, and those mortal women will never understand a demigoddess. Aphrodite nodded her head. Get real, Athena. What would you do when the stepmother has a child of her own with Naruto? Do you think she'd still care for the girls, especially since they attract monsters to attack them? Aphrodite had just explained Annabeth's predicament with Frederick, and Athena nearly scowled. We can watch over the girls and guide them from afar. I maintain that the benefits of having a mother in their lives outweigh the detriments. Taking Lacey in her arms, Aphrodite sneered, you're in denial, and I will never let some other human woman boss my little girl around. At Aphrodite's words, Rhea grinned. Since Talia was aware of Annabeth's stepmother, she agreed with Aphrodite more, but she chose to continue reading. Why not? Athena inquired. Surely you don't think you can actually go back down and be with him, do you? Aphrodite flinched, obviously unaccustomed to arguing with Olympus's most intelligent creature. Even if you manage to explain everything to Naruto and he falls in love with you again, do you know what Ares and Hephaestus do to him? Oh, I'd rip that little man apart. And risk having Aphrodite and Athena kill you together? Hermes mocked his brother. Shut up, rest assured, Ares, the other me will destroy the other you if you harm Naruto. Ares shuddered at the look and strength of Athena, who gave her brother a severe and intimidating look. There is no way you can outsmart or overpower me, and if Aphrodite does join me, you will have no chance. For once I agree with Owlhead, grinned Aphrodite. Ares averted his gaze and folded his arms. He didn't want that human to go to Tartarus as much as he wanted to tear it to pieces. Well, I'm sure they won. Athena sighed at Aphrodite's dejected expression and the sorrow in her eyes. Be realistic, Aphrodite. We've already affected his life enough. We should just find a suitable woman for him and have him live a happy and normal life. I know you love him, perhaps even more so than your other lovers, but this is the best we can offer him. But, Athena put a reassuring hand on the love goddess' shoulder and closed her eyes, saying, we don't have a choice. There are many good women around him we could pair him with. Athena, Aphrodite. The familiar voice of the man they were currently talking about caused the two goddesses' eyes to widen. Aphrodite muttered, and Naruto. What's this? With a gentle smile, Athena folded her arms. He's praying to us. When Athena and Aphrodite read those lines, they both sat up straighter and turned to face Talia, who hesitated for a moment. They would witness Naruto's interactions with the two goddesses for the first time. Naruto had never truly prayed to his daughter's mothers in the 10 years he had been with them. Each had told him he could pray to them if he wanted to talk to them. Despite his repeated desires to pray, possibly due to anxiety or fear, he had never done so. Even though a lot of time had gone by, he knew in his heart that he still felt something for them. Aphrodite, the most passionate, affectionate, and stunning woman he had ever seen, and Athena, the intelligent, self-assured woman who both challenged and drew him in on an intellectual level. Both Aphrodite and Athena gazed at Naruto, who was lost in thought, on the plasma screen. Naruto's description of her made the goddess of love's heart skip a beat, as she felt far more loved and cherished than she did with Ares. Despite her composed appearance, Athena couldn't help but blush a little because she was attracted to Naruto, a man she had never even met. It was very strange. Just look at that face, said Demeter. He looks like he really misses the both of you. His smile said, I'm pretty sure he does. In agreement, Annabeth nodded and said, yeah, I know he does. They were so magnificent and lovely that it was easy to accept their status as goddesses. Rhea gave the two goddesses a smile and a wink, saying, "He is really sweet." But he wanted to talk to them after spending many hours contemplating. He was curious as to whether they were aware of how stunning and amazing their daughters had grown. Naruto was so proud of Annabeth and Lacey that they couldn't help but smile. He knelt beside his bed with his fingers interlaced, asking, "Athena, Aphrodite?" He knew it was the wrong religion, but it was the only position he could think of for prayer. He had a lot to say, but right now nothing was coming to mind. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He looked around helplessly before his gaze settled on a picture on his bedside table. It was a basic picture. He was holding Annabeth's hand, who was only a few years old and only waist high, while Lacey, who was still essentially a toddler, was sitting in his arms. When the image appeared on the screen, Annabeth and Lacey's eyes began to well up with tears once more. They all appeared to be much happier than they had ever been at that age. He smiled softly and found his words, "Thank you." He was unaware that the two goddesses heard him perfectly and were taken aback by what he had to say. He stood up and picked up the photo, saying, "Annabeth and Lacey are the greatest things that ever happened to me." He then lay on his bed and held the photo above his face, grinning at his daughter's joy. "Thank you for giving me my little princesses. They're perfect." When he noticed a single tear slip from his girlfriend's eye, Percy rubbed Annabeth's shoulders and gave her a gentle kiss. Poseidon's son was on the verge of confronting Frederick Chase because his girlfriend deserved a better father. Percy was certain that, like Naruto in the novel, he would be the best father he could be if he ever had children with Annabeth. "It's okay, wise girl." Smelling and nodding against Percy's chest, Annabeth said, "I'm just a little jealous, that's all." When Athena saw her tearful daughter, she scowled. She was a little upset with her daughter's father because she had to acknowledge that Naruto was much superior to Frederick. The fact that Annabeth fled at the age of 7 must have something to do with her home. Athena considered sending her to her uncle for the fields of punishment and smiting the mother who had neglected her daughter. Athena began, "Uncle Hades, I may send you someone later." The icy expression in his niece's eyes nearly made Hades shudder, noted niece. Numerous entities, including gods and demigods, shuddered at the look on Athena's face. Perhaps the most difficult of the Olympian goddesses to enrage was Athena. Lacey was feeling the same way as she nestled into her mother's chest and enjoyed her warmth. It was satisfying to have a father who loved and valued her, who would thank the goddesses in prayer for his ideal daughters. If only her father had half of Naruto's skill. After kissing Lacey, Aphrodite looked up at Hades and said, "I probably will as well." She furrowed her brows and gritted her perfect teeth, saying, "Make sure to treat this one with creativity, Hades." At the goddess of love, Hades arched an eyebrow and said, "I'll be sure to." Temple of Aphrodite on Olympus. "Oh, Naruto." Aphrodite sat down on her sofa in a daze, smiling adoringly at her lover's voice. "You're so sweet." Athena grinned as she sat beside the love goddess. "He really loves the girls." As the titaness of motherhood, Rhea could recognize good fathers when she saw them, so she nodded and smiled. The image on the screen showed the man's proud smile, and she could hear the pride and love in the words in the book. There was no doubt that he was proud of his daughters. Naruto's words resonated in Athena and Aphrodite's minds. "I'm sorry I haven't prayed for so many years. I guess I was a little nervous about it. But I still remember both of you very well." Still as loud and playful as ever, Aphrodite chirped. "Just to get things out of the way. Athena, I still read a lot, like you told me to do. I've read almost 100 books on Greek mythology. I guess it's not mythology, but yeah. Now I understand why you liked the owl cage so much when we went to the zoo and why you didn't like the Poseidon's Adventure movie. They chose the wrong name. But in my opinion, you clearly won that competition. Olive trees are way cooler than horses." The goddess of warfare smiled and remarked, "He is really a smart man." "You got that right." Athena grinned at Naruto's upbeat tone, which brought back memories of her time with the blonde. She missed those times, but now she missed them even more. Demeter leaned on her arm and said, "I wonder what the two of you even do. Have a nice date at the library, transcribing ancient text?" Rolling her eyes, Athena said, "I'm sure it is fun." Aphrodite, "I made sure to import all kinds of candy from France and they are very demanded at the store, but Lacey usually cleans them out. I am still using the same haircut you made me get all those years ago. It attracts a little too much attention from the single moms at my daughter's schools, but I guess that just proves that you were right." "Of course I'm right, you're absolutely gorgeous." Rubbing her face against Lacey's hair, Aphrodite chuckled and said, "Very beautiful. One of the most attractive men I have ever seen. Anyway, I just wanted to check in and tell you both how great our little girls turned out. Oh, I'm sure you both will love your daughters so much. Annabeth already loves architecture and beats me at chess. I bet she'll give you a run for your money soon. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, grinned and nodded affectionately. When Annabeth smiled, Percy grinned and played with her blonde princess curls. Lacey, on the other hand, acts a little too much like you, Aphrodite. She eats way too much candy and jumps and skips around when she has too much sugar. But no matter what, I will allow no boys to date her before she's 18. I have a shotgun ready to enforce that rule. Ah, that's no fun, Naruto. Aphrodite remarked. I suppose the boys in that dimension will be disappointed, as Lacey grinned into her mother's gown. One of my most beautiful daughters isn't going to be available for a while. With a gentle smile, Lacey pressed herself closer to her mother. Anyway, I make sure they eat right, take a bath every day, brush their teeth morning and night and go to sleep on time. Both of them have good friends at school and they have good grades, especially Annabeth, who gets straight A's almost every term. He really is a perfect example of a good father, Hera said with a warm smile and a nod. He has the right priorities and isn't overly strict or stern, Rhea said, grinning like her daughters. I sincerely hope to meet you, Naruto, Athena said with a smile. With every word that went by, Athena and Aphrodite's fondness for Naruto grew. Funny thing. We just watched 101 Dalmatians and now they want pets of their own. They don't want dogs, though. After that movie all they want are cats. I have no idea how watching a dog movie would make them want cats, but I can't understand everything. What do you two think? Should I get them some pets? Of course. Get Lacey a little kitten. Annabeth would love one as well. With a tearful smile, Annabeth whispered, I would love to have a kitten, while holding Percy's hand tenderly. We can get one if you want. After giving Percy a kiss on the hand, Annabeth nodded and said, sure, seaweed brain. Oh, right? Lacey's teacher turned out to be a monster. Aphrodite exclaimed, what, as she unleashed her power. Athena was also quite concerned. It wasn't so bad, I managed to kill it with some luck, but I hope these attacks won't get worse. Naruto actually managed to kill a monster, Athena exclaimed in shock. That is truly a troubling fact, a mortal man managing to defeat an Empusai. Zeus raised his arms and sighed. It shouldn't be possible, he shouldn't even be able to see past the mist. I think it has something to do with that nightmare he had in the first chapter, Apollo replied. Athena scowled, and Aphrodite bit her lip in pain. I can't find the weaknesses of monsters in the books I have, so if you can, please tell me an easy way of dealing with them. Anyway, I just wanted to catch up, wondering if you two ever think about me. Aphrodite smiled softly and thought, I think the other me would be thinking about this man day and night. After he sighed and climbed under his covers, he said, I promise I will speak with you two more from now on. Good night. Lady Artemis must be busy now because the moon is very bright tonight. There was a brief pause during which Naruto thought about what he had said. Yeah, good night, Athena, Aphrodite. Awaiting the response of their counterparts, the two goddesses gazed at Talia. Even Athena felt a little worse at the idea of matching him with another woman and nearly decided to withdraw her request to Aphrodite, since all she wanted was for Naruto to be happy, and he should have a woman in his life for that. The two goddesses were silent as they looked at each other, thinking essentially the same thing. Naruto had reminded them of the times they spent together with so few words, and it made them miss him more and more. I really doubt my counterpart would pair him with anyone else. If she is anything like me, it would never happen. Aphrodite seemed oddly serious and appeared quite imposing. If the other me really feels the way I think she does, she would rather break the rules than to pair Naruto with someone else, especially a mortal woman. That would not end well, Athena said, casting a sidelong glance at the love goddess. Love is irrational and most people, especially me, would not have a care for consequences if it means being with the one I love. Aphrodite grinned, and I would understand more than anybody. There is nothing you can do that will change my mind, Aphrodite said, softly but sternly, I will never pair him with a mortal woman. I will find a way to make him happy, but I'm not going to force him to love a random woman. She then got up and began to leave. You see? So you're implying that you would go out and find him in violation of the rules? That's crazy, Artemis said, a little surprised. Everyone turned to face Athena, who was staring back at Aphrodite, who said, not to stay, I don't think, but we'll be there to see him. If I am right about the love between Naruto and the two of our counterparts, then I think Athena might go see him too, Aphrodite said, turning to face Athena. We'll find out. I know. Athena sighed and turned to leave, thinking, but I want Naruto to be happy. She then teleported back to her own temple. Humming, Demeter said, I think Aphrodite might be right. Okay. That's chapter 3, Talia said, clearing her throat with a sigh. I'll read the next chapter. The wisdom goddess wanted to know what her other self would do, and she wanted to read it firsthand. Chapter 4, Athena stood and walked over to Talia, with everyone watching. Love of family. Athena sat down on the other side of Annabeth and held her hand, grinning as her daughter put her head on her shoulder. Although Athena appeared composed while holding the book in her hands, she was actually quite anxious. She was well aware that her counterpart in the book had strong feelings for the blonde man. Otherwise, she wouldn't have behaved in such an odd way. Looking back, Athena had never experienced romantic affection for any man at all. The word romantic alone made her cringe, but she wasn't sure about her counterpart. The goddess immediately began to read because she wanted to know for herself. Temple of Hera on Olympus. Now that she was mentioned in the story, the queen lowered herself from her throne and listened more intently, starting to question whether she would even be mentioned. The second largest temple on Olympus was dedicated to Hera, the queen of Olympus. She would occasionally return to her own home, but she would typically remain in the temple of Zeus to be near her husband. The enormous building, which was embellished with statues of peacocks and lotus blossom staffs, symbolized her greatness and divinity. The queen's hundreds of handmaidens would constantly use its expansive hallways, each one bearing trays of offerings and mortal sacrifices to present to the goddess. Zeus grumbled, just wait until June. Your temple will be flooded with things again. He raised his eyebrows, even our bedroom were filled with damn teddy bears and dolls. It's of no consequence. I usually stay over at your temple anyway, Hera said, rolling her eyes at her husband. Yes, but I prefer our other mattress sometimes. Hera's sacred bath, a pool of the most revered water in the universe and the epitome of purity, was then situated at the center of the temple. Hera nodded and smiled, completely agreeing with the statement that her bath was the purest thing in the world. To commemorate her marriage to Zeus, Hera would take a single, holy bath annually. It was arguably the most revered source of feminine elegance that existed. Zeus crossed his arms and smiled to himself. The fact that he would be able to take Hera's maidenhood once more was the only positive aspect of June. If it meant getting to see his wife again, he could put up with the dolls and teddy bears. Even after all these years, his wife still felt wonderful, especially if she was a virgin. Hera winked at him and smiled softly as he whispered, the one thing I love about June, so that only she could hear. Zeus was cursed inwardly by many of the other gods. Hera would always love him and be faithful to him, regardless of how awful a husband he was to her. She would never, ever be with anyone else. What a lucky bastard the Lord of the Sky was. The Queen of Olympus said, sorry, but no, without hesitation. Aphrodite pouted at the queen, her lovely hands clasped together. Her charm's peak, which would likely work very well on all the male gods, was at full blast. Please, Hera, it would not work nearly as well on the most powerful goddess. It's not June and you won't need it until next year. Just let me use it this one time. Holy US! Apollo exclaimed. That is one lucky bastard. Glancing at Aphrodite, Artemis crossed her arms and said, you're really acting weird in the book. Like nearly everyone else in the council chamber, Athena ripped her gaze from the page and fixed it on Aphrodite. The goddess of love was causing the goddess of wisdom a great deal of annoyance. Naruto would suffer a terrible fate if the other Aphrodite continued to meddle in his affairs. Ares would kill any mortal who won her heart. Athena didn't like that the other Athena wouldn't be able to understand her feelings if Naruto was killed. Hera glanced at the one goddess more beautiful than herself and muttered, are you seriously going to ask what I think you're going to ask? The stoic Aphrodite crossed her arms and said, not me, my counterpart. Good, 'cause I will never allow it. As she kept watering her lotuses, the queen sighed. The sacred bath is only for me and my marriage to Zeus. Exactly, Hera said, nodding. As he glared at his younger brother, Poseidon muttered, lucky bastard, which only caused Zeus to smirk triumphantly. Glancing back at the most exquisite goddess, she glared at her. I'm sure whatever escapade you plan to do with either of my sons is none of my business, but neither of them would care about you taking this bath. Lacey felt uneasy when her mother talked about her sex life because she was so close to her, but she was glad that her other's father was so special to her mom's counterpart. Aphrodite scoffed at the appearance of Ares and Hephaestus and said, don't even bother thinking about it. It is never going to happen to either of you. Aphrodite shouted at the queen, it's not Ares or Hephaestus, and unleashed a portion of her power. Neither of your stupid sons deserves something like this. I didn't use those exact words, but they do sum it up. Ares complained that Hephaestus was ignoring his wife, but Artemis nodded to Aphrodite in agreement. Even though Artemis disliked Aphrodite, she knew she could do much better than her foolish, belligerent brother, so it was time for the love goddess to break up with Ares. Hera would have been upset, but she was more interested than upset after spending so much time with her unsatisfactory sons. Ares yelled, "Mom, what the hell?" Like everyone else in the room, Hera chose to ignore him, but she did give Hephaestus a quick glance in an attempt to convey that she preferred him to Ares. One eyebrow went up as she turned to face Aphrodite again. In all the 1,000 years she had known the vivacious goddess of love, she had never witnessed her act so swiftly and furiously. She would never lash out with her power and glare. Instead, she would simply pester someone until she got what she wanted. The queen was obviously intrigued. "I guess that's true, I've never really seen you angry before." Hermes and Apollo shuddered, saying, "I haven't either, but I don't think I want to." All Aphrodite could do was smirk. "Then who is it?" Before continuing, Athena let out a sigh and gave Aphrodite a fierce look. After calming down, Aphrodite walked slowly toward Hera and said, "I really need your help with this." She guided the queen to a long couch while holding onto her arm gently. "I've never felt like this before." Aphrodite was relieved that Athena didn't pause to gaze at her and kept reading. The love goddess wanted to be left alone for once and didn't want any attention. It was a little unsettling and possibly frightening to watch her own counterpart behave in such an unusual way. Her other demonstrated that she could love a mortal man more than she loved Ares or Adonis, even though it never seemed possible. She was curious about the nature of her mother's love for Naruto because she knew she had never experienced such a strong emotion and wanted to know what it would be like to be so enthralled and captivated. Hera pursed her lips and sat down with the younger goddess. "I assume you are talking about some man you love?" Aphrodite bit her lip and nodded. She put her hands on her lap and sighed as she looked down at them, saying, "I am the embodiment of love and lust, and I have been in love thousands of times before, but I've never felt like this before." Hera was truly shocked by what she was hearing and simply said nothing. "Even with Ares and Adonis, I've never felt so warm. Out of all the fathers of my children, he is the best, ever. I could feel the love he has for my little Lacey and it's incredible. I can say that it rivals the love Lady Rhea has for all of you." Looking at Aphrodite, Demeter said, "Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you speak with such a genuine tone." Ignoring everyone, Aphrodite simply closed her eyes and hoped Athena would hurry on. Rhea did, however, smile when she heard the final line. She was pleased that the man could have such a deep love for his kids. "I'm happy that such fathers exist," Hera said with a smile. "Indeed, especially fathers of demigods," Artemis nodded in agreement. Aphrodite returned the smile. "Most of the fathers of my children and the fathers of the other goddess children would feel burdened to some degree, but he didn't. When I dropped the baby off to him he just smiled at me and held onto the bundle like it was the most precious thing in the world." "If only that were true in this dimension," Lacey said with a gentle smile and a sigh. The warm smile on her fellow goddess face, which she was not accustomed to seeing, made Hera smile. "And when I watch him playing with his daughters I just get this warm feeling in my heart and it makes me want to go and be with him." "I understand the situation now," Hera said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Aphrodite inquired. "You'll see, I'm sure my other will explain everything." "Wow," Hera said softly, grinning. "I think for the first time in your immortal life, you have felt the love of a family, the kind of love a wife would feel for her husband." "What?" Hera gave her a smile and gave her a silent nod. Even with a million guesses, Aphrodite would never have made the correct one. She never believed in marriage, even though Hera would constantly preach about its sanctity and purity. Perhaps this was due to her marriage to Hephaestus. She viewed it as a limitation on her capacity for universal love. It was a form of shackles that would stifle her ability to spread love. However, if a wife's love for her husband truly differed greatly from her typical norm, she might give it a chance. Athena appeared very interested as well and kept reading. The queen was well aware that neither her dismal, belligerent son nor her crippled son could ever feel such intense emotions for Aphrodite. Hephaestus sneered, and Ares snarled. "This is a part of my domain, so it's no surprise that you've never felt it before. The love of a married couple with children is completely different from your usual love between two people. To be able to see the man you love adore and take care of the product of your relationship with him is the most precious form of love." At her counterpart's explanation, Hera grinned and said, "I couldn't have said that any better." Even though Annabeth didn't like the Queen of the Gods, she had to agree with what she said. She had always found the idea of loving Percy to be warm and alluring, but it would become even more intense when she considered the loving husband and sweet father. She couldn't help but picture a little girl with blonde hair and Percy's stunning green eyes at that precise moment. Hera chuckled softly and touched the younger goddess's face tenderly. This form of love is the one I have yearned for ever since I was a young goddess, and you are very lucky to have found it so easily. I can assure you that none of the gods on Olympus could give you something like this. Hera whispered, so true, and Zeus felt a twinge of remorse and anguish in his heart as the other male gods felt their egos contract. Rhea was beaming. I think Oceanus and Tethys is the only couple who has something like that. Thinking of her surrogate parents, Hera grinned and said, yes, definitely. A family? Aphrodite said, her lips parted as she gazed at Hera with wide eyes. The day she married Hephaestus had been a bitter disappointment, but she had considered it previously. She briefly believed she had experienced something similar on the day of Eros' birth, but she knew it wasn't it when Ares didn't even appear during the birthing. The realization that none of her past lovers had been good fathers was startling, and even a little frightening. Aphrodite was being severely impacted by her other's thoughts. All the information conveyed by Athena's voice about her other's thoughts had been accurate. Ares was more of a sexual and lustful relationship, and she never had any feelings for Hephaestus. Even as a husband, the god of war had never been a good father. That none of her children's fathers had been decent was, in fact, terrible. Feeling a little bad that Drew and Lacey had such pitiful fathers, she couldn't resist drawing them closer. Hera had witnessed numerous mortal couples with ideal little families and a level of love that made her envious. No immortals could act so affectionately when they knew they would never die. That was the one thing the mortals had that the gods did not. This is something very precious, especially for us goddesses. I don't see it very much in the mortal world and almost never for goddesses. Since his guilt was starting to get to him and he didn't want to see his wife's face any longer looking disappointed and yearning, Zeus mentally noted that he should do something romantic for her as soon as they finished the book. Aphrodite slowly glanced up at the queen and whispered, I understand what you're saying. I see many husbands and wives trying to preserve this kind of love and fail at the end. This kind of love can be very short-lived, but is very strong. I can say that my marriage did not give me anything close to this and I've never really felt this kind of love. Until now, a smiling Hera said. When Aphrodite exhaled, she was out of breath, the icy reality hit her, and she felt a twinge of jealousy for her other self. She couldn't think of a single person who could provide her with such love, even after going over the list of all her lovers. Tristan isn't like this Naruto, but maybe he could get along with my little pipe and we could make a nice little family. Aphrodite's eyes widened once more, but she also grinned at that. This is not lust or any physical attraction, Hera went on. This is the bond between a mother and a father, and the love between them is nurtured by their love for their child. This is the most basic and natural kind of love, but also one of the most rare, especially for us immortals. The queen laughed and sighed. Honestly, you're the last person I would expect to have a love like this. I'll say, the queen muttered. Athena looked down at the book for a moment, as though she was unsure whether or not to read the next line, but she finally made the decision to continue. Whispering, well, I don't think I'm the only one. Aphrodite turned her head away. Athena feels the same way, I could feel it. Apollo exclaimed, wow, I did not see that coming, but Athena silenced him with a single glance. Aphrodite glanced at Athena, but not in a playful way. The wisdom goddess was taken aback by the worried or perplexed look on her lovely face. Maybe Aphrodite was as affected by the book as she was by it. With a smile, Hera said, I like this dimension. At the goddess of family and home, Demeter rolled her eyes and said, of course you would. Hera said, wait a minute, raising her hand. Is this mortal the one you and Athena both had a child with? The one Demeter told me about? With a sigh, the love goddess nodded and said, yes, it is. Hera smiled, sighed, and laughed a little. I guess you both desire the same kind of love, the love of family and the warm and secure feelings that come with it. You may have lots of experience with love and lust before, and Athena may firmly believe that the meeting of the mind is the purest form of love, but subconsciously, the notion of a functional and loving family is irresistible to both of you. Aphrodite pursed her lips as she continued to think deeply, her mind burning with conflict and confusion. This is not true. Hera simply shook her head and grinned at her stepdaughter, who was one of her more palatable ones. You're smarter than that, Athena. The monarch laughed, you should know that no one knows about these things more than me. Athena simply returned her attention to the book and went on. I would know, said the queen with a joyful smile, this is my domain. Hera grinned. Aphrodite nodded and bit her lip. I believe you. After getting up from her chair and going back to watering her lotuses, Hera said, Feel free to use my bath. Aphrodite looked up at her, obviously taken aback. Demeter exclaimed in shock, wow, you actually allowed her to use it, sister? Hera sighed, I guess the other me feels glad that Aphrodite finally felt such a kind of love. I can make this one exception. Hopefully after this, the goddess of love will be more lenient towards the love lives between of husbands and wives. And I would like that, too. The most stunning woman got up and grinned. Don't worry, I definitely will. With a big pout on her face, Lacey exclaimed, when are we going to buy our costumes, Daddy? Naruto grinned. I want to buy the pink princess dress with the tiara. With a smile, Hestia said, we're back with the girls. Happy to see more of her other's life, Lacey nodded and smiled too. The princess dress and tiara already piqued her interest. Annabeth shook her head and rolled her eyes. She grabbed her father's hand and attempted to pull him to walk more quickly, saying, you go as a princess every single year, Lace. Why don't you just use the same one as last year? You haven't grown that much. The tone she pictured her other using made Annabeth smile. It was good to see actual siblings acting so casually. Annabeth would not be so casual, even in the presence of Malcolm and her siblings in the Athena cabin. Crude insults and jibes were all part of the obvious sibling relationship between her other and the other Lacey. As her sister kept pulling at her father's hand, Lacey stuck her tongue out at her. She glared at Annabeth, but her appearance was more adorable than menacing. Shut up, Annie, she said. You pick all the ugly costumes, so what do you know? Demeter summoned a bowl of popcorn and ate while smiling, saying, I can totally see the Aphrodite and Athena clashing similarities here. It was a lot of fun to see her family and friends in such a different environment. Shush girls, Naruto uttered firmly, no fighting. The ever-popular Halloween was coming up, and it was mid-October. Lacey smiled at her mother and said, oh, that sounds so fun. Dressing up for free candy. Aphrodite gave Lacey a smile and a forehead kiss. Similar to the previous 2 years, when Lacey was old enough to want to dress up, the youngest Namikaze daughter never stopped pleading with her father to get her a costume. Every year, she dressed like a princess and wore a pink dress, but she also desired a new one every year. Lacey was simply acting like her mother, so Naruto didn't mind. That's right. The goddess of love exclaimed with pride. We'll all go buy our costumes this weekend. Lacey hugged her father's waist and exclaimed, yay, thanks, Daddy. After giving Lacey a head kiss, Naruto unlocked their door and entered their home. They had just returned from a grocery shop, and Lacey had started questioning her because they had passed the costume store. Even more than Christmas and New Year's Eve, Halloween was Lacey's favorite season. Fireworks and Christmas trees were almost inferior to candy and chocolates. Zeus laughed, yeah, anything is better than something that uses our winter solstice traditions and calling it the birth of some fake god. What are you going as, Annabeth? Annabeth smiled and said, I want to go as Lady Liberty, to her father. Hermes reflected, the Athena is very strong in this one. Proud of it. Athena simply grinned. Annabeth grinned at her mother and put her head back on her shoulder. That's perfect for you, Naruto said with a laugh and a kiss on her head. Lacey said, hey, and gestured toward their living room. What's that? Naruto glanced over and became suspicious right away. In the center of their living room was a cardboard box that was closed. He didn't order anything that would come in a box, and nobody had a key to their house. Wondering if he should kick the box or something, he pushed his daughters behind his legs and went to the box himself. But when he opened it, he was very happy he didn't. Oh my God! Cried Lacey as loudly as she could when she saw the contents of the box. It's so cute. Her arms were shaky as she held a small kitten in her arms. Its fur was as white as snow and its solid black eyes screamed innocently. It yawned in Lacey's arm and snuggled itself against her fluffy jacket, making her squeal and gush even more. The little girl gushed and almost pushed her dad to the ground when she ran to the box and reached into it. With stars in her eyes, Lacey turned to face Drew and said, we ought to get a cat for our cabin. I'll think about it. Drew grinned. When Annabeth saw another gray cat in the box, she let out a little squeal as well, though she wasn't as thrilled as her younger sister. The gray cutie had the same eyes as her sister's, but it looked smarter, didn't lounge around in her arms, and was very interested in what she was seeing. Leaning against her boyfriend, Annabeth said, we really should get a kitty. Grinning, Percy planted a kiss on the top of her head and said, definitely. Daddy. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. You're the best daddy in the whole world. Lacey practically leapt into her father's arms and cuddled up to him while yelling, thank you, thank you. He really is, sighed Aphrodite, smiling slightly. When Lacey heard her mother's tone of voice, she looked up at her, and instead of being giddy and bubbly, she sounded a little sad, and perhaps even jealous. In addition, Annabeth gave her father a hug and grinned up at him, saying, "Thank you, Dad. I had hoped you would get us some pets, but I had no idea you would do it so quickly. I assumed you would hold off until Christmas." Naruto nodded and laughed uneasily, saying, "Girls, don't worry." He had pondered whether someone had broken into his home, but he realized when he saw the little owl symbol on the box's bottom. It seems that his prayer to his children's mothers had been answered. "You've both been really good and deserve it." "Athena, sending my children presents isn't against the rules," the goddess said, raising an eyebrow at her father. "Thank you, Athena, Aphrodite." Then his pocket-sized cell phone rang. "Hey," he said after he pulled away from his daughter's hugs, smiling at them as they ran off into their playing area with their kittens in their arms. "This is Naruto Namikaze." "Hello, Naruto." But calling him is. Maybe, just maybe, her other would have the whole family she had always desired. But Annabeth was horrified at the idea of her mother referring to her other's father. Athena had always been the most sensible and logical of the goddesses, and it was completely unlike her to break the rules and continue a relationship with a mortal. Athena read on quickly, aware that her other was directing the conversation with Naruto. The voice made Naruto cringe. It brought back memories of his university lectures and his run-ins with his favorite professor, but he was also very happy to hear her voice again. It had been a long time, and he had wondered if he would ever hear from her again. In fact, he had honestly expected to never hear from her again. Athena scowled at Naruto's stunned yet dejected face on the screen. "Hey Athena?" From the other side, there was a quiet laugh. "It's Ms. Olympia, Naruto." Demeter teasingly said, "You and Hestia just make the best aliases." The nostalgia made Naruto laugh, and he nodded, "Yes, ma'am." "Don't call me ma'am, either." Before continuing, Athena laughed melodiously. "I take it that the girls enjoy their little pets?" He smiled and turned to face his daughters, saying, "Like isn't the word," adding, "more like love or utterly adore." "That's good," Naruto said, observing the goddess smile as he heard the voice. "Aphrodite and I both chose the kittens personally. I know Annabeth would like the color gray and Aphrodite insisted on the white for Lacey." Naruto rubbed his eyes and became emotional. "So you keep an eye on Annabeth?" When Annabeth's eyes began to well up with tears once more, she bit her lip and let Percy pull her in close. Athena bit her lip and scowled, saying, "Of course I do, Naruto. She is my daughter, Naruto. I love her and I will watch over her no matter where she is." Athena gave Annabeth a smile and a nod. "Thank you." He wanted to ask more, but she interrupted, saying, "Talk to you again soon, Naruto. I need you to do something now." Naruto refocused at her words and forced her to pay attention. "Go to your bedroom. There is something for you as well." Naruto felt his words vaporize as the call came to an end. "You're such a bitch," the other one, Aphrodite exclaimed. Athena glared at Aphrodite, saying, "Just shut up, you dumb pile of foam." She was a little taken aback by her rival's callousness, regardless of what she said to retaliate. Then he thought, what did I want to say? He wasn't sure, but he wanted to say something that would keep Athena on the line, figuring that maybe she had figured it out and cut the call before he could say anything. "I would never do that." Naruto shook his head and closed his eyes. He didn't want to think about it. After all, she hadn't talked to him in such a long time. Maybe she only cared about Annabeth, and he was the conduit through which she could communicate with her daughter. After biting her lip, Athena went on. He went upstairs to his room. Naruto had read about the gifts from the gods in the mountains of books he had in his room, but he still had no idea what Athena had left for him. His mind raced as he listed the gifts he had read about in his books and considered the possibility that it might be something affectionate. He knew it was unlikely, but maybe Athena still thought about him in her immortal life and wanted to give him something to remind him of her. Every step of the stairway to the second floor was difficult, and he had no idea what to expect. His mind was full of these possibilities, but as soon as he stepped into his room, they were all erased. "Hello, Naruto." Athena. Zeus was a big marshmallow when it came to Athena, so the goddess gave her father a beseeching look before continuing, but she had no answer for him this time. She was wearing a pure white chiton with golden linings, which was appropriate for her status as a goddess. Her feet were bare, and her gorgeous black hair was adorned with golden strands. She smiled at him with more love than he had ever seen her do, and her gray eyes danced with delight and a hint of amusement. She looked flawless. Hera smirked, Demeter and Rhea grinned, and Athena couldn't help blushing. After a moment of daze, Naruto blinked and rubbed his eyes, which caused Athena to frown slightly. It's really me. As he approached her slowly, Naruto said, Athena, staring at her in disbelief. You're actually here. She nodded, smiling softly, feeling a little guilty and depressed. I never thought I'd see you again. She moved closer to him and put a hand on his cheek, saying, both you and Annabeth. You may not see me often, but I constantly watch over you. Naruto instinctively put his arms around Athena and drew her in. Whoa! Demeter grinned and said, it's time you got some love. When her father expressed his opinion, Athena's blushing only intensified. Get your filthy hands off my daughter. Papa. Athena glared at her father, causing him to scowl and turn away. The majority of the demigods and other Olympians simply scoffed at them. Athena's return made him realize how much he had missed her, her brilliance, her beautiful smile, her warm aura, and even her intimidating gray eyes. He had dreamed about seeing her again after a long time, but he had never imagined that it would actually happen. He wanted to make sure she was real and tangible. He wanted to hold her in his arms. She felt exactly like he would have imagined. She was shorter than him, her face level with his chest, and she had a wonderful scent that reminded him of soft roses. I missed you. Rhea pointed to the picture on the screen and said, damn, he's totally in love with you. Just look at how happy and relieved he looks from just seeing you again. Aphrodite scowled as Athena flushed once more, but she continued to read. Athena was startled because, aside from her father, no one had ever given her such a tight, loving hug. And it should remain that way, the king muttered. I missed you. So simple, yet so heavy. She had missed him over the years, and she had wondered if he would be angry or resentful of her. But all those worries vanished the moment she felt his arms around her. Before hearing his words, she had only been thinking about how warm and peaceful it felt in his arms and how loved she felt. None of the other fathers of her children would dare touch her hand, much less hug her. Hera grinned and said, I knew I was right. Seeing her mother and her other's father spend time together, as if they were a real couple and parents, made Annabeth very happy. Naruto gently withdrew from the embrace, but he continued to place his hands on her arms. He was at a loss for words. He had a long list of things he could say to Athena or Aphrodite if they came to see him, but he couldn't think of anything. She smiled and whispered, you don't have to say anything, I missed you, too. Really? Athena nodded. Aphrodite and I used to frequently watch you tend to Annabeth and Lacey, and we always grinned. Her words, it's a shame that you didn't pray to us for so long, but we heard you loud and clear a few nights ago, made his heart skip a beat. You're a great father, Naruto, she said, lightly tracing his cheek. Demeter was teased, someone's getting touchy. Although Athena disregarded her aunt, she was genuinely taken aback by Aphrodite's lack of response. Nodding and grinning, Naruto said, yeah, I understand that part. This is a gift that I had given Perseus, thousands of years ago. Athena snapped her fingers once more, and the watch magically materialized on Naruto's left wrist. Try tapping the face of the watch twice. I have a gift for you, Naruto. Athena snapped her fingers, and two objects appeared before her, just hovering in the air. A golden watch and a golden ring. Before tapping the watch's face, Naruto glanced at the goddess and nodded. Whoa! The watch suddenly morphed into a golden shield the size of a large catering platter and had the face of Medusa emblazed on its face. Aegis, he whispered. Artemis muttered, so you're arming him, not the worst idea for demigod parents. He grinned back and nodded. This is a replica of my original Aegis. It is composed of a metal known as imperial gold, which is incredibly robust and long-lasting, Athena said. You've been reading. With another snap of her fingers, the golden ring materialized on his right pinky. Now try to rub the side of the ring with your right thumb. It will protect you from most, if not all, the monsters that will come for our daughter. Oh my gods! When he rubbed the ring, a golden spear materialized in his hand. It was about 8 feet long and taller than his person, with a brilliant gold tip that was perhaps even more magnificent than its body. The point appeared extremely deadly, and it had a gleam to it that excited Naruto. The point of imperial gold, Naruto, will only pierce supernatural beings. Mortals will not be harmed by this arrogant metal. You are the only normal human who could use the spear because I have blessed you. The spear will just ignore ordinary people. Imperial gold. What is it? Don't you mean celestial bronze? Inquired Annabeth, perplexed. Athena read quickly, it's another sort of monster-killing metal. With gratitude, Naruto turned to face his child's mother and said, thank you, Athena. Athena looked into Naruto's azure eyes as she said, Annabeth is my daughter and I love her, but I can only guide her from above. I cannot physically help her. She shook her head and frowned slightly. I should be sorry that this is all I can do. The ancient laws prevent us from helping our children directly, so aiding you is the most I could do. Annabeth and Lacey are my life, and I will protect them no matter what, Naruto firmly stated. It's okay. At that, Lacey and Annabeth grinned broadly. With a proud smile, Athena said, I have downloaded some files to your computer that show you how to use your spear in a variety of styles. I know you will. You can gain knowledge there, and I have no doubt that you will be able to defend our young daughter with your sharp military and strategic thinking. I promise that I will. With a melancholy grin, Athena leaned up to give him her first kiss, a gentle peck on the cheek. Oh, us? As everyone's mouths fell open, Artemis yelled, What in the world is wrong with you, sister? Athena and Zeus were both red, but for different reasons. I'm sorry for putting so much on your shoulders, but my father, Zeus, is really strict about these matters. Thunder boomed and Zeus grew redder. After gently putting his arms around Athena once more, Naruto nodded and said, I really do understand. With their faces barely an inch apart, she glanced up at him in the embrace and whispered, Thank you, before giving him another peck on the cheek. Oh, us? Are you going to give up on Aunt Hestia and me? Artemis asked, turning to face the tomato Athena. No, Naruto chose to say what he wanted to say because he could tell by the expression in her eyes that she was leaving soon and that this might be his last encounter with Athena, the mother of his eldest daughter and one of the two women he had loved. I think I know what he wants to say, Hermes smiled. Looking at his flaming sister, Apollo laughed and said, We all know what he wants to say. Athena, he began, forcing her to look into his eyes, and then his hand slowly reached up and cupped her cheek gently. She flinched a little, but he persisted, whispering, Just this one time, as Athena exhaled nervously, Will you let me kiss the mother of my child? That's it. Zeus slammed his throne. I'm going to kill this little person. Disregarding her father, Athena shut the book. Hey, what are you doing? Continue reading, exclaimed Apollo. No, let's just skip to the next chapter. Oh no, you don't. Travis and Connor grinned at their father as the book abruptly returned to Hermes' grasp after disappearing from Athena's. We're reading this all the way through. Hey, looks like you're finally going to have your first kiss, Ares declared. Hurry up. Athena had never thought she would respond in such a way in her immortal life. Yes. Athena closed her eyes and moaned a little as Hermes continued, causing her sister to gape and all of her brothers to laugh. She could sense her father nearly exploding Olympus at the idea of his favorite daughter kissing a man. However, no one was more shocked than Annabeth, who gazed up at her mother with her jaws ajar. So he pressed his lips to hers without thinking again. Shocked gasps and cries of rage filled the room, but Aphrodite scowled and said nothing. I'm going to locate the counterpart of this insect here and murder him. Don't be like that, Dad, at least let Athena kiss him first. Apollo, stop talking, Zeus and Athena exclaimed. As his other arm held her in place, he held her cheek and gently caressed her perfect face, his lips moving slowly against hers and pressing harder to give it more pressure. He dared not do anything more than touch her lips, but to his ever-increasing surprise, he let Athena lick his lips. Her lips were softer than he had ever imagined, and they tasted sweet, a subtle sweet. Athena wasn't far behind Annabeth when she nearly fainted. The thought of that made him weak in the knees. If she had tasted subtly sweet before, now she tasted like honey. He wrestled her tongue with his as he pulled her closer, holding her firmly against his chest. All that inhibited him vanished in an instant, and he responded instantly. Most of the demigods blushed at the image, which showed Naruto making out with Athena with their entwined tongues perfectly displayed. It was intense and even a little erotic. Even Nico and Talia had blushes on their faces, but they didn't look as good as the tomato on Annabeth's face. Wow, that's pretty hot. Shut up, you pig, Artemis said, aiming an arrow at her twin. Zeus appeared even more distraught than his daughter, and Hera had to hold his hand to calm him down. Athena nearly blasted the plasma screen, but instead she concentrated on managing her blush and heart rate. His heart skipped a beat each time they made contact, but he knew that he should stop there. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he didn't care. All he wanted was to enjoy the kiss as much as possible and make it last as long as possible. So he slowly parted their lips until he ran out of breath, then quickly breathed in again and planted a series of small kisses on Athena's lips repeatedly, until he ran out of breath. Sighing, Artemis said, At least he knows when to stop. He pressed his forehead to hers and opened his eyes, saying, Wow. Then he saw her eyes and the tears that were streaming down them. He became instantly alarmed and started to ask, but she interrupted him. kissing him once more and putting her arms around his neck, kissing his lips as tenderly as she could before pulling away. "Unlike you, sister." She was breathing heavily, her arms were still entangled behind his neck, her forehead rested against his, and she let a few tears fall from her eyes as she looked into Naruto's bewildered, shocked, and loving eyes. She began to glow as she withdrew from the embrace, and it was growing brighter by the moment. "I love you, Naruto, never forget that." "I told you, Athena." Hera crossed her arms and grinned at her stepdaughter. "I love this man and want a family with him." "No, no, no, no," Zeus cried out for his daughter. Poseidon and Hades simply chuckled at their bother, with the latter laughing even harder because he was also chuckling at his Athens rival. "I'll never forget," he said, smiling at her while still holding her hand. "I love you, too." Athena transformed into her divine form and disappeared from the room in a dazzling beacon of light, leaving Naruto alone in his room. He continued to smile as he gazed down at his new watch and ring, relishing in the fact that Athena loved and looked after them. "I'll never forget about you, Athena." Hermes smiled as he teased, it'd be kind of hard after that makeout session. Athena was essentially radiant. Daddy. A bright smile came to his face and he rubbed his eyes. It seemed that his daughters had finally realized that he was no longer in the living room. He heard footsteps rumbling up the stairs and saw his two girls running into his room with their new pets in their arms, while Annabeth gave him a side hug and Lacey jumped into his arms. "What is it, girls?" Naruto asked, grinning and planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Lacey rubbed her face against her white cat's and gave it a hug. "I named my kitty Toothless." The fact that she would name her cat after a dragon from her favorite film made her father chuckle. "I gave mine the name Einstein." Annabeth smiled up at her father, clearly pleased with the name she had chosen. The names made the girls smile, they would have given them the same name. "Perfect," he said, grinning and giving each of his daughters a tight hug. "Just perfect." "All right," Hermes smiled, "that concludes the chapter." Aphrodite's stoic face almost gave off an intimidating vibe as she said, "I'll read next. Hand it over." As she made her way back to her throne, Aphrodite tentatively held the book in her hands. The goddess gave her daughters a knowing glance and a smile, letting them know that she would return to the couch later and that Aphrodite needed some alone time in the interim. She hadn't thought about her life in a very long time, and she was curious about the fate of her counterpart, who had fallen in love with a mortal man. She needed to know if it was possible. "Hello, Artemis." "Hey, Lil, sis is in the story." "Just be quiet and listen, little brother," Artemis said, glaring at her twin. The sight of her half-sister inside her tent startled the goddess of the hunt and moon. The last thing she anticipated was seeing the goddess of wisdom after a long but fruitful day of hunting various creatures. Since they usually met around their aunt's hearth on Olympus, she was actually unable to recall the last time Athena had come to her hunting camp. Ares laughed. "If you're looking for someone to talk to after having your first kiss, another virgin goddess might not be a good choice." Athena was about to call forth her spear and neuter her half-brother, but she chose to simply observe instead. As she set her equipment on her makeshift bed, she arched an eyebrow. Artemis then noticed the bewilderment and faint melancholy in her sister's gray eyes and approached her, asking, "Hey Athena, what brings you here? Is something the matter?" Athena gave the huntress a sorrowful smile while biting her lip. "Do you have time to talk?" Concerned, Artemis nodded, "Of course." Artemis sighed, "This is going to be an awkward conversation." The huntress did not know if she would be of much assistance, but she could understand why her sister would choose to talk to her following such changes. An understatement would be to say that Artemis was taken aback. "Yep, I can see that." The last person she would expect to be troubled as such was Athena, one of the most formidable creatures in the world and possibly the most dangerous goddess on Olympus. Artemis never imagined that Athena would be the first of the three virgin goddesses to kiss a man. She had seen the men with whom her sister had her brain children, and they were all intellectual mortals who kept a reasonable distance from her, demonstrating their relationship as purely platonic and intellectual. Athena kissing one of them was tantamount to accusing Lady Hera of cheating on Zeus. The idea made Zeus shudder. The idea of his wife cheating on him made him long for Tartarus, even though his favorite daughter kissing a mortal was already awful. He didn't like how the book connected those two things for some reason. He would prefer to believe that Hera cheating on him was even more improbable than Athena kissing a man. He had hundreds of affairs, so he could see the hypocrisy, but it didn't help him feel any better. "I really need to come up with a pleasant evening for Hera now." With a slight smile on his face, the king grabbed his wife's hand and held it firmly. Hera squeezed her husband's hand while raising an eyebrow in perplexity. "What's wrong with him?" Artemis was troubled by the obvious anguish and bewilderment displayed by the most intelligent goddess in the world. She had known her sister for thousands of years, but she had never seen or anticipated her wearing such an expression. She seemed to be both hurt and conflicted at the same time, which hampered her ability to act quickly and wisely. The goddess Athena apparently had no plan to start. As she read, "You can't reason through love, Athena," Aphrodite nodded. She had assumed that the only one who missed that Naruto person was Aphrodite. Even though Artemis acknowledged that he was a wonderful father and had no animosity toward him, she would never allow a man to take advantage of her sister. Athena would shoot this man down if he had lustful thoughts for her. Staring down at her hands, Athena muttered, "I don't know what to do." She looked up at Artemis, who was still stoic, and said, "I never intended to kiss him, but I did and accepted it, and I really enjoyed it." Athena turned slightly away, closed her eyes, and flushed. "Enjoyed it, didn't you? Shut up." Artemis slapped her twin. With a dangerous edge in her voice, the huntress asked, "Did he take advantage of you?" "No." Athena shook her head emphatically and glanced up at her sister. When she saw Artemis' astonishment, she turned away and said, "Naruto would never do something like that. He actually asked if he could kiss him, and I gave him permission. It was like nothing I have never experienced before, Artemis." With a sigh, Artemis extended her hand to grasp Athena's. She grabbed her sister's hand and scooted closer to her, saying, "It's okay, Athena. But tell me honestly, what do you feel for that mortal?" Athena looked at her sister and bit her lip once more, saying, "I don't know." She fiddled with the hem of her dress and avoided looking into the eyes of her fellow virgin goddess. "I thought he was just the same as the other, just a smart man with a great mind with whom I had a child, but when I see him playing with Annabeth and hear how he prayed to me, my feelings change. He was so sincere and genuine. And when he hugged me, I felt like my heart was going to beat through my chest. I knew I should have pulled away, but I didn't want to. I wanted him to hold me. It felt warm and nice. Wow, it's finally happened. I didn't even think it was possible. If this book hadn't been given to us by the fates, I would have thought it was completely fiction," Hermes said, nodding in amazement at Apollo's statement. After a moment of staring at Athena, Aphrodite went on. "The question was, don't be offended, but is this how you felt with Orion?" Athena reluctantly looked up at her sister. The moon goddess sneered, "Not at all." When Artemis saw Athena's embarrassed expression, she cleared her throat and spoke quickly, shaking her head slowly as she looked at her sister in disbelief. "No, not at all. I admired Orion's prowess as a hunter and favored his behavior towards women, but it ended there. I never hugged him or kissed him, and I wouldn't have even if he didn't die." After reflecting on her remarks, the huntress continued, "Right now, you sound like you love the man." With a sigh, Athena turned her head to the side. "I might actually love him." "I hate this story so much," Zeus snarled. Percy felt sorry for the father of the other Annabeth. Zeus would be an even more terrifying father-in-law than Athena was as a mother-in-law. When dealing with the king of the gods, it would be straightforward smiting rather than intimidation. Boom! Only a heap of ash would remain after a thunderbolt flashed. "He makes your mom seem nice," the hero of Olympus informed his girlfriend in a low voice. With a laugh, Annabeth said, "Yeah, totally." Artemis shook her head and rubbed her temples, asking, "Just who in Hades is this man? It's weird enough that he has Aphrodite missing him, now he has you falling for him." With a big flush, Athena said, "He's special, Artemis." She looked back at her sister with a slight smile and said, "He just has this warm and loving aura and I feel very safe and relaxed around him. Even back then, before our daughter was born, he could always make me laugh and I was always happy around him." The plasma screen displayed a picture of a lovesick Athena, devoid of her typical menacing aura and full of joy and a healthy flush. Demeter grinned, "Ah, look at that. You look much prettier like that." Then Rhea laughed and said, "You really do, Athena." With a smile, Hestia added, "That's true. You look a lot like Annabeth when she's with Percy like that." With a sigh, Athena simply stayed silent while blushing. Artemis grinned, pushing away the unsettling picture of a laughing Athena. "I've never seen you like this. So what do you think I should do?" With a sigh, Artemis grasped her sister's hands. The huntress grinned when Athena abandoned her retort, saying, "As much as I know you would hate this, you should go speak with Aphrodite." Before Athena could protest, she went on, "She is the goddess of love and she is in love with the same person, so no one will understand more than she. Just go sit down with her and talk it out. I'll even go with you if it would help." "I don't think Aphrodite will be on Olympus," Hera sighed. Aphrodite gave the queen a wink. Gripping her sister's hands, Athena begged, yes, please go with me. All right then, let us go home. It was a morning of perfection. It was a chilly night, which enhanced the comfort of the bed's warmth. His blanket was the ideal canopy to lie over his bare torso, and the sheets felt crisp and warm against his skin. The faintest rays of sunlight filtered into the room, turning the white walls orange as Apollo's sun chariot began to drive over the horizon. As he gradually regained consciousness, he turned to his side and pulled his extra pillow in his direction with a smile on his face. Most were perplexed by what the god was saying, but they chose to simply listen, and Apollo grinned. I think I know what's happening. The pillow felt a little heavy, so he must have slept on his right arm, but he still held it close to his chest. In addition to being incredibly warm and soft, it somehow had a lovely scent, similar to honeysuckle or jasmine. He began to press his cheek against the pillow's top, but when he sensed something strange, he furrowed his brows. His pillow appeared to have long, silky, luscious hair. When the demigods realized what was happening in the book, they were all shocked, and the majority of them flushed at the idea. When Drew realized how successful such a move would be for many of her boyfriends, she grinned. Lacey, however, felt very uncomfortable. She suspected that her mother was more than just sharing a bed with her father. You have no tact, do you? Artemis sighed, pausing to palm her face. With a sly smile, Aphrodite said, hey, as long as it works. He opened his eyes and his sense of reason returned. Good morning, my handsome fishcake, said a melodic voice, and a pair of violet eyes gazed back at him. The goddess in the book was acting so casually that many were shocked. She should have presented herself to the man she hadn't seen in years in a more subdued manner, in addition to the fact that she was likely to frighten him. Aphrodite, however, obviously saw nothing wrong with it. That's cute nickname. He was about to scream in shock as his eyes widened, but the woman's lips slamming into his stopped him. Ooh la la, when the screen displayed Aphrodite, in Naruto's representation of ideal beauty, ravishing her lover's mouth, nearly every man in the room flushed. Although the blanket concealed their bodies, it was evident that they were tightly entangled, and their kiss appeared far more sensual than the one with Athena. With a groan, Lacey and Annabeth hurriedly turned away from the picture. He was drawn deeper into the kiss by a pair of arms that slithered behind his neck. His mouth opened automatically as a warm, gentle tongue licked his power lip. There was a pleasant morning wrestling match between two tongues, and he ended up losing. With tremendous force, she pushed him until he was flat on his back and ravished his mouth. She didn't break the kiss until she was on top of him, pressing her bare breasts against his chest. Winking and grinning broadly, she said, don't yell, you don't want to wake the girls. Damn, that was hot. At his sunny brother, Hermes smiled and said, yeah, very sexy. Aphrodite? He asked, gazing up into the familiar, affectionate eyes, his lips still tingling from the kiss. The goddess grinned against his lips and gave him another gentle kiss. Did you miss me? Ares was now on the verge of assuming his actual divine form. He had to use all of his strength to prevent himself from exploding the plasma screen into a heap of ashes. His eyes were burning a dangerous red flame, and his sunglasses had melted off his face. He would have gone nuclear long ago if his father hadn't given him that warning glare. Other me, please. Get out there and murder this jerk. After a few seconds, he finally got his unsteady hands around her slender waist. He figured it was real, but his mind was still racing, wondering if he was dreaming a beautiful scene. He could actually feel his sweetheart resting on top of him, her gorgeous breasts pressing against him, and her gentle lips grazing his. Aphrodite was here, she was truly here. Aphrodite ran her fingers through his silky blonde hair and stroked his cheek. She put her cheek on his shoulder and cuddled up to him, enjoying his warmth, saying, I really missed you, Naruto. She looked up at his wide-open eyes and said, you have no idea how many times I've wanted to come see you like this. To come see my sweet Naruto. As she read on, Aphrodite bit her lip, curious to see how this relationship would develop. She smiled and leaned into the warmth of his hand as he shakily reached up to cup her face and gently ran his thumb over her cheek. His heart was pounding in his chest, and she was still as beautiful as when they had last met. He was forced to smile up at her. As he used to do when they were together, he gently rubbed her earlobe and brushed a few of her long red hairs behind her ear with his other hand. Even though it had been years since then, it felt so familiar. When he finally whispered, I've missed you so much, she bit her lip. He pulled her down gently and put his arms around her body, holding her as tenderly and closely as he could. I can't believe you actually came to see me. I never thought I'd see you again. With the exception of Hera, many goddesses reflected on their mortal lovers. They wondered if they were all heartbroken by them and had considered going to see them later. It was a little hard to believe that he was cuddling with an all-powerful goddess, but she fit him perfectly and felt small against his frame. He didn't know why she had come so abruptly. Perhaps she wanted to give him a similar gift to Athena's, but he didn't care. He was only aware of his desire to hold her close to him for as long as possible. He didn't want to watch her disappear like she had all those years ago, so he dared not let her go. Yes, stay there and show me what being a wife is like. Aphrodite pressed her cheek against his and kissed his jawline, saying, "Hey, don't worry." She smiled pitifully and withdrew slightly from their embrace. "I'm not going anywhere anytime soon." "Really?" he asked, looking into her eyes with a hint of hope. Aphrodite put her arms around his neck and gave him another kiss on the lips. "I've been holding back because there is an ancient law that prevents me from coming to see you, but seeing how Athena broke the law anyway, I no longer care," she said. "I'm coming to see my Naruto and I'm going to stay as long as I can." The wisdom goddess crossed her arms and shook her head, saying, "It won't be long now until Ares come to kill Naruto." Athena sighed, "You're really doing this, breaking the rules to be with him." Glancing at her godly lover, Aphrodite sneered, "I don't think my other self would let him." Ares glared at the screen, growling. In order to enjoy her soft and tender lips, Naruto drew her close and gave her another kiss. This better not be a dream. The tone of his voice made her feel sad, so she returned the kiss, saying, "This is real, Naruto. I'm really here." The goddess kept kissing her lover tenderly, sucking on his lower lip as she withdrew. She held him close and gave him a passionate kiss, saying, "I really love you, Naruto, I really do. I am sorry for leaving you alone. I didn't want to, but even the gods have to abide by ancient laws most of the time. It's stupid, really, but it's been that way for millennia." Gazing into her eyes, he nodded and grinned against her lips, saying, "I know. I love you, too." Aphrodite grinned. She had not experienced such intense feelings for anyone in a long time, and she had nearly forgotten what it was like. Her desire to find a spouse she could love and who would be a wonderful father to her children was sparked by witnessing her counterpart fall deeply in love. Her eyes began to well up with tears, some of which were able to escape. "I watch over you and Lacey constantly, Naruto. You are the best father I have seen in the past 1,000 years. I can feel the love you have for our little girl and the love she has for you, and it is rare, especially among children of the gods." She pulled herself closer to him and rested her head on his neck's crook. "But from now on I promise that you won't be doing it alone. I will be here with you and be the mother both the girls need." Rhea said, "Both the girls? I could see myself doing that if I really do love that man so much," said Aphrodite with a shrug. Annabeth pursed her lips, unsure of how motherhood from Aphrodite would affect her. Surprised, Naruto asked, "Be both the girls?" Smiled Aphrodite, "Athena loves Annabeth like I do Lacey, so I guess when she's not here I could act as her mom as well." She stepped back to gaze at Naruto's widened. "The girls need a mother figure in their lives, and while I haven't got much experience with being a nice and loving mother, I intend to do my best. I'll even ask for Hera's help if I have to." With a laugh, Hera said, "I'd love to give you some advice, Aphrodite." "Yeah, whatever." The blonde was in a state of shock and was at a loss for words, so he did the only thing he could think of at the time. He gave her a kiss that was as compassionate as he could manage. He was so overcome by his feelings that he was only able to whisper, "Thank you," against her lips. As she had enjoyed all those years ago, he pushed her onto her back and climbed on top of her, ravishing her mouth and saying, "I love you." With a forceful kiss in return, she said, "I love you, too." The story was much sweeter than Lacey had anticipated, and she smiled. His door was suddenly knocked on repeatedly. "Dad, are you okay?" "Please don't let me walk in on them," Annabeth said with a sigh and a rub of her head. Annabeth's voice caused Naruto's eyes to widen, and he abruptly ended the kiss. He stepped off the goddess and hastily put on his bathrobe as a precaution. "Why yeah, I'm fine, honey. What is it?" "You usually come wake me up before my alarm clock goes off." When Aphrodite saw Naruto attempting to outsmart his daughter with Athena, she chuckled softly. "I'm sorry sweetie, but I slept in a little and forgot to." Naruto gave the goddess a beseeching glance while he kept coming up with excuses. "I'll go make breakfast in a bit. Just go wake up your sister and help her get ready." Sighing, Annabeth turned to leave, saying, "Fine. According to Percy, at least you're not scarred for life." As Percy put his arms around her, Annabeth chuckled softly and said, "Yeah, thank the gods." "You're such an adorable father," Aphrodite said as she got out of bed and showed her lover her nude body. To the annoyance of their girlfriend, wife, or sister, the majority of the men in the room glanced at the plasma screen right away. However, when they only saw a censored image, they all scowled. Aphrodite's entire private area was obscured from view and pixelated. With a laugh, the goddess said, "No free show for you people." Lacey is extremely relieved. Aphrodite laughed as Naruto's blood rushed to both of his heads. "I think your daughters are waiting for you to cook for them," she said, kissing his neck and gently licking her way to his jawline. "You definitely deserve a reward." Reaching down, Naruto grabbed one of her flawless ass cheeks because she felt hot under the collar. "You're really making it hard for me." Sighing and grinning slightly, Aphrodite said, "He is just so sexy." Drew whispered dreamily, "He really is," which made Lacey and Annabeth nauseous. The goddess leaned up to kiss him on the lips and said, "But if you don't want that genius of a daughter of yours to find out about me too soon, you better get out there and start cooking like a good family man." She laughed again at his frown and winked at him, saying, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to give you your reward tonight," and she rubbed against him while laughing, saying, "In more than one way." The red-faced Annabeth said, "This is getting very awkward." "I'll say," Talia muttered, her expression mirroring her mistress's irritated one. Percy found himself imagining intimate moments with Annabeth, his arms still encircling her shoulders. It wasn't helped by flashbacks to the night they spent in his cabin, which is one of his favorite memories. To be reduced to ashes by his future mother-in-law was the last thing the son of Poseidon needed. "Fine, but where are going to do now?" After giving him a pat on the ass and pushing him toward the door, she said, "Don't worry. I can become invisible to everyone but you. Now to take care of the girls." Aphrodite's temple on Olympus, and we're blindly searching for her, Artemis sighed. Athena crossed her arms and added, "I'm sure the other me will figure it out soon enough," feeling a little irritated with Aphrodite's opposite. Find her anywhere? They had looked everywhere on Olympus for the goddess of love, but they were still unable to locate her, so Athena frowned and shook her head at her sister. None had seen her since the previous evening, but they had asked Eros and a few of her handmaidens. "Sometimes that airhead is harder to find than some of the sneakiest creatures I hunt," Artemis said with a sigh and a shake of her head. Artemis grinned in agreement as Talia laughed. "Maybe she's over at Ares' temple." Snorting, Aphrodite said, "Yeah, right." With a growl, the god of war turned his gaze from his girlfriend. "It's possible, though I hate that place. If I hear one more story about one of his manly wars, I will put an arrow in his kneecap." The goddess of the hunt shrugged, letting out a sigh. With a wince, Apollo said, "Those really hurt." Grinning, Athena dragged her sister along, saying, "Come on, sister." Lacey grinned and said, "Daddy, please give me 10 strips of bacon, 5 eggs, and 10 sausages." Drew exhaled. "Lace, if you eat so much you'd turn into a puddle of goo." The pouty Lacey said, "No I won't, you'll have the usual, sweetie," Naruto said with a smile and a shake of his head at his young princess. While waiting for the hot breakfast, Annabeth was eating a bowl of cereal and looking down at her lap, where she was concealing a book about the construction of the Parthenon in Greece. She was nearly finished reading the section that would describe the statue of Athena, her favorite Greek goddess. If only Annabeth had known that the statue of Athena would become a significant burden on her back, she would have smiled back at her mother when Athena reached over to ruffle her daughter's princess curls. "It's just like you to hide a book," Percy said with a laugh. Her dad didn't like it when she read at the dinner table, so she would frequently glance up to see if he was looking back at her. At that, Annabeth grinned. "Yeah, I'll just have the usual, Dad." Unbeknownst to the girls, Aphrodite was sitting directly beside them, grinning broadly, wearing a plain bathrobe at Naruto's request because he didn't want to see her nude in front of his daughters, and she was humming a cheerful song as she observed the girls interacting. "You're just playing with him, aren't you?" Demeter said, laughing and shaking her head in amusement as she turned to face Aphrodite. "Oh, he must feel so awkward." "Well, it looks really fun. I always see her doting all of us around on Olympus just like Annie would dot Lacey around," Naruto said, grinning when he heard his lover's voice. "Annie is so much like Athena it's hilarious. She makes a good big sister." As Athena scowled at him, Hermes muttered, "Yeah, so annoying, this one," adding, "I can't even have a day off without her telling me to stop being lazy." After setting 2 plates on the table, Naruto grinned at his sweetheart and said, "Girls, eat up. This morning, we don't have much time." He was even relieved that Annabeth was trying to smuggle in some reading time during breakfast. She is so engrossed in her book that she failed to notice his slight blush and fidgety reflexes. Aphrodite rested her chin in one hand and winked at Naruto, who was trying to act normal, but was distracted by the amount of cleavage displayed in her poorly tied robe. Aphrodite smiled amusingly and began, "You know, you've never really cooked for me before." They never really spent a typical day at home cooking their own meals, instead spending most of their time together going on dates to upscale restaurants, dancing at clubs, or trying the types of candy Naruto would order from France. The blonde gave her a beseeching look while attempting to communicate something with his eyes, and it made her laugh. "You better cook for me tonight." Zeus rarely cooked for her, but when he did, it was always a lot of fun. He wasn't nearly as good as she was, but his effort made it taste even better. "I still can't believe the other you would even act like this," Hera said with a smile. "Good, you're starting to learn about the fun things of family time." With a shrug, Aphrodite said, "Anything is possible, I guess." The goddess desperately wanted to try something like that, but none of her past lovers had ever really cooked for her, mostly because she never really wanted them to, and the only time she had ever done so was when Tristan assisted a chef in preparing their meal. "Daddy." The voice of his baby girl made Naruto jump a little. "You mean we're heading to the costume store tomorrow?" Naruto nodded, grinning. "Yes. Is Percy able to accompany us?" Looking up from her book, Annabeth said, "He's going to be trick-or-treating with us anyway." "Hey, I might finally get some screen time," smiled Percy. "Yeah, Annie wants her boyfriend to come with us," said Lacey, winking and laughing at her sister. Talia chuckled. "Well, your counterparts certainly work faster than the two of you." "Percy might not be as smart as this one," Rachel smirked and muttered. Annabeth grinned, and Percy flushed. "Oh, Lacey might be onto something here," Aphrodite said with a squeal and a clap of her hands. "I take it that you and Percy are not in a romantic relationship?" Naruto paled a little at the thought of his princess having a boyfriend. He actually liked Percy, so he couldn't use his shotgun on him, and that made it even worse. "Remember, no dates until you're 18. "Daddy cockblocker," Hermes jokingly said. "Silence, Hermes." Athena glared at her brother. "Dad!" the Athena's daughter exclaimed, flushed, "Percy is not my boyfriend." Aphrodite clapped and squealed once more, saying, "Ah, she's so adorable." Ignoring everyone's looks, Annabeth hurriedly tucked her book into her backpack and said, "It's time for school. Let's go." She leapt from her seat and swung her backpack onto her back, but not before giving Lacey a stern look. "Come on, Dad." "Ah, little Annabeth is blushing," Drew laughed. Annabeth scowled at her best friend, but Talia grinned and said, "You look like a tomato." Talia laughed with the daughter of Aphrodite. "I've almost forgotten how cute the little you look when you're embarrassed." Aphrodite kept reading while giggling. "Why are you meeting up with Percy at school?" Lacey asked, giggling once more, and trailed behind her sister. At that, Demeter burst out laughing, saying, "It's so much fun to tease your older sister." Hestia rolled her eyes and Hera grinned. "Stop talking." Annabeth glared at the shorter girl, her gray eyes gleaming. "Don't be mad at me, it's not my fault you're bad at this stuff." Lacey poked her sister's ribs and laughed at her red face, saying, "Hey, you can't be this rude to Percy, you know, I mean, you call him seaweed brain all the time. Sooner or later he won't like you anymore. You shouldn't even be aware of these things at the age of 5. And you're 9 years old, you should know about these things," Lacey said, crossing her arms and shaking her head. "And why are you so intelligent in every other area but so unintelligent when discussing Percy?" Lacey grinned broadly and said, "Listen to me, Annie. I'm Aphrodite's daughter." "Whatever, Lace," smiled Annabeth in return. Both Athena and Aphrodite grinned at their daughters, enjoying the pleasure of pretending to be their sisters. With a quick and expert swipe, Annabeth tangled Lacey's curls with her fingers. "And it's not my fault that you're so stupid at doing your own hair." "Oh no," Lacey exclaimed. "You didn't?" "Perfect way to get back at a daughter of Aphrodite," said Annabeth with a sly smile. Athena gave a proud nod. Infuriated, Lacey exclaimed, "Hey, fix my hair." "No, do it yourself," said the older blonde girl, grinning and leaning in closer to her sister. The words, "Oh this is so cute," were clapped by Rhea. Aphrodite laughed so hard that she almost toppled over her chair. With the exception of Athena threatening her with a giant spear rather than tangle her hair, Annabeth and Lacey behaved nearly identically to her and Athena. Such symmetry between them and their kids was endearing. Even though Athena might occasionally irritate or anger her, Aphrodite did enjoy their arguments, with the exception of the times when Athena suggested that she pair Naruto with an unidentified mortal woman. "Perhaps next time I will try to shave your head bald," Athena said, raising an eyebrow. "Not possible," the love goddess said arrogantly. Standing, Naruto glared at them both and said, "Okay girls, stop fighting. Come on, we don't want to be late for school." The temple of Ares on Olympus. As he continued to sharpen his golden blade, the god of war glared at the goddess of warfare, saying, "Nah, I have no idea where she is. I've been looking for her for days already, but for some reason she is avoiding me or something." He breathed a sigh of relief. "She's hiding her aura and I can locate her no matter how hard I try." Ares screamed, "I can't believe you're choosing that human over me." Sneered Aphrodite, "Easiest choice ever." The irate expression on their brother's face made Artemis and Athena snicker, and they couldn't help but nod at Aphrodite, pleased that she had finally thrown out the loser. The goddess of the moon, Artemis, grinned and said, "Maybe she finally woke up and decided to not be with you." She could never comprehend why Aphrodite would desire to be with her half-brother because he was so ruthless and consistently foolish, even more so than her twin. The fire in Ares's eyes literally flared as he growled, "Watch it, Huntress." Apollo whispered, "Don't do it, bro. Artie will turn you into a moonlit pincushion." Artemis and her hunters all looked proud, and Ares complained. With her stormy eyes fixed sternly on her brother, Athena asked, "When was the last time you saw her?" Even though he still believed that Athena was the most dangerous goddess on Olympus, Percy shuddered at the image on the screen. Ares shuddered slightly at the sight. The goddess of love could be very strong when she felt like it, so he fought the urge to rub his freshly healed cheek. About a week ago, but she was acting weird back then as well. After that she started to avoid me and I haven't seen her since. "We watched Naruto and the girls through Aunt Hestia's hearth about a week ago," Athena thought, crossing her arms. Artemis murmured, "Maybe we should just wait a while, I'm sure she'll show up sooner or later." The huntress groaned as Athena turned away and dragged her sister along, saying, "I think it's time to find our other brother, he is the all-seeing." The sun god said, "Ha, here comes my debut," Artemis muttered, "more like a cameo, I hope," which caused her twin to pout. "Come on, he's so annoying." "I'm not." Aphrodite had never driven a car before, but it was a pleasant experience. The last time she took a car ride, it moved much more slowly, suggesting that the mortals had made considerable advancements in their mode of transportation. However, the fact that Naruto was operating the vehicle and the two young girls were in the backseat, scowling at one another, is likely what made the entire ride so enjoyable. Lacey and Annabeth grinned at the picture on the screen. When they were younger, they both wished they had sisters, so having each other was fantastic. "I said I'm sorry, Annie." Lacey scowled at her sister while she examined her hair in a tiny mirror. "Can you please fix my hair? I can't believe you're actually letting me go to school with my hair like that." The smirking Annabeth said, "Proper punishment." As the older sister's gray eyes gazed down at Lacey, the young girl shuddered and said, "No, this will teach you to never tease me again." As she brushed her hair, Lacey sulked and said, "But I wasn't lying, I know you have a crush on Percy and you're just too scared to admit it." Percy kissed her cheek and teased, "Ah, you can tell me your feelings, wise girl," adding, "I'm sure the other me likes you too." "Maybe," Talia sneered, "if the other you have 6 years to think about it." The hero complained, and all the campers just laughed at him, so Annabeth kissed his cheek. "I don't have a crush on him," Annabeth said, gritting her teeth and giving her a glare. At the sound, Naruto shook his head and moaned. Ordinarily, he would have put an end to their argument as soon as it began, but he found the topic at hand to be extremely awkward. He was already struggling to deal with the potentially devastating possibility that one of his young girls might have a crush on a boy. "Such a damn hypocrite," shouted Zeus. "He doesn't want anyone to touch his daughters, but he's perfectly fine with kissing my little girl." "Father, please be quiet," Athena commanded, causing her father to mutter a lowly complaint. Hades and Poseidon just laughed, enjoying the sight of their brother so flushed. In contrast, Aphrodite was very content. When she said, "I think Lacey is right about Annabeth," she smiled broadly. "She's still a little young, but some puppy love can't hurt." The father of two cast a beseeching glance at his sweetheart, silently wishing that Annabeth would always be a young girl and not fall in love with a boy. However, the goddess merely returned his smile and chuckled at his distressed look. She was having a great time. It was a lot of fun to spend time with her family, not the kind of fun she usually enjoys, but a harmonious kind. To fit the laid-back vibe of their day, she even summoned a nice, everyday ensemble for herself, consisting of a black blazer, a red silk shirt, and a pair of gray skinny jeans. Naruto, clearly relieved that he wouldn't have to hear the conversation any longer, yelled, "Okay, we're here," as they pulled into the school parking lot. "Enjoy your classes and I'll be here at the usual time." Aphrodite dropping her kids off at school, Hera said, grinning, "I never thought I'd live to see it." Ignoring the queen, the love goddess continued to read. In contrast to Lacey, who was pouting as she got out of the car while still attempting in vain to fix her hair. Annabeth routinely kissed her dad on the cheek and jumped out of the car, but not before glaring at her sister again. However, Aphrodite snapped her fingers in pity for her young daughter, instantly repairing her hair. "Thank you, Mommy. I won't let you show yourself without the perfect hair, sweetie," Aphrodite said with a giggle. Lacey ran after her sister and exclaimed, "Huh, look, Annie, I fixed it all by myself." Laughing, Annabeth said, "What a cheeky brat. The girls are so cute," said Aphrodite, laughing and grabbing Naruto's hand. Squeezing her hand tenderly, Naruto said, "You should see them when they're cranky. They'll drive you crazy." She smiled and said, "I will, right away. I'm going to stay with you, remember?" Proud of her other's devotion, Hestia grinned at her friend and said, "Wow, what a sweet thing to say, Aphrodite." With a sigh, Aphrodite grinned and said, "Yeah, it is very romantic." Silently nodding, the blonde couldn't have been happier right then, and you will soon find out that they will be even crankier when they start having their periods. Don't even speak about that. Zeus shivered and pushed the idea from his mind, leaving the mothers to deal with those issues. Apollo's temple on Olympus. Apollo exclaimed, "Lil, sis," as he dashed in Artemis' direction, but he was stopped in his tracks when a pale arrow almost struck his head. With clenched teeth, Artemis struck her brother over the head. The goddess of the hunt grabbed Apollo's ear and pulled him in, saying, "I am the older twin because I assisted mother in giving birth to you, so for the last time, I am not your little sister." "Sibling abuse, right there," Apollo muttered. "If you don't want to get hurt, Apollo, don't mess with your older sister," said the goddess of the moon with a proud smirk. With a sigh, Athena simply waited for them to stop. The sight of the temple of the god of the sun made her eyes a little sore, and she couldn't remember the last time she had been there. It was gleaming like the afternoon sun, a massive Parthenon composed entirely of solid imperial gold. It was magnificent, but she didn't like how bright it was. Fine, just let go of my ear." Crossing her arms and giving him a stern look, the goddess of the moon finally gave in and pushed the agitated sun god away. She turned to face Athena and gave her a nod, indicating in silence that she was free to start asking questions. Talia and the other hunters gave their surrogate mother a proud smile. "Apollo, please tell us where Aphrodite is." Apollo rubbed his bruised ear and arched an eyebrow. He whispered, "Wow, so you really came looking for her," and then he burst out laughing. "Sometimes that woman is even more clear-sighted than I am." "What do you mean?" Athena asked, crossing her arms. The two goddesses exchanged a bewildered glance as they said, "Dite came to see me a few days ago and told me to not tell anyone where she is, especially if it is you, Athena. She made me swear on the river Styx that I will not tell on her, so sorry, I can't help you." With a proud nod and a smile, Aphrodite said, "That's thinking ahead, good for me." "What the hell did she do to make you swear on the river Styx?" Artemis said with a sneer and her hands on her hips. Apollo made a peace sign and winked at his sisters, saying, "Just like their daddy." He laughed and gave himself a mental pat on the back, adding, "She is going to make sure that all of my children will lead very nice sex lives. They're all good-looking children, but now they will all be happy and will have plenty of lovin'." Will Solace grinned as his father gave him a sweet wink. "Disgusting," Artemis muttered, shaking her head. "Hey, they're your nephews and nieces." The moon goddess turned to him and said, "Your children annoy the hell out of me. Don't think for a second that I've forgotten that one of your stupid sons jumped into my chariot in the middle of the night with that weird friend of his." "What happened?" asked Annabeth, raising an eyebrow. Apollo appeared dismayed. "Oh, come on, Neil Armstrong was one of my best sons and he still is an international hero, and Buzz Aldrin is a cool dude." Annabeth exclaimed, "Neil Armstrong was a demigod?" Athena sighed and nodded. "Yes, but not a very good one. He couldn't see through the mist and ended up landing on Artemis' chariot." Laughing, Percy exclaimed, "Oh, that's just the best." Artemis laughed. "He was a demigod that should have seen through the mist, but he still joked around with that stupid human space program and landed that damn space module in my chariot. If he wasn't my nephew I would have shot him out of the sky and sent him to Tartarus." The sun god glared at his younger sister and glowed, saying, "And it's not some stupid human space program, it's called the Apollo program. It's not my children's fault that your chariot is so mellow. You don't see them trying to walk on my chariot." With her face palmed, Annabeth said, "I should have known. Mother is right. You need to find a wife to knock your ego down a peg." "Very true," Artemis said, nodding, "you need someone to keep a leash on you." "Whatever," the sun god murmured. "Don't bring mom into this." Athena rubbed her temples and thought, this is going to take a while. You should have known better, Athena, Demeter remarked, grinning amusingly. So where are we going now? Aphrodite gave Naruto a cheek kiss and a smile. As they exited the vehicle, she put her arms around his and said, nowhere special, I just want to spend a normal day with you. Just do whatever you normally do and bring me along. I just want to spend some quality time with you. I would love that. With a warm smile, Hera said, a nice family day. Ignoring everyone who was admiring Aphrodite's beauty, Naruto entered Grand Central Station and glared at a few of the men who were mocking her. He had hardly seen her in a long time, and he had nearly forgotten how much attention she would draw. To demonstrate that she was his, he put his hand on her waist and drew her in close. She loved a man who was possessive in public, so Aphrodite nodded and smiled. Leaning into Naruto, Aphrodite chuckled and said, don't worry, you are the only man I love. With a smile, he gave her a gentle peck on the lips and said, I love you, too. I had the most amazing day ever. Aphrodite grinned and swiftly turned to the next page, saying, that's the end of the chapter. But I'm going to read again. The next chapter should still be about my day with Naruto. All right, Athena sighed, hurry up. Similar to what happened when Mother Rhea joined in, however, a bright light appeared in the center of the council chamber before the love goddess could say another word. Everyone held their breath as the light faded, wondering who was still missing from their group. However, nobody was more shocked than Annabeth and Lacey when the sight was cleared. A girl's innocent voice said, where are we? Are you okay, Lace? Yeah, but where's Daddy? A young girl asked, grabbing her sister's hand and nodding while rubbing her eyes. Incredulous, everyone gazed at the two girls. It was reasonable to assume that the two characters were from the same dimension as the book when they suddenly appeared in the center of the room as another Annabeth and another Lacey. Despite her ever-bright mind, Athena was unable to speak. The goddess of wisdom, like the others, simply sat motionless, gazing at the two girls standing in the center of the room. It was obvious that her daughter was in front of her, despite her desire to emphasize that the girls were not who they believed them to be. Athena unconsciously felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. It was a short, adorable, and young Annabeth instead of her tall, grown-up, and mature one. Similar to this, Aphrodite was gazing at little Lacey with stars in her eyes. She let out an inward squeal when she saw how cute and small her baby was. The goddess' heart melted when she saw the little princess, even though the young teen in this world was equally adorable. What happened, Annie? Blinking, the older girl shrugged and said, I have no idea. However, Annabeth was taken aback by what she saw when she turned around. Annabeth looked at the giants before her in astonishment and immediately drew Lacey close to shield her. Each of the 12 giants sitting on the 12 thrones was looking down at the girls with curiosity. The girls soon began to recognize a few faces, though. Mama? Annabeth and Lacey exclaimed, Mommy? As they saw their mothers in their enormous form. Zeus rubbed his temples and sighed as he gazed at the stunned and motionless Athena and Aphrodite. This is getting out of hand. As anticipated, a scroll bearing another message from the Fates materialized in his hands, and the king quickly read it. It seems the Fates have decided to send these girls here. They will help us get a deeper understanding of this book. Zeus continued to read the scroll. Wait, it says these girls and their mothers. 2 more bright lights appeared behind the girls, much to the surprise and fatigue of everyone in the room. The room fell silent as the strong lights faded. Athena and Aphrodite were the only gods and their offspring who gazed in disbelief at the newcomers to the room. No way, was Aphrodite's stunned response. As she watched the seemingly impossible occur in front of her, Athena bit her lip and leaned forward, her brain nearly overheating. Annabeth, the recently manifested Athena said, drawing her daughter near and gazing up at the well-known scene, stay close to me. You too, Lacey. And Aphrodite with vivid violet eyes and long flowing red hair gazed at the Olympian council before settling on a goddess who resembled a hybrid of Hera, Rhea, and, startlingly, Gaia. Don't look around. Rhea muttered gravely, how is this even possible? Interdimensional travel. The Athena on the throne said, I think the Fates have told you the situation. The 2 wisdom goddesses nodded at one another, although I do not understand why my daughter has to be here as well. The Athena holding young Annabeth said, yes. And as difficult as this is to understand, I'm afraid we don't have much choice in the matter. It seems that the Fates in my world and the ones in yours have decided that our meeting is necessary. Apollo muttered, this is so weird, while Hermes and Hephaestus nodded in agreement. The sun god grinned and said, double Athena and Aphrodite. Actually, the latter could be pretty hot. Shut up, you idiot. This is not the time, Apollo said, nearly falling off his throne with a loud smack. Ares gave the new Aphrodite a wink, but she dismissed it with a scoff. Little Lacey whispered, "Hey, it's Ms. Hess," as she tugged on her mother's sleeve. Hestia stood up from her chair and grinned at the girl, calming the newcomers with her kind grin. Athena and Aphrodite's eyes widened, but Hestia went right on. "I think the girls need to be here because we are reading a story about their relationship with their parents." The Athena sitting on her throne was stoic, but Aphrodite appeared somewhat dejected. "Yes, we do know about this Naruto person, but I wouldn't worry. He appears to be non-existent in this world." Sighing, Thea, AFL's Athena, nodded and said, "Yes, this is another dimension." Staring up at her counterpart in this world, Dite, Aphrodite from AFL, said, "So, you never met Naruto in this world?" The other Aphrodite shook her head. Annie understood the implication right away, but before she could think it through, her sister called for her. Lacey was not aware of the change. "Annie, look, it's you," Lacey exclaimed abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. Reminiscent of a documentary she had previously seen, little Annie, Annabeth from AFL, stared at the older girl who resembled her and was unable to speak. What is going on, Mama? I mean Mom. Is this like a parallel universe or something?" The mother of the girl nodded and grinned, saying, "Yes, exactly." "I can't believe it," said an older Annabeth, still in shock. The demigod daughter of Zeus grinned at her best friend, saying, "You were so cute back then." Talia grinned at the sight, saying, "Oh, I missed little Annabeth." "I was aware of it," cried little Lacey from AFL, again as she pointed at her sister's other self. Look, Percy is that." Young Annabeth blushed when she saw the older Percy, who was very handsome, with his arms wrapped around her older self. "I knew it. Yes, you're crushing on him." "Lace, stop talking." Annie's face was flushed. "Don't worry," Percy laughed, "I'm sure my other self like you too." As the other Annabeth flushed like a tomato, he smiled and gave his girlfriend a tighter hug and a cheek kiss. The Athenas of both worlds glared at the hero of Olympus simultaneously, saying, "Silence, Percy Jackson." "Don't try to embarrass her," Annabeth said, giving Percy a light arm punch. "Well, you're here too," Annie said, pointing to the older Lacey while puffing her red cheeks. Dite exclaimed, "Oh, you grow up to look so beautiful and cute," as Lacey's expression changed to one of shock. Wondering how the girl was so fortunate, Lacey grinned at both her younger self and her mother's counterpart. "I bet she has a boyfriend already, too." With a head shake, Lacey said, "And no, I don't." The Asian beauty looked at her mother and then at Dite before sneering. "That's because you're still a little kid, Lacey." He said, "You need to start acting more mature." "Who is her father again?" Dite grinned. "Wow, now I really can't remember any of them except for Naruto." Lacey stuck her tongue out at the other girl, making Dite wonder if it was the same Drew from her universe. She hadn't seen Drew in a long time, but she was happy her daughter grew up looking so beautiful. "Enough," Zeus bellowed, "we're squandering time." "Yes, we have to continue," Poseidon said with a sigh and a nod. Rhea made a longer sofa around her and grinned at her relatives from another dimension, saying, "Come, sit with me. We've really been enjoying this story." As Aphrodite held the book and turned to the next chapter, Dite grinned. As soon as Sally Jackson entered Sweet on America, she was taken aback. "Hey, my mom is actually showing up," Percy chirped, grinning. Her boss was making out with perhaps the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life right in the middle of the store, between the wine gums and the chocolates. Her features seemed to change all the time. At first, they were a little tanned, but then Sally noticed that they were actually a creamy white shade of perfect skin, and her hair looked dark brown at first, but after Sally blinked, it changed to the most beautiful red tresses that flowed to her lower back. It was difficult for Sally to believe that someone so beautiful could actually exist. "I know when this is," Dite laughed. Muttering, "You have absolutely no tact," Thea said. However, Annie and Lace were so horrified by the sight of their father having a passionate makeout session with Dite that even Lacey and Annabeth turned away, unwilling to witness the scene. "I'd rather not see that," Annie shook her head, causing Dite to ruffle her hair in response. "Sally!" exclaimed Naruto as he pulled away from the kiss, blushing at the fact that his employee walked in on him and Aphrodite. "Good morning." "I'm sorry I interrupted you too," Sally said, turning away with a sheepish expression. "It's all right, dear." The goddess put her arms around Naruto's and grinned. "We're sorry you had to see us like that. We'll get out of your way." She pulled Naruto to the back office while waving amiably at Sally. We'll be in the office if you need us, she said, drawing Sally's attention back to the couple after some melodic giggling. But I should help set up. Aphrodite gently shut the door behind them after pushing her lover into his office. Oh, in the workplace? Aphrodite winked at Dite. Nice. Lacey, Lace, Annabeth, and Annie all grimaced, but Dite ignored them and winked back, saying, it really is nice, but it's not what you think. Naruto sat down in his chair and moaned, trembling at the thought of the awkwardness later in the shop. He was grateful that his other employees were arriving later and didn't see him in such a precarious position, and he had made a concerted effort to maintain a professional yet approachable demeanor for his staff, but it might have been in vain. I should have remembered that you have employees coming, the goddess muttered as she gazed at her image through a mirror that she had magically conjured up. We're lucky we saw her so quickly. People usually see me as the perfect beauty of their interpretation, but now that I'm staying with you, I'm going to permanently take the form you see as me. The mirror disappeared as she winked at him, saying, since I'm going to meet the people around you, it is best that I keep a constant appearance. With a smile, Aphrodite said, it's a really nice appearance. I understand, correct? I've been really enjoying it, Dite said, playing with her red hair. The two goddesses of love grinned at one another, and for the first time in their lives, they saw what their own ideal of feminine beauty looked like. They didn't say anything to one another, but they both knew that they needed to talk to each other in private whenever they had the chance. Notwithstanding his blush, Naruto nodded and said, that's a good idea, but I wish that I could have remembered that I had people coming in earlier. Don't be embarrassed, that wasn't as bad as the time the waiter caught us at our booth, said Aphrodite, who sat down on Naruto's lap and giggled. As he put his hands around the goddess, a flushed Naruto said, don't even remind me of that. It took me a long time to forget about it. To this day I haven't returned to that restaurant. With a sigh, Artemis said, a restaurant? Dite laughed. I see you're a prude in my world as well as this one. Yes. Dumb dear sniffer, Aphrodite added, winking at her other self. After giving Dite a quick glance, Thea said, you shouldn't act so rude here. These are not the Olympians that we know. You as well, Artemis. Athena glared at her sister, saying, please be mindful of your tone. Everyone in the room thought, dear order, there are two of them. With another giggle, she gave him a gentle kiss and said, oh, come on. Everyone in the restaurant was jealous of you. She was kissed back by Naruto, who laughed and said, I guess that's true. And it wasn't as if you didn't enjoy what I was doing to you. Aphrodite nibbled on his lower lips while gazing into his eyes. I remember that it was your loud moaning that alerted the waiter that night. She giggled as she felt something poke her between her legs, adding, I don't blame you, though. As his hands began to roam over Aphrodite's body, Naruto gazed at her with hunger and said, you're making it really hard for me to not take you right here on my desk. The goddess leaned closer to him and bit her lip, saying, oh, that's kinky. Do you have a fetish for playing around in the office? Did you do it with another girl here? Hearing in the ears. Annie plugged her ears and squeezed her eyes shut. With a shudder, Annabeth said, please read faster. Lace was perplexed as to why her sister and the older girl who resembled her appeared so disturbed, as she didn't fully comprehend what was happening. Are you serious? Aphrodite asked the girls, laughing. These are the positive aspects. Naruto kissed her neck, closed his eyes, and inhaled her aroma blissfully. I haven't been with anybody since you left, he said. What? Aphrodite was somewhat taken aback. Yep, Dite said, nodding and grinning at Aphrodite, not one woman for nearly 7 years. How is that even possible? Apollo asked, scratching the back of his head. He had the silent support of many other gods. It's not that surprising. Having 2 little girls doesn't exactly give me a lot of time for dating. He laughed at her surprise and simply kept kissing and nibbling at her lovely skin. He drew back a little and looked into her wide-open violet eyes. And I really loved you and still love you, so it was hard for me to find someone else. She bit her lips as a wave of regret and sadness overcame her. Though I would be lying if I say there weren't some pretty ladies, but they just weren't you. With a giddy smile, Dite said, he is so sweet. In her mind, Hera muttered, much more than what I can say about the gods here. The goddess of love couldn't help but feel a little envious that she didn't have someone like Naruto in her life, so she sighed and said, he really is. She couldn't tell if any of her past or present lovers could be so committed to her. I'm so sorry, the goddess said, tenderly cupping his face and giving him a tender kiss. With a smile and a shake of his head, Naruto said, you have nothing to be sorry for. The important thing is that you're here now. She whispered, I will never hurt you again, against his lips. She leaned against him and cuddled, saying, I love you more than I've ever loved anyone, and I'm staying with you. From now on, we'll be together and live as a family, the four of us. Sounds good. Dite felt warm and comfortable as she kissed the top of Lacey's head and held her close to her chest, grinning. She might have been too engrossed in the moment when Naruto actually said those words, but reliving it now made her value it even more. The god of the sun glanced at the Aphrodite of his dimension and said, I don't think you'll ever say things like that. Apollo scratched his head and said, this is really weird. Hera nodded, it definitely is unlikely. The queen questioned Aphrodite's family values in light of her history of extramarital affairs. Aphrodite said nothing, her lovely features marred by a slight frown. Give it some time. I promise you'll find out what it's like, Dite said, smiling. I wouldn't be so sure. Aphrodite glanced at her counterpart with a hint of hope. I didn't think I would, but these feelings really sneak up on you and change everything instantly. Aphrodite nodded and pursed her lips in a tiny smile. Pulling her down, he slipped his tongue into her warm, damp cavern and gave her a gentle kiss on the lips. She had a honey-like flavor, and he was getting dependent on her once more. He had almost forgotten how amazing it was to kiss Aphrodite, but all of his cravings and addictions returned in a single kiss. Making love to the woman he loved and giving her as much pleasure as possible was all he wanted. As she put her arms around his head and intensified the kiss, Aphrodite thought, I love this man so much. She had never felt so much love for anyone in her immortal life, and it was amazing. It was totally out of his league and dwarfed any love she might have had for Ares or Adonis. It was something very special for the goddess of love, who had experienced love innumerable times before. He is my true love, this is the real thing. Perhaps there is such a thing as true love. Aphrodite pondered inwardly as she fixed her gaze on her counterpart, who had the brilliant smile of someone who was genuinely and profoundly in love. Naruto began to slide his hand under her silk shirt after slowly reaching into her blazer. His desire increased tenfold as her skin felt as silky and smooth as it had all those years ago. He moaned his name in ecstasy, wanting to have her under him once more. He desired to experience her love, warmth, and moisture. Until he made her fall even more in love with him, he wanted to take her repeatedly. Oh, gods! Exclaimed Annabeth, turning her gaze away from the view. Do we have to see these scenes? With a tomato-red face, Annie couldn't help but agree with her older self. Yeah, can we skip these parts? When Lace covered her face with her hands, Dite laughed and kissed her, saying, to think you all are so embarrassed now. Just wait till later when the real steamy scenes come. Be quiet, you dumb pile of foam, Thea sighed. Ares was on the verge of melting another pair of sunglasses, but many of the gods and goddesses were unconcerned by the scenes. However, when someone knocked on his office door, all of his plans were ruined. Who is it? Exclaimed Aphrodite, turning to the door and glaring fiercely, fighting the impulse to send the offender to Hades. Sally replied, I'm sorry for interrupting again, but everyone is here and we need Mr. Namikaze to come start the registers and give us the plan of the day. Despite his disappointment, Naruto grinned at the goddess' endearing expression of rage. He turned to the woman on his lap and waited until the footsteps stopped, saying, I know, Sally. I'll be out in a second. It's okay, beautiful, we have the whole night tonight. You better be ready for it, said Aphrodite, with a sultry smile and a gentle kiss. I've been ready for years. Best night of my life, Dite sighed blissfully. With a start, Aphrodite said, really? That good, huh? She ignored Thea's glare and winked at her counterpart, saying, you have no idea, girl. Better than every other night ever. Athena's temple on Mount Olympus. Ah, I want to see the steamy scene. Sighed Apollo, why'd they change the scene? He slapped his head and grunted, shut up and listen, you perverted fool. Artemis and Apollo quarreled for an hour before Athena was able to bring the goddess of the hunt back to her temple. She wondered if she and Poseidon's arguments were as stressful and annoying as the twins. Just listening to the siblings quarrel over who their mother loved more gave the goddess of wisdom an unbelievably bad headache. It was almost as awful as when Poseidon and Zeus quarreled over Mother Rhea. That damn arrogant moron. Artemis stomped into Athena's temple, still furious. Athena rubbed her temples and sighed as her sister continued. Zoe alone can defeat all his sons. I can't believe he thinks his sons better than my hunters. That's not really fair, I mean, none of my kids are immortal, so they don't have hundreds of years to train. That is irrelevant, Artemis sneered. Can we please get back to our original objective? Honestly, who knows where that lovesick goddess is, Artemis moaned. She muttered, well, it's not that hard to guess, and settled into one of her numerous chairs. For Aphrodite to extend such a favor to our brother means that she really doesn't want anyone to find her, and there is only one reason that could possibly make act so careful. You mean, yes, I think she went to find Naruto, Athena said, sighing as she nodded. Mumbling, she is going to get into so much trouble, Artemis said. The goddess of the moon sighed as she gazed down at her sitting sister, saying, at least you only stayed there for a few minutes, but from what we've gathered, she's been there for at least 8 hours. And I don't think she's going to come back soon. That stupid woman, Athena complained fiercely. If Ares or Hephaestus find out she's so close to Naruto, they're going to kill him. Sneering, the smith god said, I don't have time for something so mundane. You're right, they will definitely do something like that. Athena got up and began to glow. I'm going to go find her, she said. Are you coming with me? Yet I need to return to the camp for a short while and ask Zoe to drive the chariot for me tonight. Do you mind coming with me first? Artemis said with a sigh and a nod. Yes, at this point I'm a little committed. She moved closer to her sister and crossed her arms. Of course not, let's go. Aphrodite chirped, here, try this one, as she cheerfully gave Naruto a tiny strawberry truffle. Naruto grinned and accepted the treat with pleasure, ignoring Sally's and his other employees' slightly uncomfortable looks. Aphrodite had spent the last few hours examining the items Naruto had in his store and giving him a list of things he should leave out. She claimed that a lot of the store's merchandise was offensive to sweets, and Naruto was well aware that the goddess of love was the expert on candy. However, she was occupied with feeding Naruto, sometimes from mouth to mouth, the many that she loved. Aphrodite chirped, ooh la la, nice, with a joyful nod, Dite said, very effective stuff. Delicious, with a giggle. The goddess returned her focus to the laptop and typed in all the candies she wished to order from different parts of the world, primarily France. The amount of knowledge their boss's girlfriend possessed about candies shocked all of Naruto's employees. Ever since she opened the laptop, she had been typing the names of candies, their different ingredients, and their manufacturing process. It's weird seeing being so knowledgeable, Thea said with a sly smile. Athena and Aphrodite were taken aback when Dite simply laughed at Thea's teasing, and the latter returned the smile. Although the two goddesses were not particularly hostile toward one another, it appeared that their counterparts from the book's dimension were. They appeared to be close friends. Naruto gave her a cheek kiss and grinned at her eagerness, saying, thanks for helping out. No problem at all. Naruto grinned and clapped his hands while glancing at the clock. Sally and the others nodded and smiled, saying, okay, it's time to close up. The boss smiled and stretched his arms, saying, remember to come meet us tomorrow, Sally. Thanks for the great day, guys. Nodding and grinning in return, Sally said, of course, Percy is very excited about it. I get some screen time. Percy smiled and tightened his embrace around Annabeth, causing her to smile and little Annie to flush. Sally felt a little uneasy as Aphrodite turned to her and exclaimed, oh, with excitement. You're Percy's mother? Yes, tell me. Do you think your son has a crush on Annabeth? He so does, Dite chirped. The young couple grinned at one another and said, so perfect together. Aphrodite laughed, yep, just like the Percy and Annabeth in this dimension. With her face hidden from everyone, Annie huddled closer to her mother, causing her to smile and give her a tighter hug. Dite! Exclaimed Naruto, appalled at the idea of his infant daughter having feelings for a boy. I actually asked him that a few days ago and he blushed and yelled at me, so I definitely think he does, Sally shrugged, laughing. Percy muttered, that sounds like something I would do, laughing at Annabeth's timid behavior. Aphrodite clapped her hands together and giggled, boys, huh? They always make me angry when they try to deny something. Naruto shook his head and waved his hands around, saying, nobody has crushes on anybody. My baby girl does not like any boys. The goddess simply smirked and pointed at Naruto, saying, see? Naruto took his girlfriend's hand and escorted her out of the store, ignoring Sally's laughter. He hurriedly said goodbye to his staff and reminded them to lock the door before leaving the store and making his way to his car, all the while attempting to shake the unsettling idea that one of his princesses was seeing a boy. They will never like any boys and will always be his little babies. Simply put, no. Naruto's response made Aphrodite laugh, and she embraced him tightly. He was simply too adorable. The way his eyes widened and his body shivered when she teased him about Annabeth liking that Percy boy was just too funny. He was being very kind, but eventually he would have to face the truth, and she would be there to witness it, and laugh about it. In actuality, she had already planned out her daughter's romantic lives and would ensure their happiness. To plan his life alongside Annabeth's, she only needed to meet Percy. For my birthday present, maybe you could make it so that Annabeth and Lacey will never like any boys? Please don't, Annabeth said quietly. Dite and Aphrodite chuckled and said, don't worry, we won't. Naruto paled at the idea of his girls spending nights with boys, and he shook his head viciously, which made her laugh. The goddess smiled and shook her head, saying, never, those girls are beautiful and deserve the best love lives. She grinned up at her lover and said, don't worry, Daddy. Both girls will have a very happy marriage and a great family. I guess that's better than nothing. Aphrodite released his hand and climbed into the car's passenger seat before re-grabbing his hand and saying, come on you big baby, let's continue our day. Where are we heading next? We'll go pick up the girls and go to the supermarket to get something for dinner. Sounds fun. Hestia had been enjoying her work as a teacher for the past week. Hestia grinned at the look of her counterpart. I wonder if I know about Aphrodite. Oh, Demeter grinned. This will be good. Lacey was fast becoming her favorite, even though she had always loved her siblings' kids and treated them like her own. The young girl was even more endearing than the other Aphrodite children she had previously encountered. Hestia saw a lot of the goddess of love in the young child, especially in Lacey's vivacious demeanor and endearing smile. Hestia loved the way her eyes would light up when she saw a fresh batch of cookies. The goddess winked at Lace when she smiled at Hestia. Thank you, Ms. Hess, Lacey said, snatching 3 cookies rapidly from the tray. I love you. Before starting to tend to the other kids, Hestia chuckled and said, I love you too, sweetie. At the end of the school day, Hestia had made it a tradition to distribute freshly baked cookies, and the kids had never been happier about anything. Since the cookies were primarily oatmeal and healthy, the parents were all delighted to see how happy their kids would be when they picked them up. Hestia caught a glimpse of little Lacey standing next to her sister, as if they were both waiting for their father. When Lacey split half of her last cookie and handed it to Annabeth, the goddess of the hearth nearly squealed with joy. Hestia smiled sweetly at the 2 girls and said, ah, that's nice. As the scene was read aloud, Thea and Dite's daughters grinned at one another. They were sisters, really. With the exception of Hestia, who was adored by all, the Olympian siblings had never been particularly close, so witnessing this affection between 2 demigods with different godly parents was charming. Then a well-known vehicle pulled into the parking lot. Lacey cried out, Daddy, and leapt into her father's embrace. I'm hungry, can we get some ramen? Holding onto her father's hand, Annabeth said, no, I want sweet potato mash and ribs. She also looked up at him and said, or baked potatoes and roast beef, that's good too. After giving both of his infants a playful eye roll and a forehead kiss, Naruto said, we'll decide when we get to the supermarket. When they turned to look at her, Hestia waved at them and grinned at their magnificent family. Hestia would frequently be thrilled to see happy families in the domain she shared with her younger sister Hera, and Naruto's was undoubtedly one of her favorites. However, she then noticed something within their vehicle. Is that? Hoo-hoo, she saw you, Dite, Apollo smiled eagerly. Whatever she saw vanished the moment she saw it, but she was struck by a familiar sense of power. Don't tell me she came down here, really? That was just too near. Holding her hand to her chest as her breathing evened out, Aphrodite sighed with relief as she reappeared inside Naruto's house. The fact that she and Athena had asked Hestia to watch their daughters had slipped her mind. It was very clever, she had to admit, but she had no idea the goddess of the hearth would really pretend to be Lacey's teacher. It was extremely risky. Hestia had nearly spotted her and she could have been returned to Olympus had she not teleported at that precise moment. Hestia scowled at Dite, who grinned and shrugged, saying, it's not as if I'd drag you back, Aphrodite. Had to play it safe. Hestia might be looking for me, so I'd better not teleport back to the car just yet. She made the decision to explore her new house, or more specifically, the master bedroom, since she had time before Naruto and the girls returned. With just one lover now, she intended to have a fantastic sexual life with him. A few years ago, Naruto was a fantastic lover. His strength, endurance, and general huskiness caused her knee to tremble and her loin to burn. She was eager to spend the night with him because she had missed making love to him over the years. Annie moaned, ew, I don't need to hear this. I don't either, Lace muttered to her mom. Dite grinned and said, don't worry, they're not showing anything on screen. Hestia snapped her fingers and put her handmade earmuffs over Annie and Lace's ears, saying, but in the end, this is not suitable for the children. Particularly after she bathed in Hera's sacred water. She skipped all the way to the bedroom because the mere thought of it made her ecstatic. I had a great time. Hera was entirely correct. It felt sexy to see a wife getting ready for her husband to have a great evening. She had chosen not to use the more potent of her love magic on Naruto, but she still had her arsenal of tricks, and the mere idea of Naruto as her husband made her heart skip a beat. In the morning, Naruto's entire world will be turned upside down. Aphrodite's fingers snapped, filling the room with a faint aroma of her own blend of aphrodisiac, which will increase Naruto's desire for her. Then the white walls turned a sophisticated shade of purple, the hardwood floor became rich and fluffy black carpet, and the plain white curtains transformed into a luxurious sheet of deep purple silk with a flick of her wrist. The bed, the most crucial component, comes next. The basic queen-sized bed was transformed into a magnificent king-sized bed, complete with a wide black wooden frame with a lighted edge, a 7-foot-tall black leather headboard with intricate silk designs, a flawless mattress composed of the softest celestial cotton and wool, and the most exquisite purple and black bedspread with Athena-worthy knitted patterns. It faded to a gentle fluorescent glow with a final nod to the lights. "Perfect," she said with a lovely smile as she turned to face the last thing standing in her path. "Now, what to do with all these books?" Dite whispered, "Oh right, this part," leaving Aphrodite perplexed. But as soon as she saw all the Greek mythology books, her smile vanished. Although she wasn't overly thrilled about it, she shouldn't have been shocked when Naruto chose to study their stories after having children with 2 Greek goddesses. To mortals, she had not exactly been an angel because of her previous deeds. She wanted Naruto to understand that she was only with him now and that those other men were no longer in her life, even though she was extremely ashamed of her previous lovers. She needed to reassure him that she genuinely loved him and would marry him, and that their relationship was nothing like her marriage to Hephaestus. Aphrodite avoided the stares of many people in the room by biting her lips. She had frequently questioned whether she could be as devoted and affectionate to just one person as Hera was. She never imagined that being restricted to a marriage would work for her because her domain of love had always been wild and difficult to control, but after witnessing her counterpart's happiness, she had to consider it. "Daddy, let's hurry and eat." Before teleporting down to the main floor, Aphrodite snapped her fingers and made the 3 bookshelves disappear, shaking her head clear of her troubled thoughts. She immediately felt better after seeing the scene that met her eyes. As Naruto entered the kitchen with a grocery bag in hand, Annabeth trailed behind him, carrying another bag, and Lacey simply skipped along with a lollipop in her mouth. Although Lace was unable to hear the words, she smiled when she saw the scene on the plasma screen. "Calm down, princess. Dinner will be ready soon." The goddess of love smiled as Naruto's eyes met hers and a wave of relief passed through him. He smiled silently and carried on putting the groceries away after she approached him and gave him a gentle peck on the cheek. "I'm sorry I suddenly vanished like that," she said. "I thought someone was messing with my domain somewhere in Spain, so I had to quickly check." With a nod, Hermes said, "A good and quick lie." Naruto nodded, grinning. "So, are you girls okay with having just spaghetti and meatballs?" As Naruto spoke and nodded, Aphrodite grinned at him, who was staring at her. The goddess used her illusionary abilities to conceal her plate and food from the girls, allowing her to share her first family dinner with them. "That sounds delicious. I love everything you cook, honey." Yes, it had been a while since she had called someone that. Smiling at Thea, Dite said, "I love calling him that." "Me, too." When many began to stare at her, Athena blushed and almost gawked at her other's response. She was eager for the story to tell more about her relationship with Naruto because she needed to be certain that she was capable of experiencing such emotions. "Thank you, honey," Naruto said softly as he winked at her. "The hunter camp of Artemis. Yes, milady, I will prepare for the flight immediately." Artemis nodded and grinned at her best friend and lieutenant. Athena's hunters were like her own blood and blood, even though she may have brain children. All of her hunters were like her daughters, but Zoe and Phoebe, her older hunters, were more like sisters. In a sense, Artemis would occasionally consider that she had also managed to maintain her virginity and experience motherhood. Artemis glanced at Talia and her hunters and smiled sorrowfully at the sight of her best friend and oldest hunter. She was their mother, sister, and patron, and they all returned her smile. Athena gave the huntress a smile and a nod, saying, "Thank you, Zoe. It is of no inconvenience, Lady Athena, I am glad to help." Artemis smiled at Athena as Zoe went to get the moon chariot ready. "Are you hungry, sister? Maybe we should join my hunters for dinner before we head for New York." "I would like that. It's been a long time since we've had dinner in your camp," said the goddess of wisdom with a smile and a nod. "The other you keeps wasting time, Athena," Demeter sighed. Thea answered, but Athena said nothing. "It was a long day and I needed some time to think about what I should say when I confront Naruto and Aphrodite." Demeter gave a shrug. My hunters may not be as skilled as Aunt Hestia at cooking, but I'm sure you'll like it, Artemis said with a smile as she guided Athena to the camp by hand. The blonde whispered, "Good night, princess," and planted a kiss on his baby girl's head. "I love you." The scene made Lace feel drowsier, and Lacey grinned pitifully. Naruto started to tuck Lacey in after persuading Annabeth to put down her new book and go to bed. When he carried her to her room, the young girl was already exhausted from her school day and was half asleep. She acted like a little girl to her father, even though she was mature enough to understand love and her sister's crush on Percy. Qualities she inherited from her mother. The part of the day he looked forward to the most was spending the night with Aphrodite. During dinner, Naruto's thoughts had been focused on the evening. He could still clearly recall the last time he had made love to the goddess of love, and the thought of it still filled him with excitement. He only hoped that he could still please her and that his sexual skills would not deteriorate with age. She would remain with him, more like a wife, and was not going to be his girlfriend as she had been. That increased the level of pressure significantly. As he entered his room, a pair of soft, slender arms wrapped around his waist from behind and whispered, "Don't be nervous," into his ear. "Just let your feelings guide you and make love to me, just like you had so many times before." After turning to her, Naruto drew her nearer and said, "I plan to." Ares cracked his knuckles and melted his second pair of sunglasses. "I'm going to kill this guy." "I will kill you if you do, that I swear on the sticks," Thea said, glaring at the war god. With a flash of strength, Dite said, "I will as well." Ares turned away, attempting to ignore the two goddesses, while Hermes and Apollo laughed. The other Olympians, meanwhile, were content to read on. Aphrodite snapped her fingers to make her present clothing disappear, then locked the door firmly behind her. Her silk shirt was transformed into a lacy red ribbon tied together quite precariously, and her jeans were swapped out for a tiny thong. She approached Naruto, who was stunned, and put her arms around his neck while pressing her huge breasts against his chest. "Ooh, nice," Aphrodite exclaimed. "Yep," Dite smiled, as if she had forgotten about the war god. With a sigh, Hestia snapped her fingers once more, enchantment encircling Annie's and Lace's eyes with blindfolds. "This is not suitable for children." Annie and Lace, feeling somewhat appreciative, didn't object at all. "You're just perfect." With a smile, Aphrodite bent down to give him a quick peck on the lips. "Thank you, Naruto. You're really good to me." She stroked the back of his neck and bit her lips together. "I love you. I really mean it. I know that my reputation has suffered throughout the centuries and I might not appear as someone who could be faithful to just one man." Dite gave her counterpart a quick glance and a nod, telling her to pay close attention. Naruto softly murmured, "Hey, what are you saying? I fully believe." Naruto nodded grudgingly as the goddess kissed him and interrupted, saying, "Please, let me finish. Most of the stories written about me in mortal myths and legends are true. I am temperamental, flirtatious and seductive, but it is a little different now. I will only be temperamental with you, most likely when we disagree over what clothes to buy for our little girls. I will only be flirtatious with you, probably when we're in public because I love how you react to it." Aphrodite grinned as Naruto pulled her closer. With tears in her eyes, she said, "And I assure you, I will seduce you every single night from now on, and only you, my love. I have decided to leave everything behind and have a fresh start. This is completely new to me. I intend to find out everything about being family and a loving mother with you." Aphrodite gave him another kiss and grinned against his lips, adding, "And with Annabeth and Lacey and with our future children." There was silence in the room. Hera grinned at the goddess from another dimension and said, "Wow, that was really sweet, Aphrodite." Dite grinned and said, "Thanks." Dite knew better than anyone that her counterpart needed some privacy and time to reflect, so she spoke as much as she could, doing everything she could to divert attention from Aphrodite and toward herself. While all of this was going on, Aphrodite sat quietly in her throne, her thoughts repeatedly repeating Dite's words. They were beautiful and lovely, they were sure. Dite's statement must have meant that she loved Naruto more than anything else, but Aphrodite was wondering if she would ever find someone who would make her feel so intense and passionate. "I wonder if this universe's Naruto is out there, and perhaps I'll get to meet him soon." "I love you, Aphrodite. You really don't have to say anything," Naruto said, running his fingers through her long, silky hair and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "You have my complete trust." "I know, but I needed to say it for myself." She led Naruto's hand to the red ribbon and assisted him in pulling it down, revealing her flawless breasts as the little item of clothing fell to the ground. "This is literally a fresh start for me." She grinned broadly and met Naruto's eyes, saying, I went to Hera and used her sacred bath. I used it to completely purify my body and to regain my virginity. Naruto's eyes widened as he experienced an unheard of emotional surge. I've never done this before, but I believe that you are truly the only one for me and I wanted to do this for our relationship. It's also the best choice I've ever made in my life thus far. Dite's smile was so lovely that it made everyone who saw her smile. Whispering, I don't know what to say, he dabbed at her cheeks. She pushed him onto the bed and straddled his waist, saying, you don't have to say anything. Just make love to me. Take my maidenhood and make me yours. She gave him the softest kiss she could and pressed her lips to his, saying, forever. Naruto kissed her as tenderly as he could and spoke to his lover in his head because he knew that words could not express his feelings to her at that moment and that the only way to do so was to use his actions. I'll give her what she deserves or die trying, even though I don't deserve this. New York City. Mother Ray's house on 5th Avenue. Hello, I'm back. Rhea leaned forward and grinned. Why are we moving so quickly, Mother? When Hestia returned home, her mother was smiling and holding a house deed, looking amused beyond words, and all of their belongings were packed into Ray's little magic suitcase, leaving their apartment completely empty. Already guessing what was going on, Hestia sighed, Mother, really? What? It's always important to have a nice vantage point, the mother of the gods chuckled. I bought us a house closer to your workplace, she laughed. It's right next to your new favorite nieces and Athena and Aphrodite's love. After being startled, Hestia sighed and shook her head, asking, why? Why not? Rhea put her hands on her hips and chirped, you know how boring it is to sit at home all day and watch the world pass by. She got up and joyfully held her daughter's hand, saying, the majority of my soap operas are getting monotonous, and no matter how much I complain to Apollo, they are not getting any better. The only interesting thing going on right now is this little mortal man's relationship with little Athena and Aphrodite, and I'm going to enjoy it. Hopefully, this small circumstance will provide me with more entertainment than television. With a glance at her grandmother's counterpart, Thea said, so that's why Grandma suddenly moved next to us. This isn't a soap opera, Mom. Oh really? You wouldn't believe that if you had the same sense of the other goddesses as I do, Rhea said, laughing as she dragged her favorite child along. Aphrodite has been at that mortal's home since yesterday and Athena is about to come visit them in the morning. This has entertainment written all over it. This is not going to be pretty, Hestia moaned, shaking her head. No, not at all. With another smile, Dite said, I'm going to love this part. Grunting, Thea said, I'm not. Dite yelled, no, you're not, and brushed her shoulder against Thea's. The hunter camp of Artemis. She felt a chill run down her spine as she sat down to a long dinner with her sister and her hunters, as though something horrible had happened. She dismissed it because she shared a lot of nectar and ambrosias with Artemis. She accepted Artemis' offer to spend the night in one of her tents since she was beginning to get a headache. The girls should have been asleep by now, and she didn't want to wake them up by dragging a displeased Aphrodite back to Olympus. That's why she didn't want to visit Naruto at such a late hour. Athena didn't need her daughter to learn about their world in such a degrading manner. She had to exercise caution and patience. If I wait until morning, what could possibly go wrong? Almost palming her forehead, Athena sighed and said, really, of all things to say, you say that? Thea looked away and crossed her arms, saying, be quiet. Athena made the book appear in her hands by snapping her fingers and shaking her head. Let's continue to the next chapter. I'll read. Athena blocked her gray eyes onto the page and began reading right away, ignoring Thea's slightly worried glance, hoping to learn more about her counterpart's role in the story, Alternative Universe. No morning had ever been better. No morning in the millennia she had lived had ever been so ideal, so cozy, and so appropriate. She awoke with the weightlessness of a cloud floating in the clear blue sky. She floated in bliss, far from the rest of the world, far away from the problems of the world. It seemed as though her happiness was all that was left of her worries and problems. She had at last found peace after centuries, millennia, ages, and eons. And she never would have imagined that one mortal man would be the source of her true peace. Dite let out a happy sigh. Having her life explained in this way felt really intriguing. It gave the situation a fresh viewpoint and increased Dite's appreciation for it. Aphrodite looked at her counterpart and muttered to herself, she looks so happy. Naruto, she said to herself as a contented smile spread across her lovely face. Oh, my amazing Naruto. Lace missed her dad, and when she heard his name, she couldn't help but glance around the room and wonder if he would arrive later. She was putting her head in the crook of her lover's neck, and she knew he had his arms around her waist. She was aware that their chests were securely fastened and their legs were intertwined. Everything felt flawless and organic. She appeared to have been finished. They were precisely positioned and joined, like two parts of a puzzle. It was her home, where she belonged, and the one place that had ever brought her happiness and serenity. With him. It's going to take some time for me to get used to you talking like this, Dite, Apollo said, scratching his head. Dite just winked and grinned. He whispered softly, Dite, as his lips touched her forehead. The voice and the knowledge that he was still asleep made her smile. After all this time, it seemed that he was still dreaming about their night together, just like her. It was the greatest night of her life, and the thought of it made her smile. It was ideal. She had never felt more valued or loved. He observed every movement of her body and facial expression. It seemed as though he could enter her head and give her pleasure in ways she never would have imagined. Her husband was ideal in the bedroom, so she was content. Not wanting to hear what was being read, Annie and Lace once more put their new earmuffs over their ears. As Aphrodite muttered, wow, he just keeps becoming the perfect package. Just ask Thea. Dite winked at Thea and smiled, saying, you have no idea. Astonished, Thea exclaimed, I am going to make you fade. As everyone gasped for air, Athena spluttered. Everyone began to look at Thea, then Athena, and back again out of habit, wondering if they were dreaming. Zeus was turning purple in the meantime, and his masterbolt was trembling with strength, threatening to wipe out humanity with a single blow. Putting her fingers to her lips, Rhea said, oh my, Athena. This, murmured the king of gods, this little shit dare defile my favorite daughter? No, don't even say that, Athena scowled at her father. My baby war muffin is no longer my baby war muffin, Zeus sagged on his throne. Artemis looked shakily at her favorite sister and whispered, SS sister, how could you? Apollo grinned triumphantly and gestured to Hermes, Hephaestus, and Ares. The other three gods could only sulk in ignorance. Ha, in your face. I knew it, you suckers all owe me 1,000,000 drachma, each, one of them said. Hestia sighed at her sister, but the goddess of harvest went on. How was it? Did it hurt? Was he really that goo? Demeter squealed and turned to Thea, saying, I'm so proud of you, Athena. Oh, if only our Athena would be as daring as you. I will not dignify this with a response. If Annabeth hadn't been caught by Percy and Talia, she would have fallen off the couch. Mom, are you no longer a virgin? The words, oh, if only I brought my phone with me, what I wouldn't give for a picture of your face, made Dite laugh so hard she nearly fell off her seat. Thea's glare would have sent Dite to Tartarus if appearances could kill. Despite her golden face, she turned to face her counterpart and said, keep reading, I will deal with you later. Athena never imagined that she would be unable to look down at the book, but for some reason, she was unable to do so. Laughing, Hermes said, I think she's broken. Hera shook her head and sighed, I'll read. She snapped her fingers, brought the book into her hands, and glared as she silenced the room. She loved the sensation of his body against hers at that precise moment. Adonis couldn't have matched the flawless physique of a mere candy store owner, which was already a wonder. Although her love for him may have enhanced her perception of his appearance, it made no difference because her spouse, lover, and destined one was ideal. Good morning. Aphrodite's eternal smile grew to match Naruto's, and she slowly opened her eyes. He pulled her closer, his arms tightening around her, rubbing her body against his. She wanted to be as close to him as possible, so she clung to him more as his warmth surrounded her. His voice was a whisper as he asked, how'd you sleep? She gave him a gentle neck kiss and inhaled his aroma, saying, like a mortal in Elysium, you make an amazing pillow. The best part of cuddling and snuggling, Dite chirped. With a sigh of pleasure, he embraced her more tightly, saying, you are just so soft and warm. Just hugging you like this makes me want to sleep in. He laughed and ran his hand lightly over her perfect skin, saying, a role I live for. She closed her eyes and whispered softly, can we? Allowing the warmth and joy to take over. Let's just sleep the day away. It's Halloween tomorrow, he said, grinning slightly. The girls will be up early and would want to make cookies and carve pumpkins. The mention of Halloween made Lace, who had just removed her earmuffs, smile. When Annie removed her earmuffs, she patted her arm and said, hey, this is about Halloween, they're talking about Halloween. Grinning, Annie said, cool, I miss little Bethy. Talia sighed at the sight. With a smile on her face, Aphrodite embraced him once more and said, that would be fun too. How about we go take a shower then wake the girls? Just take a shower, or are you thinking of something else? She asked, giggling as she slightly withdrew to gaze at him. I'll have you know that I'm very good at multitasking. She nibbled on his lips as she withdrew. laughing as she gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. All right. Good. But I am a little sore from last night, so you will have to carry me to the shower. Annie's cry, come on, when are these dumb scenes going to end? Caused Dite to laugh and give her a quick kiss on the hair. He winked and grinned back, saying, your wish is my command. Aphrodite snapped her fingers as soon as the couple entered the master bathroom, changing the space in front of them. Naruto watched in awe as the white walls turned the same shade of purple as the bedroom, the tiny bathtub grew into a huge black hot tub, and the white tiles he had grown accustomed to over the years entirely transformed into exquisite black marble. His old steam shower had been replaced by a new one with golden rims, as well as a new black porcelain sink. Overall, it was quite pleasant. Naruto, who had always desired a woman's touch in his house, laughed at the remarkable transformation and was astounded by the scene. Now that she was over her shock, Annabeth marveled at the power's utility. She swung her hand to fill the hot tub with water while the jets were running full force. There we go, perfect. As he carried his sweetheart to the water, Naruto laughed and said, I'm going to get so lazy if you keep doing this stuff. As they sat down in the water, Aphrodite simply grinned and gave him a playful chest kiss. They both sighed in relief as the hot water rushed against their skin. Aphrodite's head rested on Naruto's shoulder as he gathered her onto his lap and held her close. Now, do you want to do this with or without soap? With a smile, Aphrodite said, always with soap. Dite nodded and gave her a wink, saying, always with soap. Their new home wasn't too bad, Hestia had to admit. Although it wasn't as opulent as their previous residence on Fifth Avenue, she had never been a goddess who gave a damn about such things. Their new home, in contrast to their enormous apartment, featured a lovely fireplace with a broad chimney, where she could create a lovely fire and prepare some delectable s'mores. Artemis and Persephone would adore it. Artemis forgot that her sister's counterpart was no longer a virgin when her aunt's food was mentioned. Oh, that is a good idea. One of Hestia's favorite nieces made her giggle. She could already envision some pleasant family dinners in the near future, but inviting Ares or Hephaestus might not be a good idea given that Naruto lived right next door. Tia, come here for a minute. Glancing away from the lovely fireplace, the goddess of the hearth returned to the kitchen to meet her mother, who was dressed very much like any other mortal woman. The mother of the gods appeared just as elegant and graceful as usual, dressed in tight blue jeans and a form-fitting tank top underneath a black blazer. Nice outfit, Rhea. Aphrodite gave the goddess mother a wink. Rhea grinned as she experimented with her brand new kitchen appliances, which her grandson Hephaestus had personally designed. What do you want for breakfast, dear? Artemis murmured, oh, Grandma's cooking is good too. Considering that Artemis was in her child form, Rhea and Hestia laughed at how adorable she appeared. Anything is fine. I would pick something good, smiled Rhea in response. The Titaness snapped her fingers as twin plates containing eggs, sausages, bacon, and toast materialized in front of her. I conjured up some chairs on the balcony in the master bedroom. We could have our breakfasts there. If my timing is correct, the show should be starting soon. Mother, this is a matter of family, not some soap opera on television, Hestia said sharply to her mother. You're right, this is way better than the garbage on TV. Looking at Apollo, Rhea said, yeah, you and your descendants should work harder in Hollywood, Apollo. Apollo almost pouted like a child when he said, we're trying, Grandma. You are just gorgeous. Grinning, Naruto drew the newly clothed goddess into his embrace and gave her a gentle peck on the lips while he withdrew. She was flawless. She was elegant without trying and beautiful without trying. She was still the world's most beautiful woman, even when she was wearing only a red t-shirt and tight gray jeans. Naruto, who had always adored ponytails, was thrilled to see her long red hair pulled back into a simple ponytail. Dite said to no one, huh, really? I hadn't realized that actually. As she laced her fingers with Naruto's, the goddess led them out of the bathroom. Aphrodite grinned and ran her fingers through Naruto's soft, spiky hair, saying, you're quite handsome yourself. No wonder so many women around you have feelings for you. Yeah, sighed Naruto, those single mothers at the girls' school can be pretty frank at times. Shaking her head and giggling, the goddess said, I'm not talking about them, silly, I'm talking about Percy's mother, Sally. What? Poseidon and Percy cried out. What a twist, grinned Talia. At what she said, Naruto nearly stumbled on the brand new carpet. What? Aphrodite grinned as she recollected her first encounter with Naruto and all the clues he had overlooked from her. You're still as dense as ever when it comes to these things, she said. Yes, I can feel that Sally has somewhat of a crush on you. It was quite obvious, really. When she saw us kissing yesterday, I could clearly feel jealousy, even though she hid it very well. Be thankful, girls. If it weren't for me, you girls and Percy might have become step-siblings, Dite said, giving Annabeth and Annie a wink. Dite, Annie whimpered, blushing slightly. Percy shivered at the idea as Annabeth giggled at him. Dear gods, I don't even want to think about it. Poseidon moaned and folded his arms, partially allowing Zeus to strike the small mortal. Well, what should I do? Naruto asked, closing his eyes and scratching the back of his head. Aphrodite needed no confirmation that she was the most beautiful woman in the world and that no mortal woman could ever match her beauty. Just let it be. She knows that you're with me now and should give up soon. Besides, she might be your future in-law, so you want to keep a friendly relationship with her. Don't even joke about that. His horrified expression made Aphrodite laugh, and she dragged him downstairs. She winked and smiled back at him, saying, we still need to come up with a way to introduce me to the girls. Come on, I'm a little hungry and I want you to make me some breakfast. Dite grinned at the girls and said, ah, that was fun. Naruto scratched his head and muttered, right, he may be skilled at devising plans for a lot of things, but he would find it much more difficult to introduce a woman to his daughters. We better start thinking about something. Annabeth is far too smart for some lame excuse. He looked at his spouse, we'll tell them who you really are sooner or later, but we should think of a nice cover story for now. As she took a seat at the dinner table, the goddess began, how about we start up again after all these years and say that I'm your high school sweetheart? That sounds pretty good. Laughing and winking at Naruto, Aphrodite said, we can have a lot of fun with this. The goddess' excited expression made Naruto laugh. We can be a really cute couple, who met in high school and were really in love, but my parents don't approve of you and we end up splitting up. We went to different universities in different cities, but we still have feelings for each other, and when he met again a few weeks ago we ended up getting together again. Wow, that sounds familiar, Rhea remarked sardonically. That's the plot of hundreds of movies I've seen on television. Exactly. Well, I was the one who originally thought of it, Dite sneered at Rhea. I was the first to give Apollo's sons such good ideas to make into movies, Aphrodite said with a proud smile. All right, so we're high school sweethearts and sometime after we split, we get together and make a child together, Naruto said with a smile while setting a cup of coffee in front of his sweetheart. Yep, and they both resemble you more and inherited your blonde hair. Leaning against the table, Naruto's thoughts were circling the possibilities. Dite gave Thea a sly nudge. Still not speaking to Dite, Thea turned away from her. Ding dong. Naruto was startled out of his reverie by the doorbell, which forced him to turn toward the door. Since it was still early in the morning, no one should be paying them a visit. Wondering whether it was one of those people she had heard about from Hermes. The ones who like to knock on doors and promote a god called Jehovah. Aphrodite pursued her lover. She had never encountered a god with a name like that. Hello? Aphrodite's smile disappeared as Naruto's eyes grew wide. Busted. Apollo cried. Athena and another woman ringing his doorbell in the morning was the last thing Naruto anticipated. Hey, what's up Athena, Artemis? Aphrodite smiled at the other two goddesses while biting her lip. Naruto's eyes widened once more, but he forced himself not to jump away because he had read so much about Greek mythology and knew exactly who Artemis was. He expected to be struck down by the goddess of the hunt because he was a man and the father of two demigod children, each of whom had their own goddess. Fortunately, Aphrodite and Athena were there, so he was most likely safe. After glancing at Thea, Artemis said, the man is a good father, so I wouldn't kill him. But, considering what he did to my sister, I should kill him. Gold burned in Thea's cheeks once more, but she grunted, no. The goddess of wisdom appeared to turn away from Naruto and concentrate on Aphrodite. We need to leave, Athena said stoically as she took Aphrodite by the arm and began to drag her away. Athena, wait, exclaimed Naruto, witnessing the removal of Aphrodite from his house. As she resisted, the goddess of love screamed, what in Hades are you doing? And displayed her strength. Let go of me, you stupid owl. Artemis frowned at her eternal opposite and sighed, you've already spent enough time here, and you have to return to Olympus before you get into serious trouble. Don't argue with us, Aphrodite. We have interrupted with his life enough, Athena said, nodding in agreement. With a wince, Aphrodite said, probably the wrong thing to say. Terrible thing to say, Dite muttered, looking at Thea. Aphrodite was filled with uncontrollable rage. They were mocking her love for Naruto. After glaring at both goddesses and tuning her charm's peak, Aphrodite said, I'm not going back. Let go of me right now. Athena let Aphrodite go without more saying. What I do here is none of your business, so leave me alone. Still in shock over what he had seen, Naruto eventually woke up and ran toward the goddesses. He snatched Aphrodite's hand and yanked her slightly back. Dite, what trouble are they talking about? I know about the rules, but what will happen to you? Aphrodite pointed to the other two goddesses and stepped forward, saying, I am warning you now. If any of you try to get in my way, I will curse you for all eternity. She glared at Athena and Artemis as her power increased, saying, Nothing, what I do in my domain is my business, and no god can tell me what to do. I finally found true love after so many years, and I'm not going to give it up just because of some rules. Since they had never seen Aphrodite so furious, Athena and Artemis were taken aback. Having witnessed Aphrodite's rage before, Ares couldn't help but shiver when he saw what was displayed on the plasma screen. I will curse all your descendants. Aside from Annabeth, all your children will suffer the worst fates with love and all of them will kill themselves afterwards. Her wrath returned as the ground began to move, and I will curse all your hunters, Artemis. All of them will be forced to fall in love with the worst men in existence and all of them will abandon your order. The threat made Talia and the hunters shudder, and they all turned away from Dite and Aphrodite. How dare you? Artemis gave Dite a fierce look. Smirking, Dite said, That's not all. Naruto pulled her back slightly and gave her a back hug, saying, Please, this will not help the situation. With a snarl, Artemis called forth her quiver and bow and said, Don't you dare threaten my hunters. Aphrodite's power was gradually surpassing Artemis's, and she exclaimed, Oh, I dare. I will even curse you. Even you will be forced to fall in love. Artemis would never acknowledge it, but she felt a twinge of fear as she faced the angry goddess of love. She had nearly forgotten that Aphrodite was a very strong Olympian, one of the oldest, and the daughter of Uranus, the primordial of the sky. Dite grinned once more, pleased by Artemis' frown. If you dare take me away from my love, I will curse you to fall in love with Apollo. There it is. Dite winked at Aphrodite, who appeared enlightened, and smiled proudly at her threat. My ultimate threat to you. EEWWWW. The twins shivered. You're sick. Never even say those words, Apollo shuddered. This is going too far, Aphrodite, said Athena as she moved forward. Dite, stop this, Naruto said, struggling to stand due to the power his lover was emitting. Naruto and Athena's eyes widened at Aphrodite's words. No, she looked back at Naruto with pained eyes and said, I will not lose you again. I love you, Naruto, I really do. I meant everything that I said last night, and I will not allow anyone to interfere with our lives. The streets trembled as Athena stepped forward and increased the pressure, saying, You are the one putting Naruto in danger. Ares will come and kill Naruto himself if you keep doing this. If he dares approach Naruto, I will personally castrate him. Aphrodite stomped her foot and stepped forward, shocking Athena once more with her ferocity and conviction. Love and hate is only a flip side, Athena, and I swear of the river Styx that I will personally send Ares or any other person who tries to harm my love to Tartarus. Dite whispered, and I plan to keep that vow, looking at the war god, who shivered and turned away. The acceptance of the sworn oath was signaled by a thunderclap in the sky. Athena's golden spear appeared out of nowhere, and her eyes began to glow. She glared at Aphrodite as a golden helmet appeared on her head and she said, If you don't stop this madness, I will drag you back to Olympus myself. Your very presence here threatens the safety of Naruto and my daughter, and I will never allow that. When Artemis saw the possible conflict between love and war, her eyes grew wide. With a smile, Hermes said, Cat fight. Silence, you little imp, Athena said, glaring at him. In order to stand between his two loves, Naruto leapt into the center. Please stop this, he begged, and both goddesses' eyes softened, but they remained firm. Athena scowled as she looked at the man she loved and said, No matter how this may seem at the moment, this is for the best. Move out of the way, Naruto. Aphrodite stood upright in the air, her red hair flaring, saying, Get over yourself, Athena. Artemis wondered if she should intervene and break up the fight when Athena's form began to flicker. The only reason you're mad at me is because I've done what you couldn't, she said. I know you love Naruto just like I do, but you don't have the courage to act upon it. No matter how confident and wise you are, the notion of love frightens you to no end, and no matter how much you want to do exactly what I am doing right now, you can't. Despite her stoic exterior, Naruto couldn't help but glance at his first love, Athena, and wonder what she was thinking. You spent your entire immortal life trying to convince yourself that you would never fall for any man, and now that you've fallen for one you're terrified at what would happen. You'd rather hide and run away from love, trying desperately to convince yourself with as many excuses as you could think of that this is only a phase and you would get over it. Aphrodite came forward as Athena's facade began to fall. She approached Naruto and pulled him to her side, saying, I know for a fact that this is something special and unique and I'm going to cherish it. It's pathetic. I will never run away from something like this and I would rather fade than let it just pass me by. The room fell silent again. Demeter shifted in her throne and gazed down at her niece and her niece's counterpart, saying, Wow, this gets intense quickly. Thea refused to acknowledge Dite's words, keeping her eyes closed. However, Athena found herself wondering what she would do in that situation. She wanted to know, but she wouldn't know because she had never been in love before. Dite, Naruto was at a loss for words. He loved Athena, but he had to acknowledge that his feelings for Aphrodite were stronger right now. Not anymore, Thea bellowed, sneering. Dite sang a gentle rendition of Wishful Thinking to Thea. Feel free to run back to Olympus and hide in your temple, but I'm going to stay here. Naruto couldn't resist taking a step toward Athena, who had her eyes closed as her spear disappeared and her shoulders trembling a little. Aphrodite sighed and released his arm as he shot her a beseeching glance. Naruto stood in front of Athena and put his arms on her shoulder, attempting to calm her trembling as the auras of power began to fade. We can skip this part, Thea sighed. No way. Athena slowly turned away from Naruto as tears began to fall from her closed eyes and she began to bite her lips. The sight made his heart hurt, so he slowly wiped her cheek with his thumbs to wipe away her tears. Tears were still streaming from her eyes as she looked up at him. Her eyes parted. She buried her face in his chest and let out the softest sob, which caused him to put his arms around her. Which was more shocking to the readers, Athena sobbing or Athena being consoled by a man? Annabeth turned to face her mother, who shared the same look of shock and bewilderment as the rest of the room. Who would have thought Mom could feel that way? At the sight, Aphrodite's eyebrow fluttered. Naruto, she's fine, just let her go. Glaring at Aphrodite, Artemis exclaimed, just give her a moment. You can be so insensitive at times. Should you really be talking, you dumb deer hunter? Naruto could feel Athena's tears soaking his shirt, but he had never imagined that she would truly cry. She seemed far too strong and dignified for such things. An overpowering amount of sentimentality took the place of her customary assurance and divine aura. Naruto couldn't stand to see his first love in this state. He preferred to see her give him that odd, loving smile whenever he joked with her, or even that frightful, angry glare. Anything but her crying. Holding her close, he ran his fingers through her long black hair delicately. Reminiscent of Naruto's gentle touch and caress, a tiny smile slowly appeared on Thea's face. It's okay, Athena. With her eyes closed, Athena gripped Naruto's shirt and said, I'm just so confused. Aphrodite arched an eyebrow and kept listening while Artemis felt a little awkward and out of place. Her shoulders trembled as she struggled to concentrate, saying, I'm a virgin goddess, Naruto, and I'm not supposed to feel like this. I've lived for a long time, but I've never once felt so strongly about someone. Athena had to close her eyes in order to concentrate fully on the simulation, mentally reenacting the entire scenario. However, despite her divine intellect, she was unable to find a way out of the predicament without confessing her love. Thea smiled at her counterpart in the hopes that she would eventually understand and feel it for herself. Aphrodite nodded to herself while crossing her arms, fully aware that her assumption was accurate. Athena was terrified that she was falling for a man because she had never been in love in her life. The goddess of wisdom had never had to overcome a challenge more formidable than her intellect, but she was incapable of rationalizing such a strong love. She would be aware of the irrationality of Aphrodite's domain. You don't have to force yourself into anything, Naruto said in a low voice while scowling. You don't owe me anything, and no matter what you do with this, it won't change how I feel about you. The problem is that I want this. I want to do what Aphrodite has done and I want to know what it feels like to have a family. Athena bit her lip because her pride kept her from saying the rest of what she wanted to say. I want to know what it's like to have a husband, a lover. She shook her head lightly from within the warm embrace. Well, you know now, Thea would have attempted to stab Dite with her spear if Annie and Lace hadn't been on their laps at the time. Athena tried to suppress the ichor that was rushing to her face and steered clear of her family's stares. Zeus nearly suffered a brain aneurysm. The blonde said, You do have a family, while wiping tears from her eyes. You are the mother of Annabeth. We are her father and mother. We are a family. Nothing will ever change that. But I've never even spoken to her. Athena clutched Naruto, feeling guilty and ashamed. Annie put her hands around her neck as Thea embraced her tightly. Athena grinned at her own Annabeth, and many of the goddesses grinned at the scene. Then why don't you just stay and meet her, like me? Naruto and Artemis turned to gaze at Aphrodite in amazement. I'm not saying that you should be staying here all the time, but what's stopping you from just coming here once a week to play with Annabeth? The ancient law prevents us from helping our children and stops us from interfering with their possible glory, but nothing stops us from just being a part of their lives. As long as we don't guide or lead them down a particular path and just let them make their own choices, there is nothing stopping us from being here. Aphrodite grumbled and shook her head. Most of us can figure this out, but many just don't care enough to actually take the time to visit the children. Sighed. Lacey is the only child of mine that I care about at the moment, as horrible as it is for me to say that, it's true. Her logic is sound. From what I know of Apollo, he frequently visits his children at the camp inside his cabin, and father frequently overlooks it, Artemis said with a sigh and a rub of her temples. Fearing for his life, Apollo yelled, Artie, shut up. In fact, Artemis appeared somewhat sheepish. Zeus was still in shock, fortunately, and his mind was too full of thoughts to torment Naruto if he ever fell into his hands so that he could truly hear what was being read. Narrowing his eyes, the huntress said, though if father were to find out that you're in love with a man, I have no doubt that he'd blast him to ashes. Zeus yelled angrily, kill little shit. Together, Rhea and Hera shook their heads and sighed. Not if I can do something about it. Glaring at the huntress, Aphrodite said, even the king of Olympus won't stop me from taking love away. The goddess of love slightly heightened her power, saying, don't you dare tell your father about this or I will follow through on my threat. I will watch the world fall apart without my domain. Glaring back at the goddess with the red hair, the huntress said, I won't, and you can rest assured of that. So, would you mind if I stop by on occasion to visit you and Annabeth? Athena said, gently pulling away and revealing her slightly red eyes to Naruto. Naruto smiled broadly and said, are you kidding? I would love it. I said you can visit Naruto and Annabeth, but you better not think that I'm willing to share him. Naruto is mine and you better stay a virgin, Aphrodite said sharply, glaring at the wisdom goddess. Hermes exclaimed, too late, which caused Apollo to laugh uncontrollably. Demeter exclaimed, oh, I can't wait until the chapter when Athena breaks her vow. Dite and Aphrodite burst out laughing. Dite smiled and said, I assure you it will be good. I will shave you bald. Thea whipped out her power and glared at everyone who chuckled, shut up. Athena growled, mind your filthy words, you stupid pile of foam, as Naruto flushed. Bite me, Minerva, oh, I will kill you if you call me that again. Aphrodite laughed and covered her lips with a delicate hand, asking, oh, did I strike a nerve there? You should really calm down about the whole Roman deal. You're going to get wrinkles on your face. What Roman deal? Inquired Annabeth. Demeter sighed and shook her head, saying, nothing, just an age-old joke. A bad joke. Annabeth did not miss the angry expressions on Athena and Thea's faces or the look Demeter had on Dite's. How about I carve some wrinkles on your face with my spear? Athena said, releasing Naruto completely and stomping the ground. Oh please, you can't even put on lipstick without going out of the edge. You'll never be able to carve the right wrinkles. Aphrodite was entirely correct when she claimed that Annabeth and Lacey behaved just like her and Athena, and Naruto couldn't help but smile at the sight. Like Athena, Annabeth would stomp the floor and glare, and Lacey always had a few witty jokes to drive her sister crazy. Seeing the two goddesses quarrel over words was almost cute. It was somewhat true, which made Hestia and Rhea laugh. Would the two of you shut up? Artemis implored, her eyes gleaming silver. You shut up, you wild boar, I'm going to shoot your eyes out. As the third goddess entered the fray, Naruto laughed, but he was wise enough to stay out of the way. Daddy? Lace squeaked. Hey, it's me. Dite kissed her cheek. When a young girl's voice cut through all the arguments, everything came to a stop. As Naruto slowly turned to face his front door, a jolt went through his body. He noticed Lacey peeking through the door, still in her tiny princess pajamas, while his mind was racing. She scratched her loose blonde hair in confusion and cocked her head to the side. Who are all these pretty ladies? Annabeth yelled, Dad, from behind Lacey. Did you feel the house shake a few minutes ago? Annie, come here, Naruto exclaimed as he saw Lacey turn to face the interior of the house. Annabeth then appeared over her sister, glancing at her father and the stunning women. Do you know these people? Dad, who are they? Annabeth asked, crossing her arms and focusing her gray eyes on the group of women. Annie blushed at her rudeness now that she could see it on screen. Demeter was thoroughly enjoying the story. Haha, you guys are in trouble, she exclaimed. His young daughter's eyes were more menacing than Athena's at the moment. Even Athena admitted that her young daughter truly inherited her glaring skills. That was agreed upon by both Thea and Athena. With a smile, Percy said, "Tell me about it." "They are my sisters," a voice abruptly said behind the entire group. Dite winked at her best friend's counterpart, who returned the smile, saying, "Thank order for you, Hestia." "Ems Hess!" Lacey exclaimed as her eyes widened with delight and she rushed out the door, jumping into the arms of her all-time favorite teacher. "Why are you here?" Hestia held Lacey close and grinned at Naruto, saying, "I'm sorry if my sisters were bothering you so early in the morning. They wanted to greet the neighbors and introduce themselves." Hestia laughed at the girl and fought the urge to laugh at the other goddesses. "My mother, sisters, and I just moved next door." It's no problem, I was awake already." When the oldest Olympian smiled sweetly at them, Athena, Artemis, and Aphrodite shivered because they found Hestia's warm red eyes strangely frightening. "Mother is finished with breakfast, so you should all come home now, okay?" Athena nodded and mumbled, "Oh okay," as she approached her aunt. Artemis stepped forward and nodded, saying, "Yes, I love mom's cooking." "Can I pouted Aphrodite. "Now," Hestia said firmly. "Okay." Hera laughed. "No one wants to be slapped by that blazing inferno you call a hand, sister." Hestia said, "I only did that once, in response to Helios's attempt to kiss her." When Hestia heard her mother say, "Oh, Tia, it's no rush," she nearly palmed her forehead. Beside his daughter's teacher, Naruto saw one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. She was even like Aphrodite. "Say, breakfast can wait. We should be polite and properly introduce ourselves to our neighbors." Without a doubt, she was too young to be their mother. "Way to go, me," Rhea told, laughing. Sighing, Hera said, "Really, mother?" "Yes, it would be so much fun." When Artemis and Aphrodite made the strange choking sound, Mother Rhea, Athena's eyes widened. Rhea turned and grinned at Naruto, who blushed slightly, saying, "Oh, enough with calling me that, Artie, just be normal and call me mom." "So, you're the father of the nice little girl my daughter is teaching?" "Yes ma'am." Rhea grinned and laughed as she said, "Well, we'll also be neighbors from now on. We just moved in this morning," toward her daughters. "Maybe we could have a nice neighborly dinner sometime?" With a tense smile, Naruto nodded and said, "That would be great." With a smile, the mother of the Olympians said, "Now Tia, Thea, Artie, and Dite, we should stop bothering this nice young man and his girls so early in the morning." They all obeyed her strict orders. "Let us go home for now, you still have to pick your rooms and start unpacking." With a sigh, Hestia shook her head and said, "Okay, let's go." Lacey exclaimed, "Wait." As Hestia put her back on the floor. "Ms. Hess, do you want to come costume shopping with us later? It's Halloween tomorrow and we can go pick out cute costumes and make cookies and carve pumpkins." Well, Hestia was attempting to come up with the most considerate way to turn down the young girl's offer. Dite exclaimed, "Ah, how could you say no to my little baby girl," while cuddling with her laughing Lace. Hestia's mouth fell open as Athena, Artemis, and Aphrodite's eyes widened. "Sure, that sounds really fun," Rhea grinned as she bent down to Lacey and pinched her tiny cheeks. "You don't mind if we all come, do you, little princess?" she asked. "Oh, this is going to be gold." Rhea turned to Apollo after nodding in agreement with her middle daughter's statement, saying, "And Apollo, I would appreciate it if you base the next sitcom around this." "Done." Lacey pointed to Annabeth and grinned at all the attractive women, saying, "Of course not, it's more fun with more people. Annie's boyfriend is coming with us as well." "He's not my boyfriend, you little troll." Athena's eyes widened once more as Annabeth glared at her sister and blushed at the mention of Percy in front of so many strangers. Lace smiled and winked at her sister, saying, "I didn't even mention Percy, Annie." "Shut up." Annie detested being teased, and the fact that her older self was constantly kissing and hugging the older Percy in front of her didn't help either. She still had some reservations about so many people moving into the next house because she believed it was occupied by an elderly couple. Additionally, it was odd that the mother of all the attractive women appeared much too young to have so many daughters. And then there was that one woman, Thea as her mother called her, who made her feel warm and strange, as if she had seen her before. Thea gave Annie's head another kiss. "You don't mind, do you, Daddy?" Lacey asked, teasing her dad's pant leg after laughing at her sister. No, the more the merrier." Naruto forced a smile and tried not to tremble from anxiety. Great, we'll see you all in a little while, said Rhea, grinning sweetly at everyone. As they left, Athena and Aphrodite both smiled nervously at Naruto, but his mind was too exhausted to work correctly. How did the girl's teacher know Athena and Aphrodite, and why in the world did she appear out of nowhere? He was in a daze as Lacey and Annabeth dragged him back into the house, but these thoughts continued to haunt him. Then, like a brick, it struck him. Tia Hestia, refusing to palm his face, he moaned, "My gods, I'm such a fool." That made Hestia laugh. Additionally, Naruto heard Aphrodite laughing loudly right before he shut his front door. Now what in the world is going to happen? Demeter smiled and called the book to her, saying, "Oh, I can't wait for the next chapter, I got this." Demeter summoned a new bag of popcorn with a snap of her fingers. She began to read, bouncing a little on her throne with a smile of excitement, but she was stopped before she could finish. Hades muttered, "You are getting way too into this," and shook his head. The goddess of harvest cleared her throat and started the new chapter, simply sneering at her brother and saying, "I wouldn't expect some like you to understand." There was something unsettling about the silence. The mother of the gods, the titaness of motherhood and beauty, had never appeared so amused in the thousands of years the goddesses had known her. Rhea laughed quietly. "Oh, if only this would happen in this world. I've been so bored lately." She was staring at them with her usual reassuring and warm eyes, but as if they were performing a puppet show, and she was the puppeteer. Sitting next to her sister in the tiny dining room, even Athena, who was no stranger to manipulation, felt extremely uneasy. She didn't know what her grandmother was thinking or why she had chosen to get involved. All in all, it was pretty scary. According to the mother of the gods, "Oh, relax. I'm just having a little bit of fun," she said. Frowsing, Athena said, "It was a bit out of the blue." As she cleared her throat, Aphrodite began, "So, this sure is an unexpected pleasure." Both Artemis and Athena nodded, the latter grinning a little artificially. "Indeed, but if I may ask, why did you come here, grandmother?" Rhea just gave the girls a kind smile while enjoying her cup of chia tea. Rhea placed her porcelain cup gently on its plate and gave the goddesses a sly smile, saying, "I decided to move here with Tia because I felt inclined to be closer to family. It's quite the convenient location seeing how little Athena, Aphrodite, and Artemis would all visit the next house at the same time. And just between us women, the owner next door is so very sexy," she said. The world trembled as Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades all flared their powers almost simultaneously. The earth rumbled, the seas clashed, and the skies thundered. "This little fucker," said the God King, "is it not enough that he's corrupted my favorite daughter? Another dimension or not, I will find him and kill him if he so much as thinks about mother that way." "Oh, don't be so temperamental, boys. I'm certain my other is only saying that to tease the girls." The throne room did calm down a little, but the demigods shivered at the power, the younger gods sighed, and Rhea laughed. "Although, I have to admit that he is quite the handsome fellow and an amazingly caring father." Hera had to step in when the throne room began to tremble once more. "Mother, stop or they'll all have brain aneurysms." "Yeah, you're scaring my baby," Dite nodded in agreement. "Okay. Calm down, boys. I'm only kidding," Rhea said, nodding while continuing to laugh. Demeter let out a sigh and went on. Athena, Aphrodite, and Hestia all dropped their cups onto their plates at once, nearly breaking them with loud clattering sounds. In a rare instance, Athena and Aphrodite actually had similar thoughts, wondering if Rhea would be competition. Hestia's eyes widened significantly as she stared at her mother in shock, completely appalled at the thought of her mother having feelings for a mortal man. The goddess Aphrodite grinned and said, "That would be interesting." Together, the big three exclaimed, "No." Rhea laughed once more. Hestia exclaimed, "What in the name of order, mother?" loudly. Ray's fragile features trembled as she wiped away the tears from her eyes, and she couldn't contain her laughter any longer. "You should see all your faces." Ray's laughter persisted even after the three goddesses relaxed and sighed with relief. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in taking your little boyfriend." The elder god kings at last calmed down and relaxed, preventing the death of millions of people on Earth. "I think I'm just going to go back to my hunters if we're just going to be talking about some boy," Artemis sighed as she finished her tea. After giving her granddaughter a stern look, Rhea said, "Oh no, you won't. The two little girls saw you with us this morning, so you're coming with us later." "But grandmother?" The titaness grinned as Artemis gave in and leaned back on the seat, a small pout on her face. "No buts." Rhea crossed her arms and glared at Artemis. "It's been a very long time since I've spent time with my little granddaughters and stepdaughter, So we're all going to stay for the day and have a nice time. None of you have to worry about the others seeing all of us here and become suspicious. I've taken care of that. Mother, Zeus scowled. Shush, Zeus. How? Inquired Athena, who had been concerned that Olympus might have been drawn to the gathering of their divine energies in one location. Zeus gives me my own circle of privacy, so as long as I allow it, I can completely shroud all of you within my personal domain. I've been hiding all of you since this morning. If I hadn't, I have no doubt that Zeus would have already questioned all of you. Rhea grinned as a strange glint gaze, and you were very lucky that no one but me noticed you coming here 2 nights ago, Aphrodite. After glancing at her stepmother, the goddess of love bit her lip and said, I'm not breaking any rules coming here. Love is my domain, and my being with Naruto is a part of it. Technically, yes, but we all know that it's stretching it a little. Aphrodite closed her eyes and crossed her arms, saying, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to leave Naruto again. This is something that I am extremely committed to and no one can change my mind. Dite held Lace close to her chest and nodded. Yep, not giving this up for anything. Aphrodite reminded herself once more to have a private conversation with her counterpart as soon as possible. Still a little uneasy about Aphrodite's threat to her and her hunters, Artemis muttered softly, yes, you were quite clear on that. The idea made Artemis and Apollo shudder. If only I had the same determination as her in love, she said, causing Athena to frown. Athena turned golden once more and turned her back on her brother's laughter. She chuckled, oh, it took you a while, but you eventually got there. Shut up before I shave you bald, Athena glared at her. Hestia breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought you'd actually go this far. You are abandoning your temple, your immortal children and most of your duties just to be with Naruto. Far be it from me to say anything about committing to family, but this is a little too extreme, Aphrodite. As the goddess of love, I am only pursuing what I deem as real love. I've never loved anyone like I love Naruto and I'm sure that I know better than anyone else that this is something extremely rare, especially among us immortals, so don't even bother trying to convince me otherwise. Hestia scowled, but before she could say anything more, Rhea put a hand on hers. Aphrodite nodded and grinned, and Rhea gave her a knowing glance. Let it be, Tia, we should respect Aphrodite's own choices. It's her life and she alone should make the decisions. If she somehow managed to convince Hera to stand on her side, I'm sure that this is truly something special. I expected Mother to notice it right away, Hera said, nodding. Rhea smirked and gave her youngest daughter a wink. The other goddesses became curious, and Aphrodite's eyes widened. What do you mean, Hera, Mother? Rhea looked at her oldest daughter and winked. If I'm not wrong, I think I smell the distinct aroma of the Hera's sacred bath on Aphrodite, and if Hera allowed her to use it, I'm sure the reasons behind this relationship are quite strong. The 3 goddesses exclaimed in disbelief, what? Why you mean you actually regained your V virginity and gave it to end Naruto? Athena stammered as she turned to face Aphrodite. Aphrodite simply turned to the side, her eyes still closed, and responded. I never thought. Artemis genuinely questioned whether the Aphrodite she knew had been replaced. You'd go this damn far, she exclaimed. She would never have guessed that she would do something so drastic. The love goddess she knew would have more demigod children than Apollo and would alternate between lovers daily. Aphrodite scowled, but Dite's glance cheered her up. She was certain that her counterpart could explain to her exactly why she felt disappointed, as though she had lost something valuable. She had to experience what it was like to be loved so fiercely and resolutely. She and the man she loved were having a serious problem. All right, who in the name of Hades is that man next door? What in order did he do to you? Nothing, we simply love each other, Hestia said. Please tell us this, Aphrodite. How is your relationship with Naruto different from the ones you've had before? What is so special about him that you are willing to go so far? I doubt even Adonis or Ares would have such an effect on you. Hestia reached for Aphrodite's hand and lightly squeezed it. Doesn't even begin to compare, sneered Dite. Crossing her arms, Aphrodite sneered at the absurd idea, saying, there's no doubt. Naruto is the only person I would do this for. Rhea put her chin on her hands and grinned, saying, I'm really interested. He is handsome enough and seemed like a cute father, but give us details. How did you two meet? Rhea interrupted Aphrodite before she could say anything more. Everyone turned to face Athena, who crossed her arms and sighed. Wait, Athena met him first, so you tell us first. Come on, little granddaughter, tell grandmommy about you little boyfriend. Rhea looked at Athena, Artemis, and Hestia, but they all quickly averted their gazes as she sighed. If only you girls had more sense like your counterparts. I like having girl talks with my girls. Maybe if I find this mortal's counterpart in this world, I'll introduce him to you three. Not if I kill him first. Zeus snarled. Rhea glared at her youngest, making him shudder, and said, no, you're not going to. Aphrodite and Athena sincerely hoped Rhea would locate Naruto's counterpart in their world, but most people were unaware of this. Athena rolled her eyes and said something. Well, we met at New York State University. Daddy, can you change the cat litter? Annabeth pressed Einstein's gray fur into a gleaming sheath while holding him in her arms. It's Lacey's turn, but she won't do it. I love the scenes with the girls, Hestia said with a smile. Grinning at the sight, Athena and Dite both gave their daughters tighter embraces. Annie, however, looked at her sister and said, you always try to push your chores onto me. Lace merely grinned. It works most of the time. As her sister finished getting dressed, Lacey scowled at her, saying, your giant gray ball of fur did all that and I'm not cleaning it, it's disgusting. Toothless didn't even use the litter. Your dragon left a huge mess last time and I changed it. With a sigh, Naruto carried a trash bag and fresh litter into the girls' restroom. Naruto handed his pouting daughter the garbage bag and patted her head, saying, come on, princess, I'll help you with it. Stop fighting, girls. Lacey, it's only fair that you change it this time. You both agreed upon the schedule and must follow it. It's your responsibility. With her tongue out, Lacey muttered, fine, to Annabeth. Both Lacey and Annabeth couldn't help but admire their innocence as they glanced over at their counterparts. At that age, their daily activities revolved around avoiding monsters and attempting to conceal themselves. However, their counterparts only had to worry about chores and homework with one small change, a different father. They couldn't deny that they were feeling jealous, even though they thought it was a terrible thing. Though she ignored her and scoffed, Annabeth couldn't help but smile smugly. Oh, that's Athena's hereditary smug face. Silence, Hermes. Both Athena and Athena glared at him as they turned to face him. She returned her attention to her feline and rubbed her fingers through its silky coat. Its shade of gray was stunning and remarkably similar to her own. Gray eyes, she thought, recalling one of the stunning women who had recently moved into the house next door. Her eyes were the same shade of gray, and she exuded warmth. The woman's eyes softened as she gazed at Annabeth, and she thought she might have imagined it. Her embrace was similar to her father's in that it made Annabeth feel warm and comfortable. I ought to speak with her later. Annie grinned and snuggled closer to her mother when Athena smiled and kissed her. Rhea grinned and said, ah, she can sense who her mother is. When Athena smiled at her, Annabeth grinned despite her sigh. Naruto said, Annie, turning to face his princess. Einstein looks fine, go get dressed. The girl nodded to her father while still wearing her blue pajamas, saying, okay. After finishing the smaller one, Lacey grinned and trailed behind her sister. The girl gripped Annabeth's hand and smiled up at her, saying, wait, I'll come with you. I won't let you dress the same as usual. Percy is coming over later and you should at least try not to look so boring. Play date? Asked Percy, grinning and sitting up straight. Sounds like it, Annabeth said, smiling brilliantly as she leaned against her bow. Lace continued to giggle into her hand while stealing glances at Annie, who was occupied with covering her face with her mother's arms. She whispered, I knew it, Annie likes Percy, to Dite. With a giggle and a kiss, Dite said, oh, I know. Then, with a sigh, Athena embraced her daughter and said, be quiet, you two. As she walked out of the room, Annabeth sighed and said, I do not look boring. Percy was beaming as little Annie squeaked and avoided looking in his direction. Nope, not boring at all. Despite her smile, Annabeth gave her boyfriend a slap on the arm and said, hey, I said stop teasing her. I really missed little Annie, Talia said with a laugh. Pulling her sister along, Lacey said, you keep wearing only gray and blue. That's really boring. Toothless and Einstein followed. Come on, Daddy bought you that green sundress, right? Let's go try that out. The kid was giggling. You need to look pretty to get Percy to like you. I'll say this for the last time. I don't like Percy that way. Holding his chest, Percy said, that hurts me right here. When Athena and Athena commanded, silence, Percy Jackson, the teenage hero gave in with a slight smile and leaned back to embrace his adult Annabeth. I'm your cute baby sister, you don't need to lie to me. As the goddess pulled her own Lacey close and kissed her soft hair, Aphrodite chuckled and said, very cute indeed. This caused her daughter to cuddle closer to her. I know, right? Dite asked Lace in a similar manner. The conversation made Naruto shiver, and he simply returned to his living room. A few days after cleaning up, he was still tinkering and attempting to make everything work. As absurd as that sounded, if his suspicions were right, 4 goddesses and 1 titanes were coming to his house to assist with Halloween. He was still in disbelief that the mother of the gods had moved into the house next door, and he still couldn't believe that Artemis and Hestia were standing on his front porch. Hearing Artemis refer to the stunning blonde as Mother Rhea nearly made his heart stop, he swore. The compliment made Rhea smile, and she said, "He is a sweetheart." The world trembled as the big 3 unleashed their power once more. It had undoubtedly become the most stressful afternoon from what had begun as such a straightforward morning. Given everything that had transpired, Naruto's thoughts kept returning to the way Athena had responded to Aphrodite's remarks and how enraged and fervent Aphrodite had become when they sought to reclaim her. The reintroduction of 2 of the 4 most significant women in his life was both thrilling and terrifying. His 2 little princesses, the other 2 females, should be pleased to have their mothers back in their lives. Everyone in the room could tell that Annie and Lace were extremely happy when they looked at how tightly they were cuddling with their mothers. The majority of the immortals present had never witnessed demigods so near to their divine parents. "I should do the living room a vacuum." "So daring," grinned Rhea and said. "A university professor having a child with her own student. That is so controversial." Red in the face, Athena said, "A brainchild, grandmother." "Mind fucked him," Apollo chuckled. Hermes sneered, "Then really fucked him later on." Before they could even shout at their brothers, a lightning strike struck the feet of the gods' thrones, and a golden Athena and a flickering Athena glared at them. Under their father's murderous gaze, Hermes and Apollo shrieked and leapt onto their thrones. Zeus muttered, "One more word," which made everyone shiver except for his mother and siblings. "And I blast the both of you to Tartarus." Before continuing, Demeter gave her dramatic brother a rolling look. Athena flushed and gave her grandmother a sidelong glance, saying, "Don't say it like that." Aphrodite had made fun of her on several occasions for having children with her students. It wasn't her fault that the majority of her best pupils were bright. "He was my student, but he graduated before Annabeth was born." "How boring Naruto must have felt," said Aphrodite. "What did you 2 even do outside of school?" Turning away, Athena sighed and said, "None of your business. If it were now, I would expect you to make out or something in the library, but back then, I really don't know," Dite said, crossing her arms before turning to face Athena. "I still don't know what they 2 of you did back then." Athena continued to ignore her and didn't even look at her. If it was possible, Athena's blush became even more golden. It certainly didn't help that everyone in her family, with the exception of her father, who was smeared with electricity from rage. Dite was determined to get Athena to respond. When Athena's face began to turn gold, the goddess of love cheered inwardly. "Maybe you 2 found some erotic novels in the library? I think libraries keep copies of the Kama Sutra for educational purposes. Maybe that's why you seem so flexy," she began, but was quickly interrupted when a golden spear was driven into her seat, just above her head. "I really will kill you." "There, was that so hard?" said Dite with a sly smile. Adaptable. How on earth is Aphrodite aware of this? Unaware that many people were curious about how Athena and Dite shared their lover, Athena thought. Hestia rubbed her temples and sighed, saying, "Girls, don't fight." With a sigh, Hestia said, "Wishful thinking." When Artemis saw that the conflict between war and love was once again escalating, she made the decision to speak up and step in. The huntress didn't give a damn, but any subject would be preferable to Aphrodite bugging Athena about her sexual encounters. "So what kind of course were you teaching at the time?" she asked. "He must have been a good student if he managed to gain your affection." In fact, Athena nodded and grinned. Before continuing, she reflected fondly on the brilliant strategies her beloved had developed all those years ago. "He was a business major, but took my classes as options, so I was skeptical about him at first. As the class went on, he managed to achieve full marks on every single paper and exam I assigned, and absolutely crushed every one of his classmates in a war simulation. I was teaching historical warfare as well as military tactics at the time, and Naruto was the top student in both classes." With her arms folded, Artemis nodded and said, "That is impressive. It's not common for such a young human to be so adept at warfare tactics." "Indeed," Athena replied. "In the many years I have been teaching such classes, Naruto ranks among the top 5 students." Athena was still impressed, her face still glowing. "So I'm guessing you made a brainchild with him right after he graduated?" Rhea asked her granddaughter while munching on some potato chips. "Yes, I did." "Naughty professor, shut up, you damn pile of foam." "How hard is it to just be civil?" asked Hestia, shaking her head. In an attempt to stop the group from resorting to meaningless taunts, Hestia asked, "So what else do you know about the man? From what we all saw, he only lives with his daughters and doesn't seem to have any contact with his parents or other family members." Aphrodite nodded in agreement. She had not met either of them. Athena leaned back in her chair and remarked, "I've never met anyone from his family. What I should add here is that Naruto cannot remember anything before his 16th birthday. He had an accident right before it, and after he awoke from a coma, all of his memories were gone." The wisdom goddess raised her arms. "I have tried on several occasions to rid him of his amnesia, but no matter how thorough I search his brain, I couldn't find any hidden or lost memories." With a nod, Apollo said, "Ah yes, back to the amnesia motif. It really is strange that you can't scavenge even some stray memory from his brain. Even the most serious memory loss won't be out of our reach." Athena looked at her counterpart. "I assume that this will be explained later." After that, Athena nodded and pursed her lips, saying, "Yes, just read on." According to Aphrodite, "I've tried the same thing," frowning. "I tried to find any linger feeling of love, be it from his parents or old lovers, but I couldn't find anything. His mind was void of any information before his 16th birthday, and no matter how much power I use, nothing would surface." "A case of amnesia that neither of you can cure is extremely uncommon and inexplicable," Rhea remarked, resting her head on her hands. "That is definitely intriguing." Now curious about the real cause of Naruto's amnesia, Athena nodded. Aphrodite pondered whether she could provide the children of the sun god with even more opulent sexual lives. "Yeah, when I have time I'll try to bribe Apollo to come heal it for me." Artemis grumbled, "Don't give him too much credit. He may be the god of healing, but I'm sure his skills have dulled greatly after so many years of doing nothing." "Exactly," said Artemis with a smile. "Hey, you and I both work just as much." Everyone in the room shivered as the huntress was about to respond when her aunt interrupted, saying, "Please, stop arguing." Hestia's eyes, which are typically warm and loving, flashed a faint hint of flame. "Keep reading, sister." Nodding, Demeter said, "Oh, of course. Are you aware of the type of accident he was involved in?" "It must have been something serious," Hestia inquired curiously. "All I could find in the hospital database was that someone had discovered an unconscious young man in the center of the university campus," Athena said, shaking her head. "After that, he was taken to the hospital, where he remained until a month later." "He sure is mysterious for a mortal." Hestia gave her mother a nod and said, "I agree, this is certainly interesting. But anyway, we can get back to this later." Aphrodite replied with a grin, "I think it's our goddess of love's turn to tell us how she met this nice young man." Athena rolled her eyes as Aphrodite smiled and said, "Well, it all began when I entered his cute candy store. The goddess had insisted that they get rid of all of it so they would have more room to place the new inventory she had ordered from France, and Naruto wasn't about to argue with the mother of his youngest daughter, so he did as she asked. Naruto had brought home 3 boxes of chocolate to give to the children, according to a list Aphrodite had written for him. It was mostly the cheaper stocks of his company, but it was still of fairly good quality." Dite smiled and said, "He always listens." Ares laughed and said, "Man bitch." The war god shivered with pleasure as Aphrodite said, "Ares, with a seductive smile, please slap yourself." "Ow, you bitch." Ares slapped himself hard in the face as the majority roared with laughter. Dite added, "Now punch yourself in the groin," while giving her counterpart a wink. "Fuck you," he managed to wheeze out as his fist crashed into his priceless, godly jewels, causing Ares to fall from his throne. After giving Dite a smile, Aphrodite said, "Never again." Refocusing, Naruto set the boxes beside the table and began to play with the pumpkins on the kitchen countertop. He had purchased 3, so there would be enough for both of his girls and 1 spare, though he might now have to give some of the goddesses to carve for themselves. "Come here for a moment, Daddy." The last thing he wanted was for a goddess to discover a piece of chocolate stuck to her feet, so he wiped his hands before heading upstairs to his girl's bathroom. His nerves were starting to calm down a bit, but his eyes were still working as hard as they could to pick up any food particles on the floor. Fortunately, his staircase was spotless, and he approached his daughters with relief. "Pretty, what is it?" Wearing a cute pink sundress, Lacey smiled and said, "We're done getting dressed, so it's your turn now." Rhea and Hestia grinned and said, "Really is cute." With pride, Dite nodded, "Of course." Annabeth sighed and shook her head, wearing the new green sundress her father had purchased for her. With a smile, Percy said, "Very pretty." Although Annie appeared to be a tomato, Annabeth sighed and said, "Shut it, seaweed brain." Not only had her younger sister made her dress up like a doll for a straightforward Halloween preparation day, but now she was going to make their dad wear whatever she wanted. To be honest, Annabeth would rather her dad wear what he usually wore. He already had enough women interested in him, so looking more attractive would only irritate him more. She ruffled her stepdaughter's hair and grinned, saying, "Nonsense, Annie. With us around, none of those women would even attempt to flirt with Naruto." Sighing, Naruto patted Lacey's head and said, "I'm already dressed." "No, you look like you always do," his daughter said, shaking her head and jabbing him in the stomach. "You must occasionally alter your appearance to avoid boredom among others. You can't always wear the same black shirt and gray jeans." The older blonde exclaimed, "I don't appear dull. You look good, Daddy, but it will become monotonous if you maintain the same appearance every day. I picked out some clothes for you, so get changed already," his daughter said, dragging him by the finger and pushing him into his room. "Are you aware that I am the parent?" The cute girl made a lot of people laugh and smile. "But I'm better at these things," Lacey said, sticking her tongue out at her father. She closed the door and turned away. "Ms. hurry up, because Hess, her sisters, and her mother will be here shortly." "Lacey is so much like Aphrodite, it's crazy," Naruto said with a smile and a laugh as he shook his head. "But this isn't so bad, way better than that weird underwear Aphrodite bought me," he said, grinning as he glanced down at the clothes his daughter had picked out for him. "What did you get him, I wonder?" Ignoring the other's faint grimacing, Aphrodite asked. The goddesses of love laughed and the goddesses of war squawked, but Dite grinned and said, "Maybe you should ask Athena. She really enjoyed it." Zeus' lightning bolt was trembling with rage, mirroring the mood of its master. Annie's anxious glance was necessary to prevent Athena from piercing Dite with her spear. Lacey smiled and gave her sister a thumbs up outside the room. "Why are you doing this, Lace?" asked Annabeth, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. She looked down at her younger sister with strangely menacing gray eyes, but the girl simply smiled back. "You're trying to make Dad dress up for the ladies next door," she said. "That red-haired woman next door looks fantastic with Daddy, even though I know we both dislike it when the mothers at school stare at him." Lacey jumped up and down with excitement and giggled. "Did you see her? She is stunning, and I believe she would be a fantastic girlfriend for Daddy." "Rooting for your mommy," Dite said with a smile. Lace nodded and smiled just like her father. "Yes. What would we do if they did end up together and she turned out to be a bad person? We don't even know her." Annabeth leaned against the wall and thought back to the woman. She seemed really smart and is also very pretty, so if Dad were to choose one of them, I would prefer him choosing her. Lace gave her a blank look, which made her sigh. "Besides, I am more interested in the lady with the gray eyes." "Aren't you on my team?" Athena kissed Annie's head. "Of course," Annie said, raising her gaze to her mother. "No way, the red-haired lady is much more beautiful." Fairest of them all, most gave Apollo, who appeared innocent, a stern look. After grabbing her sister's hand and smiling, Annabeth said, "It's not all about looks, Lace. Come on. Let's go watch a movie or something before those ladies come over. Would it be possible for us to view How to Train Your Dragon?" "No, anything I want to watch. Annie never lets me," Lace sulked at her sister, who grinned in return. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto stood very near his door and listened to everything his daughters said. He was not only shocked, but he also had to wonder if they had some sort of a subconscious bond with their mothers. Annabeth obviously preferred Athena, and Lacey wanted him to be with Aphrodite. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, wondering what would happen next. "This is going to be a really special day. Are right in a dining establishment?" With a horrified look and a deadly flush, Hestia muttered. As she munched on some potato chips, Rhea laughed and said, "That is daring, I must say." "Disgraceful. Don't knock it before you try it," Dite scowled at Athena. "I'll give you a year before you try to get Naruto in a classroom or library," she sneered. With a golden glow, Athena said, "Not going to happen." "This is so weird," the Olympians thought as they gazed at Athena. "You should have seen Naruto's face when the waiter caught us," said Aphrodite, laughing and nodding. His face seemed to glow because it was so hot and red. The goddess clutched her stomach and wiped some tears from her eyes, saying, "I swear, he was fidgety for the 2 weeks and wouldn't even drive anywhere near that restaurant. He pulled me out of the restaurant as quickly as he could, and the waiter wasn't sure if he should follow us or not, and most of the people in the lounge were staring at us." While laughing, Rhea nodded and said, "That's certainly understandable." Athena crossed her arms and glared at Aphrodite, her face displaying disgust. "I can't believe you tried to seduce Naruto in public," she said. "He was having a great time until the waiter caught us, but there's nothing wrong with having a little fun while you wait for food. Would you mind if we discussed something else?" This subject is tedious, repulsive, and would make most of my hunters want to shoot you, Artemis sighed, massaging her temples for the 100th time in the last hour. Huffing, Aphrodite said, you and your virgin Girl Scouts will never understand. With a laugh, Rhea said, 3 out of 5 here will never understand. Athena got a wink from Dite, who said, now it's only 2 out of 5. Athena was flickering once more. Really, mother? Hestia said, rolling her eyes. But going back on subject, Aphrodite, I think it is time for you to tell us why you love this man so much, Rhea said, kissing her daughter's cheek before turning back to the love goddess. I didn't really understand it at first. Even as the goddess of love, the first didn't know what I was feeling. The love goddess saw that everyone was staring at her, but she just grinned. I looked over at Athena and saw the wisdom goddess widened eyes, no doubt seeing the similarities of their situations. I knew full well that I loved Naruto, perhaps much more than all my other lovers, but it felt very peculiar. It was also very natural and comfortable, and it wasn't just based on sex or physical attraction. When I'm with him, I just feel happy and right. Aphrodite looked through her memory, but she couldn't remember anyone making her feel that way. Soon, you'll find it too. The two goddesses of love exchanged a smile. Athena muttered to herself, that's almost exactly how I feel right now. Her mind was working quickly to assess her circumstances. She's starting to understand, Dite grinned. Athena looked surprised at her other's casual response, but Athena simply nodded and sighed, yes, I was. That sounds really precious, Hestia smiled and said, I'm happy for you. Before continuing, Aphrodite grinned back at Hestia, who was most likely her best friend. I was deeply in love with him, so you could imagine how difficult it was for me to leave him when Lacey was born. Rhea and Hestia nodded and grinned piteously. I tried to forget about it and get one with my life, but I just couldn't. I have never felt so strongly about someone before. As I began to watch Naruto from Olympus, my love for him grew stronger, especially when I saw him playing with Annabeth and Lacey. Dite's heart ached at the thought of having to leave her daughter and husband for 6 years, and she gave Lace a shaky hug and a gentle kiss on the forehead. However, Lace simply grinned and gave her mother a hug, saying, I still love you, Mommy. He is a great father, Athena whispered. Yeah, out of all the fathers of my children, he is by far the best. Aphrodite grinned broadly and sighed. I guess that was when I really started to see how special Naruto really is and how irresponsible all the other men had been. This is almost when you spoke with Hera, Rhea said with a smile. I went to Lady Hera to ask if I could use her bath because I wanted Naruto back and thought the bath's results would make things easier, Aphrodite nodded. Athena gazed at the love goddess, paying close attention, and said, she made me understand that I feel a familial love for Naruto. She smiled sweetly at the others, adding, I love him as a lover and as a father of my little girl, and that makes all the difference in the world. What I didn't expect was for Lady Hera to tell me why I am feeling so strongly for Naruto. According to Lady Hera, a wife would feel this way about her husband, which is entirely different from how a typical boyfriend and girlfriend would feel about each other. Aphrodite grinned broadly and said, and she's right. Aphrodite and Athena nodded absently as Hera grinned and said, if only things were the same in this universe. The huntress had never seen Aphrodite so joyful and sincere, so Artemis muttered, wow, as she gazed at her. Hestia lightly squeezed Aphrodite's hand and said, I've never seen you like this. As she gazed at the other immortals, Aphrodite's smile never stopped. Well, I've never felt like this, and I really do think this is the real thing. What do you mean? Rhea asked her stepdaughter, her smile widening. Hephaestus and I had never been husband and wife, and I'm going to formally divorce him and marry Naruto. Athena's eyes grew wide, nearly smashing the armrests of her chair. If all goes my way, I'm going to make Naruto my immortal husband. The smith god laughed and said, about damn time that happened. Apollo muttered, damn, you're serious about this. With a serious nod, Dite said, yes, definitely. Are you certain? Hestia questioned in astonishment, an immortal husband is literally forever. You will always be with him for the rest of your life, which may be eternity. Yes, do you need to give it more thought? I know you've had a daughter with him and have been with him for a few months before, but that might be too little time for you to decide, Rhea said, expressing her happiness for her stepdaughter but also her concern that her choice was still too soon. After finishing her glass of orange soda, Aphrodite smiled and said, this is also the beginning of my life as a mother. Lacey is still young and it's not too late for me to be a part of her life. I know full well what I am doing. As the goddess of love, the first can usually predict how long love between two people can last, and I can't see an end to this one. So you're really not going back to Olympus? Artemis sighed. Of course I'm going back. I have to keep Naruto a secret from most male gods until I marry him. Rhea and Hestia both nodded in agreement. I'm going to be on Olympus every few days and attend the council meetings, but other than that I'll be with Naruto. Know that I cannot hide you and the girls forever. I will only shroud your presence for this week, but after that the other Olympians will be able to sense you. Rhea raised her arms and pointedly looked at her stepdaughter. In the end, you are stretching the limits of your domain and it would be against my personal standards to hide you from the council. Rhea concurred. As much as I love to watch you and the girls, I can't see myself deceiving the council for so long. Aphrodite stood and extended her arms, saying, I understand, I'll make sure to hide my presence to the bare minimum. And don't worry about Naruto and the girls. I may not fight often, but I am quite sure that I can defeat most of the council, she said. I should be alright if Lord Zeus and Lord Poseidon don't pursue me. Artemis shook her head, thinking, let's see if she would still say that when Ares come for them. With a gloomy smile, Athena said, oh, she will still say that. No matter what, I'll fuck that fucker up, Ares tried to say, his face and groin still hurting, but he felt a chill go up his spine. With a laugh and a sidelong glance at the war god, Dite said, keep reading. Her voice made everyone shiver. You'll find out what happens. I believe it's time to go over and do some pumpkin carving now. After letting out a sigh, Rhea grinned and said, all right, let's go meet my step-granddaughter and great-granddaughter. Come on little niece, I'll bake your favorite peanut butter cookies and make you shepherd's pie for dinner. The huntress' eyes glistened as she looked up at her aunt, causing her to giggle. Hestia also stood up and grinned when she saw Artemis' agitated expression. Their patron goddess had the grace to blush when Talia and the hunters smiled at her. With a giggle, Hestia said, I'll cook for you anytime, dear. And if you are willing to help out with the pumpkin carvings, I'll make you sticky pudding with coconut ice cream for dessert. Artemis got to her feet, trying not to drool, and said, all right, let's go. When Aunt Hestia is around, Arte turns into the goddess of gluttony. All Artemis could do was glare at her golden-cheeked twin. Hestia looked back at Athena and joyfully dragged Artemis along by the arm, saying, come on, Athena, you can go meet Annabeth. The goddess of the hearth became worried after noticing that Athena had been remarkably quiet ever since Aphrodite declared her intention to wed Naruto. The wisdom goddess nodded, standing with her customary poise and self-assurance. I know, let us go. It is time. Dite rolled her eyes, and Athena grinned. Hestia bit her lip when she saw the expression on Athena's face, the last time she had seen it since World War II, and realized that her gray eyes were focused and determined, as though she were going to war. It's time for my daughter to meet me. A little taken aback by the intensity in Athena's eyes, Rhea turned to face her as Aphrodite entered the room. Are you okay, sweetie? All Athena could do was nod and smirk, saying, definitely, I haven't felt this determined in a long time. What are you saying? Curious, Artemis asked. Athena flicked a few strands of her silky hair back as she left the room, saying, let's just say that I'm sure of how I feel about Naruto now and I know what I have to do. I'm no longer confused and I'm no longer frustrated. Everything is clear now and couldn't be simpler. The other immortals became alarmed at the power emanating from Athena and slowly trailed behind her. I know what I have to do and how to do it. Athena always has a plan and victory is always mine. Now intrigued, Athena leaned forward and said, interesting. Her counterpart merely returned her smile. Concerned, Hestia bit her lip once more and asked, what will you do? Athena turned back with her menacing gray eyes and said, exactly what Aphrodite is going to do, but faster. She laughed softly and continued on her way to Naruto's house, saying, I think it is time for the goddess of wisdom and battle strategy to have a husband. Rhea and Artemis watched in silence. You go, Athena, damn you. You have no idea how many years I've been waiting for one of you three to break that stupid vow, Demeter said with a smile on her face. Hestia interrupted the three virgin goddesses frowning, saying, just keep reading, sister. What? Athena, what are you saying? My father is going to lose his mind. Hades looked at Zeus, who was now twitching and nearly completely covered in lightning, and laughed, yep, you're right. Ignoring the others behind her, Athena simply grinned. Go for it, Aphrodite, I'm not going to lose to you because I love Naruto as much as you do. Dite merely scoffed at Athena's sly smile. It had never been so frightening to open his front door. Naruto would not be shocked if it exploded to pieces when his daughter's mothers were on the other side. He could feel the vibrations behind the thin piece of wood, and his hand was trembling on the doorknob, but he let out a last breath and opened the door. "Hello, Naruto." "Hey, handsome." With his teeth trembling, Naruto gazed at Athena and Aphrodite. Everything seemed to be fine when he was alone with one of them, but when they were both present, he felt as though a nuclear bomb had been planted in his house, especially when they were both grinning at him. Both goddesses crossed their arms after exchanging glances. "In love and war, everything is fair." With a gasp, Naruto said, "Please, come in." With a smile, Demeter put down the book and asked, "So who won in the end?" Before Athena could respond, Dite said, "It's still going. Right now, we're just sharing." Nearly every man yells, "Damn lucky bastard," in their heads. While grinning at her daughter, Rhea said, "I'll read the next chapter, Demeter." Rhea looked at Aphrodite and Athena, smiling, gleefully amused at their confusion and embarrassment. She started reading, winking at the two goddesses as she ran her fingers along the page's edge. "You look so handsome." Silently, Naruto grinned at his lover and pondered how his little princess was able to pick out his clothes with such skill. His daughter's choice, which included a pair of black form-fitting jeans with a white belt, a basic purple t-shirt underneath a black sports coat that did little to conceal his muscular frame, and a pair of black leather boots, replaced his go-to black dress shirt and gray jeans. It was heavier and far more formal than he was used to, but given the day's guest list, it ought to be acceptable. Mama likes." Dite bit her bottom lip, smiling, oblivious to Ray's laughter. She ruffled her daughter's hair and said, "Great job, baby. You have a great eye for fashion." Lace laughed and said, "I know." As the love goddess chuckled at the idea, Naruto grinned and said, "Thanks, your daughter picked it out. She said I look boring with my usual clothes." Athena grinned at her child's father and remarked, "It's better than that orange sweater you used to wear in class. Even in the large symposium rooms, I could find you right away because of that monstrosity." Thea grinned and said, "I'm glad he got rid of that monstrosity." With a laugh and a head rub, Naruto said, "Well, you eventually talked me out of it. Nagging even back then, I see." Dite shook her head and sighed. "It's a wonder that he still loves you so much. I am not starting this with you again." Disregarding Thea's brush, Dite turned away and said, "I guess you really are a quick learner in bed." Athena's face almost glowed gold, and Thea was trembling in her chair. "Maybe I shouldn't have taught you so much." Hestia turned to her mother as she saw the gold rush to both goddesses of wisdom, the sparks from Zeus' master bolt, and the unsettling smirks on the faces of the younger gods. "Mother, stop smiling and just read." With another giggle, Rhea said, "Sure, dear." The goddesses Athena and Aphrodite stood in the home's tiny entrance, grinning at their love. Slowly entering the room, Rhea, Hestia, and Artemis questioned whether Athena was sincere about finding a husband. They were all aware that a fight between Athena and Aphrodite over Naruto would be a dramatic reenactment of the Adonis incident involving Persephone. Shrugging, Dite said, "It didn't turn out too badly." "No spoilers." Apollo yelled. Cataclysmic destruction might ensue if Athena planned to steal Naruto for herself and Aphrodite truly loved him that much. The city of New York being destroyed by the two goddesses was the last thing they wanted to witness. The idea made the demigods shudder. Naruto asked, "So, is everything okay?" After glancing at the other goddesses behind his children's mothers. He had been concerned about the ramifications of his loves visiting him so frequently and wondered if they would run afoul of the law. "Nothing bad is happening, right?" With a smile, Aphrodite embraced him on one arm and said, "Don't worry, everything is fine." Athena squinted at the love goddess before turning back to Naruto. She smiled sweetly and said, "So, where are the girls? I think it's time I officially meet my daughter." Rhea said, "Ooh, is there where you meet the girls?" "Yes," Thea said with a smile. As he approached the goddesses of love and war, Naruto bit his lip and pointed to the living room, saying, "They're in the living room watching a movie." He then whispered, "Please be discreet about this." "Okay." The girls never really asked about their mothers, but I'm sure that they really want to meet the two of you, so just be delicate about it. Athena put a gentle hand on Naruto's cheek and smiled, saying, "Trust me, Naruto." Demeter mumbled, "Wow, Athena is being much more forward than what I expected," grinning mischievously. "I'm so proud." Glancing at her counterpart, Athena cursed her golden face, wondering if they were fundamentally different in some way. She had thousands of years of experience and infinite wisdom, so she couldn't imagine falling in love with a mortal man, much less breaking her vow to him. Thea felt her counterpart's eyes on her and turned away, instead glaring at Dite, who was always smiling. "The last thing I want is for either of the girls to be hurt or confused. I will ease into the fact that I'm Annabeth's mother." I won't tell her until I've gotten to know her and she feels comfortable towards me. Thank you, Naruto said, grinning and nodding with a small sigh of relief. Come on, Owlhead, let's just go meet the girls. Snatching the wisdom goddess by the arm, Aphrodite gave Athena a slight glare for her intimate touches. I've waited a very long time for this and don't you dare ruin it for me. The love goddess turned back to Naruto and grinned affectionately at him. And don't worry about me either, I'm sure Lacey and I will get along great. That I have no doubt at all. Aphrodite grinned, drawing Lacey nearer and pressing her cheek against her daughter's silky locks. She's my baby girl. Holding her own smiling Lacey in her arms, Dite laughed and said, that's a given. Since his youngest princess and her mother were nearly identical, Naruto could only speculate about how much they would love one another. I know you will. Naruto couldn't help but feel uneasy as he watched his true loves make their way into the living room. He had been wondering whether his baby daughters would ever meet their mothers ever since he first held them in his arms. He had been wondering and dreaming about it for many hours, and when it finally happened, he was unsure of how to respond. All he wanted was for his daughters to grow up in a happy and secure environment with a mother and a father in their small house. He hoped that his daughters would have something similar now that the goddesses were back in his life. Annie grinned at her father's consideration and shook her head when Lace appeared as naive as ever, clearly too young to understand what was being read. However, the young Athena's daughter was taken aback by the frown on her counterpart's face. Her last name wasn't Namikaze in this universe, and she had almost forgotten that they were in a different one. When Annabeth noticed that her younger counterpart was staring in her direction, she returned the smile. Annie noted that she would speak with her older self at a later time. It is as they say, a voice said abruptly, startling Naruto out of his reverie. Hestia smiled at the children's father and used her abilities to reassure him, saying, you don't have to worry. They both love their daughters and would never hurt them. I'm sure the girls will love having their mothers in their lives, she said. Naruto grinned at the benevolent goddess and said, yeah, you're right. I suppose I should have recognized you much earlier, Lady Hestia. Ha! Demeter chuckled. For someone who has met two other goddesses, he should have got the moment he met Tia. Hestia waved it off, grinning, saying, it's perfectly understandable. I'm not the most recognizable goddess. She turned to smile and waved to her mother and niece, saying, and while I'm quite sure you've figured it out already, this is my mother, Rhea, the titaness of motherhood and beauty and the mother of the Olympians. This is Artemis, goddess of the moon and hunt. Naruto bowed, nearly trembling under the goddess of the hunt's piercing gaze. It's an honor, Lady Rhea, Lady Artemis. Removing her jacket, Rhea said, this is your home and we are here as visiting family. Just relax and treat us to a relaxing day of baking and carving. She grinned and nodded at the young man, saying, no need to be so formal, young man. Rei's expression made Naruto feel at ease. Her warmth was exactly like Hestia's. I'll be sure to. And there is no need to be so frightened of me, Artemis said sobbingly while crossing her arms. I will only turn men I detest into jackalopes, and so far, you have done nothing to wrong me. Artemis' eyes glowed a pale silver as she glared at a frowning Thea and irritated Dite. Given what he will eventually do to my sister, perhaps my other self should have intervened in some way. If I may, how does the other me think of the situation? I have her word and support. She is my sister and my closest friend. As long as I am happy, she will be on my side, Thea said, grinning at Artemis' surprise as she glanced at her favorite sister's counterpart. With a sigh, Artemis turned to face Athena and said, I see. With a radiant smile, Thea said, Artemis is actually my maid of honor. Dite nodded and giggled. As much as she complains about it, she has been one of the most helpful. The goddess of the hunt mumbled, oh, her eyes wide with shock. That's something I never thought I'd hear, Apollo said with a laugh. We'll have two virgin goddesses as maids of honor, Dite chirped, winking at a gleeful Hestia. Hestia will be my maid of honor. If only this will happen in our world, Hera sighed. Grinning, Rhea chose to continue reading. Thank you, Lady Artemis, Naruto nodded. Artemis sighed as she gazed at the man who had captured her sister's heart. I guess I can accept this. With a smile, Thea said, I know you can. She nodded to Athena, who had remained silent the entire time. Athena just gave a nod in return. With a smile on her face, Hestia clasped Artemis' arms and said, come on, Artie. Let's go see how your sister is doing. Lacey was pouting at her sister with her arms crossed. She begged Annabeth to let her watch How to Train Your Dragon, but she refused, and she forced her to watch Troy, a film their father had always avoided showing them. You're both a bit too young to watch that movie, Hestia said with a frown. That's what I said, Lace nodded to her favorite teacher as Annie flushed. Though the characters in the film were very handsome, especially the young prince and the long-haired blonde man, Lacey understood why the blood and gore and slightly awkward love scenes made her uneasy, regardless of how cool or epic Annabeth thought the film was. Behind her, Lacey noticed a pretty woman with red hair grinning at the TV. "Look at that," she said. "Brad Pitt as Achilles and Orlando Bloom as Paris are just perfect, and Sean Bean as Odysseus is delightful." "Achilles didn't resemble Brad Pitt at all," Demeter muttered. "And Paris was even more girly looking than in the movie," Apollo said. Having seen Troy several times, Aphrodite had consistently praised it as one of Apollo's greatest Hollywood productions. "Don't you think so, sweetie?" The goddess winked and grinned down at her young daughter. "Our first conversation." Dite grinned. "Yep, the long-haired blonde guy and the young prince are cool," Lacey said with a smile and a nod to the amiable woman. "As I've always said, this movie is vastly inaccurate." "But then the buzzkill arrives," Dite scowled. All Thea did was roll her eyes. As soon as she said those words, Athena saw her daughter look up at her, and she smiled, knowing that Annabeth would see the errors and be grateful for the mention. They took out the majority of the Trojan War and Olympus involvement. "I couldn't agree more," Annabeth said, turning to face the woman with the gray eyes. They completely omitted the apple of discord and the goddesses Athena, Hera and Aphrodite. The reminder of their most absurd moment caused all the goddesses involved to turn away, as did their counterparts. The reminder of their rather immature moments made the two goddesses bite their lips. "It's unbelievable that I would have given a damn if I were more attractive than Hera and the foam pile. I continue to believe that Paris made the right decision. I am far more attractive than Owlhead and Lady Hera." The goddesses of love instantly exchanged winks and Hera and both Athenas appeared irritated. However, Rhea cleared her throat before any of them could say anything. The Titaness looked at the goddesses and said, "No, we are not going through his argument again." She also challenged them to break her word, saying, "Be quiet and just enjoy the story." Sensibly, all of the goddesses gave in to avoid the ultimate mother's wrath. Annabeth drank a cup of hot chocolate while gazing at the TV. They took out the choice of Paris, Aphrodite's gift, and how Poseidon and Athena worked together to create the chariot. That was the disappointing part. I wanted to see how Poseidon made horses from sea foam. She grinned and glanced at the women. Though Athena was still the smarter one. Who cares about horses when you don't have the chariot cart? Athena and Thea grinned, and Poseidon rolled his eyes. People give Poseidon far too much credit sometimes, especially when it comes to the contest to be the patron god of Athens, Athena said, grinning at her daughter and nodding. "I can't agree more." "Oh, will you get over yourself?" The two goddesses of wisdom merely smirked at themselves and ignored the sea god. "Oh yeah, the olive tree is so much better. It's real genius that has many uses even in modern days." With a constant smile, Athena sat down beside the girl and said, "You're really smart, Annabeth. Not many people see the practicality of olives and how much it had affected Western civilization." The girl blushed slightly and said, "And I'm surprised you know so much about the Trojan War. Not many girls so young have such an interest in ancient warfare." Annabeth grinned at the woman and said, "It's not necessarily ancient warfare. I just really like studying on ancient Greek mythology." She was glad to have someone with whom she could discuss such topics. "I really like reading about all the epic tales, especially the Odyssey. Odysseus is probably my favorite ancient Greek hero. He is just so smart about his quest." With a proud smile, Athena said, "Good choice." Thea kissed Annie's hair and grinned, saying, "Of course." Athena grinned and patted the girl's soft blonde hair, which was strikingly similar to her father's. "I agree, instead of punching and slashing his way through like almost every other hero, Odysseus uses his mind and strategy to find his way back to his wife. It's really a beautiful story," Athena said. "Yep. I make Dad read it to me before bed." Athena grinned proudly at her daughter, knowing that she was the one who preserved the specifics of the numerous epic stories of antiquity and whispered them into Homer and Hesiod's ears. All of their words originated with her, and their stories were immortalized. Given that it had become her special daughter's favorite, Athena was quite proud of her ancient writings and their continued prominence in modern times. "Man, talk about a boring conversation," Aphrodite muttered, shaking her head. Annabeth still carried too much of her mother's literary fixation despite Naruto's constantly erratic nature. "It's not boring, Dite." Annie pouted at Dite. Dite kissed Annie's cheek and exclaimed, "Ah, it's not your fault if you think that, honey." Lacey, who could clearly hear what the woman was saying, covered her mouth and giggled. "Yeah, Annie always talks about these things and they're just so boring." "Not boring. glared Annie at Lace. Says you, the smirking Aphrodite's daughter said. As she sat down beside her daughter, Aphrodite winked at her and said, I know, right? I don't get how she could go on and on about these things without falling asleep halfway through. Lacey giggled softly and tried to conceal their conversation from her sister and the gray-eyed woman, who were still discussing a Greek poet, saying, You should listen to Annie talk about architecture. I swear it's better than Daddy's lullabies. She gets mad at me when I fall asleep when she's talking, but it's hard to stay awake when it's so boring. Lacey nodded enthusiastically, thrilled that the attractive woman was just like her. Yeah, they expect us to pay attention and stay awake, and they just don't know how hard it is, she said. The mother and daughter caught Ray's eye, and she smiled as she said, It's adorable how similar you all are. She muttered, It's as if her clothes aren't boring enough, as she took in Athena's librarian-like attire. Thea's glare at Dite was almost exactly the same as Annie's glare at Lace. Hey, Naruto liked them, so don't listen to me. Dite ignored the stare. It's not like I know anything about fashion and what Naruto likes. Totally, Lacey said, leaning in to speak with the woman. Annie dresses like an old lady. Even when she goes to school to see her little boyfriend, she still chooses to wear her usual gray and blue clothes. I had to force her to wear that green sundress this morning. If I didn't, then Percy would just get tired of her boring clothes. Lacey received a kiss on the forehead from Aphrodite, who said, You're really good at these things, aren't you? Yep, declared Lacey, smiling and bouncing a little on the couch. Daddy says that I get it from my mommy. I bet my mommy is just the coolest lady ever. The words, she totally is, made Lace laugh. Both Aphrodite and Dite gave the girl a wink. The goddess exclaimed, You are just the cutest and sweetest girl, ever, as she laughed and couldn't resist putting an arm around her young daughter's shoulders. Naruto rubbed his eyes while standing behind the four most significant individuals in his life. He had hoped that his little girls would eventually have the opportunity to meet their mothers ever since Annabeth first asked for her mother 6 years ago. He had persuaded himself for years that it would never happen because goddesses were unreachable and unconcerned with his problems on Earth, but he had been proven wrong. He started crying when he saw Lacey and Aphrodite laughing and giggling together, and when he saw Annabeth talking to Athena with sparkling eyes. He had a whole family. Come on, Ares moaned, what a little bitch. With a scowl, Aphrodite said, Ares, just shut up and slap yourself. His melting glasses fell to the ground as the god of war snarled and reached out to slap himself across the face. He turned away, his teeth clenched, and glared at his laughing family. Don't worry, he will eventually learn his lesson, Dite said with a smile to her counterpart. The coldness in her voice made everyone shudder, and they all wondered what she had done to the Ares in her world. You have no idea how much I look forward to it, Thea said with a smile to Dite. Dite gave her sister a wink and said, Same here. Tartarus seemed to be calling for Ares. You have a beautiful family, said a gentle hand patting his shoulder. Naruto wiped his eyes and grinned at the generous goddess, saying, Thank you, Lady Hestia. It's just a little surreal that my daughters are finally bonding with their mothers. Believe me, young man, Rhea began, grinning at the scene. Every mother in the world loves their children, and it is no different with goddesses. Leaving their babies with you were probably the most difficult things they will ever do, especially since they genuinely care for you, and now that they've finally met the little girls, their love for them will only grow. The tightness of motherhood gently grasped the hand of. There is nothing stronger than a mother's love, young man, that I can assure you. Thinking of her own mother, Artemis nodded and smiled. I'll take Apollo with me when I go to see my mother soon. I'm sure she'll want to see us after all this time. The twins exchanged glances and nodded. Lacey exclaimed, Daddy, when she noticed her father standing behind them. Were you listening in? With a cunning wink, Aphrodite shook her head and said, For shame, Naruto. This is private girl talk, no boys allowed. Naruto lifted his young daughter into his arms and grinned when she put her tiny arms around his neck. He kissed her cheek and glanced down at his lover, saying, Don't worry, I didn't hear anything. As he ruffled Lacey's hair, he said, And yes, I bought the dove cookie cutter for you, princess. Come on. Let's start carving pumpkins and baking cookies. With a smile and a nod, his youngest said, Thanks, Daddy. He was so amused to see how similar they looked when they focused that he smiled at his oldest, who was still watching a movie with her mother. Annabeth's gray eyes would darken whenever someone did something foolish, and her brows would furrow as she considered the film and its errors. She looked almost exactly like her mother. Naruto was amazed at how similar Annabeth and Athena looked as they sat side by side. His daughter will be as lovely as her mother. Come on Annie, you can finish the movie later. With a pleading expression on her face, Annabeth bit her lip and said, "But Dad, Patroclus just died and Achilles is about to go crazy." Crossing her arms, Athena nodded and said, "Yeah, this is one of the more accurate scenes of the movie." As the huntress recalled all the hunters she had gathered during the last moments of the Trojan War, Artemis rolled her eyes and sighed. "We all know how that ends. The sack of Troy left hundreds of homes in ruins, and Artemis saved the majority of the maidens before the men raped them. She also transformed at least 200 men into jackalopes. Come on Thea, I want Tia's peanut butter cookies." Apollo questioned, "That's the only reason you're there, right?" Artemis looked away from her brother and held her head high, saying, "I'm also there to make sure my sister is going to be okay." "Sure," it was a sigh from the wisdom goddess, "fine." Annabeth approached her father while standing beside the kind woman with the gray eyes. "So what are we going to do now?" Ruffling her princess curls, Naruto grinned and said, "Let's bake some cookies." Naruto had spent a lot of time in his kitchen over the years, and he liked to think that he was an expert at baking and cooking, but he realized he was mistaken after witnessing a true master in action. First it was Hestia. The goddess's hands were like the wind as she worked with the mixers and ingredients, but then Rhea took over. Even more sophisticated was the mother of the gods, whose arms beat the batters more effectively and quickly than his electric mixer. With just one oven, the two goddesses produced more than 100 cookies in less than an hour. Naruto questioned whether they had employed magic to enlarge his oven. There was no point anymore, so he simply left his batter on the table, uncooked. He was content to assist the girls in cleaning the used plates and clearing the tables. "I like Daddy's cookies, too," scowled Lacey. "According to Annie, me, too." At the girls' smiles, Hestia and Rhea said, "That's because your father poured his heart into making you two those treats." A gentle voice murmured, "Don't feel bad," from his side. Those two are perhaps the best cooks that ever existed, so there is no shame in losing to them. With a wink and a smile, Naruto said to his lover, "Losing is not the word, more like completely destroyed." He glanced at his two girls, who were both eating the mountain of cookies with joy on their oily faces. "But whatever, as long as the princesses likes the cookies." Laughing, Aphrodite said, "They aren't the only ones." Glancing over his shoulder, Naruto nearly burst out laughing when he saw Lady Artemis contentedly eating her own plate of cookies. Artemis changed to a new shade of gold as Apollo chuckled at the picture. Looking at her niece, Demeter exclaimed, "There's the goddess of gluttony. You have cheeks like a chipmunk." Rhea said, "Okay, that's enough," grinning at Artemis, "I think it's adorable." This was the first time he had seen the goddess smile since he had first laid eyes on her. He had to admit that Artemis was almost as beautiful as Aphrodite and Athena when she wasn't staring at him with her terrifying, piercing eyes. While he was still fuming in silence, Zeus vowed to destroy him if this mortal corrupted his other favorite daughter. "I'm guessing Lady Hestia and Lady Ray's cooking is popular on Olympus?" "Oh yeah," Athena added, interrupting Aphrodite before she could say anything. "Aunt Hestia usually cooks for everyone during the Olympic Games, and sometimes we would have to stop some of the gods from eating too much before they compete." Aphrodite laughed, though she was a little annoyed that her privacy with Naruto had been violated. "Yeah, I still remember how Hermes lost the 100-meter dash because he ate too much." Hestia was happy, but he was groaning about losing to Apollo for the first time in 1,000 years. Hermes only received a bright smile in return for giving his sunny brother the stink eye. Naruto laughed, wondering how the gods could be so human. His mental representations of the gods, which he had formed after reading all of his books, were gradually evolving into something else. "Okay. Who wants to taste the cake frosting?" Me. "I do. I would love to." Everyone was now laughing at the scene, including Talia and the hunters. Artemis appeared to be touched by Midas as she sank further into her throne. "Don't laugh at her," Rhea reprimanded, grinning amusedly. "I'm so happy she still has a childish side to her." Hestia smiled at her niece and nodded, saying, "I agree." She added, "I'll make sure to make you as many cookies as you want later." When the laughter came back, Artemis moaned and turned away from everyone. But she shuddered with anticipation at the prospect of endless cookies. Both Annabeth and Lacey gazed at Artemis, who seemed to blush at the attention. She was greatly embarrassed by the amused smirk on Athena's face, Aphrodite's laugh, and the mortal man's pursed lips, even though her aunt and grandmother only gave her loving smiles. "And never mind. Oh come on," Lacey exclaimed with a laugh as she rushed to Artemis and took her hand. "The frosting is going to be really good." Artemis couldn't help but smile as she gazed at Aphrodite's daughter. The young child was too cute to hold back from smiling. Artemis couldn't resist since Lacey was technically her little surrogate niece, and it made her think of the younger hunters in her camp. With Lacey laughing naively the entire time, she gave the girl a little embrace and let her drag her over to the frosting. I suppose Aphrodite's daughters could be very adorable. Artemis smiled and took another spoon from Annabeth, who was smiling broadly as she sampled a frosting spoon. She was actually beginning to like her two young nieces, and she would gladly take them into her hunt if they ever needed to be protected from men. Not if I can do anything to stop it, Dite nodded her head. No daughter of mine will go sniff deer droppings. Even now, Artemis was too ashamed to respond. Although she doubts their parents would permit them to begin hunting monsters, she would actually invite them at that very moment. Naruto would be so worried, that would never happen. Thea grinned. I'm sorry, sister, but the girls will stay home with us. Okay girls, have a taste, Rhea said with a smile and a pat on Artemis' head. If only Persephone were here. She'd love the girls and the food, Hestia said, laughing at the sight and shaking her head affectionately. She smiled at Artemis, who once again had the appearance of a tiny baby goddess, and said, actually, she and Artemis might fight over the food, so I guess not. When her favorite daughter was mentioned, Demeter grinned adoringly and said, she's still a child at heart. This only made her glare at Hades. With a sigh, Hades decided to ignore her. Oh, that is so cute. Athena, for once, nodded in agreement with Aphrodite's statement. It's been a while since I've seen Artemis so giddy. My princesses seem to warm up to anyone, especially their aunts, Naruto grinned. Hestia and Rhea created 6 cakes over the course of the following few hours, each one getting more beautiful than the one before. He had a never-ending supply of hot chocolate on the stove, 6 cakes on the countertop, more than 200 cookies on his dinner table, and 3 carved pumpkins in the living room, of course. Naruto meticulously photographed each one. The first was the one that Rhea, Hestia, and Artemis carved. It was stunning, with innumerable tiny cuts and seemingly impossible carvings. Artemis cut the pumpkin with ease because she had been using hunting knives for thousands of years. Upon seeing the one that Annabeth and Athena had carved, Naruto grinned broadly. It was a classic jack-o'-lantern that had been expertly crafted. It seemed as though the creative mother-daughter tag team measured each cut and determined which area of the pumpkin's surface to begin with because each one was done with precision and care. According to the arrogant grins on Athena and Annabeth's faces, they also believed that everything was ideal. Thea ruffled her hair as Annie grinned proudly at the picture. Oh, my children's mothers. Lacey and Aphrodite's pumpkin made Naruto laugh uncontrollably. Its open eye was shaped like a heart, and the smirk that the mother and daughter carved on its face nearly resembled the Nike logo. The pumpkin's outer edges were adorned with stars and other hearts, and one of them applied pink lipstick to complete the look. It was undoubtedly special, and Naruto was certain that it was ideal for them as well, judging by the proud embrace Lacey gave Aphrodite. Dite chirped, next year's is going to be even better, as she gave her laughing daughter another hug. There we go, Athena grinned and said. The candle should hold nicely in the slight hole we made at the bottom. I agree. Annabeth nodded, grinning proudly at her pumpkin. Despite Annabeth's scowl, Lacey shook her head at her sister, saying, that looks boring, Annie. She smirked and pointed to her winking pumpkin, saying, ours look way cooler. It looks just like the usual pumpkins we see everywhere. Why don't you try changing it up a little, like we did? Yep, exclaimed Aphrodite, high-fiving her young daughter. It's not boring, Athena began, crossing her arms. It is traditional and is perfectly executed in every way. Yeah, like very traditional, just like your clothes, Thea. My clothes are not boring. You'd be right if we were in the 50s. Aphrodite grinned as Athena began to fume in rage and turned to face Annabeth. Listen to me, Annie, traditional isn't always good. Sometimes you have to be innovative and try new things to look gorgeous. Glancing up at the love goddess, Lacey said, that's what I always say to her, and gestured toward Annabeth. Any more plain gray shirts and blue jeans, and she'd turn into an old lady. I am not an old lady. Athena glared at Aphrodite while Annabeth glared at her sister. And gray and blue looks good to me. Who cares if you like it? What would you do when your boyfriend thinks you're boring? Lacey sighed and shook her head. I don't have a boyfriend, am I safe to assume that this happens every day? Replied Rhea. Her question was answered by Dite's sheepish smile and Thea's silence. With a sigh, Naruto sat down on the couch and rubbed his temples while attempting to come up with a solution to end the argument. When it was just his 2 daughters, it was all right, but he felt a little intimidated by their mothers fighting too. Rhea and Hestia were off to the side, just grinning at the discussion, pleased to see how much mothers and daughters resembled one another. However, Artemis simply ignored it and kept munching on the endless supply of cookies. Apollo's laughter echoed through the corridors as Artemis sighed and looked down once more, the gold back on her cheeks. Ding dong, Naruto glanced up at his ringing doorbell, but he was slower than Lacey. Ha! The young girl pointed to the door with a smile. Percy is here, so how about we ask him if you're boring? It's me again. Percy grinned and gave Annabeth a tighter hug, which caused Annie to flush. Don't you dare, you annoying little troll. With a sigh, Naruto made his way to the door, hoping that the useless arguing would soon come to an end. In fact, he was excited to have Sally and Percy over. It was good to have other regular people in the house, even though it felt a little strange now that Aphrodite had told him about Sally's feelings for him. Even though he had grown accustomed to having immortals in his house over the last few hours, it was still a little more comforting to know that his princesses were half goddesses and that he wasn't the only non-godly person living there. Naruto grinned and said, "Hey Sally," to his best worker. In response to her boss's smile, the attractive brunette said, "Hey Naruto, sorry we're a bit late." "No problem." Naruto grinned down at Percy, who grinned back at him. Rearranging the boy's hair, he said, "And Percy, you look taller every time I see you." He laughed at the boy's smile. "You are going to be taller than me soon." He seems so cool. Percy turned to Annabeth and grinned. "I think he'd allow it if I asked you out before you turn 18, right?" "Stop teasing her," Annabeth sighed. "I'm sure he'd allow it," laughed Lace. The tomato Annie screamed, "Shut up, Lace." Thea glared at the young man with her gray eyes and said, "Even if Naruto would let it, you still need my permission, Percy Jackson." With a grimace, Percy said, "Now that might be a problem for the other me." "Hi, Sally," Annabeth said, slipping out from behind her father's legs and grinning at the mother of her best friend. "It's nice to see you again." Sally nodded to the intelligent girl and giggled, saying, "Nice to see you too, Annabeth." After grinning, the Athena's daughter took Percy's hand and dragged him inside the house. "Come on, seaweed brain, come on in." With a smile and a roll of his eyes, Percy said, "Calm down, wise girl." "Yeah, please come in, Sally." Naruto laughed at the nicknames and ushered Sally into the living room, smiling as he said, "There are some people I want to introduce you to." Annabeth escorted Percy in before them, and he led his employee inside while turning to face the Titaness and all the goddesses seated on his couches. He said, "You've already met Dite." His daughters didn't pay attention because, as far as they knew, he had only met the red-haired woman that morning. "These are my neighbors. They just moved in recently and came to help out for Halloween." "That's nice," Sally smiled sweetly in response. After indicating Athena, Naruto turned to face the other people and said, "This is Thea, Artie, their mother Rhea, and of course, Ms. Hess, who just moved next door." Sally smiled and said, "Ms. Hess, it's good to see you again." With a warm smile, Hestia stood up and said, "It's nice to see you too, Mrs. Jackson." She smiled again and waved to the others, adding, "My mother, sisters, and I just moved next door, so we came to help out for Halloween." Rhea was beaming. "Yeah, the girls are adorable, so we came to bake them some cookies." Aphrodite declared, "Yeah, it's so fun," as she moved to stand beside Sally and whisper in her ear. "By the way, the girls don't know about Naruto and I, so please keep quiet about it." Sally smiled slightly and nodded. "Got it." When Athena and Artemis remained silent and both frowned at Sally, Naruto arched an eyebrow. "Oh," sighed Poseidon, "this is going to be so troublesome." "Yeah," Percy said, nodding, "but at least the other me is oblivious." "Dite!" exclaimed Lacey joyfully, gesturing to Percy, who was still quietly discussing something with Annabeth in the corner. It is likely that the Athena's daughter was communicating to the boy her daily demands. "That's the Percy I was talking about." Aphrodite nodded and forced a smile at her daughter, saying, "Yes, I see. Nice-looking boy." "Still my favorite couple in our world," Aphrodite chuckled. "And probably will become my favorite couple from my world," Dite said with a smile as she prodded Annie's side. Hestia took Sally by the arm and said, "Come on Sally, we made some cookies. Come try some with Percy." Sally grinned at the thought, and Hestia called for Annabeth, Lacey, and Percy to follow her into the kitchen. "Come on kids, come have some more cookies." "Yeah, the cookies are amazing," Annabeth grinned as she dragged Percy along. "I told you they liked each other," Lacey mouthed while giving Aphrodite a wink. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the goddesses and Rhea after the children, Hestia, and Sally entered the kitchen. They were all quiet, and the atmosphere was solemn, as though something terrible had occurred. Even the goddess Aphrodite was frowning. Is something wrong? Aphrodite turned to Athena, temporarily ignoring her lover. Athena crossed her arms and scowled deeply as she nodded, her gray eyes hardening. That boy. You sensed it too, right? She asked. He's of the sea. Those green eyes of his prove it all. So that stupid barnacle beard broke his oath as well, Athena murmured ominously. Why am I not surprised? Poseidon muttered, at least I only broke it once, while his brother gave him a fierce look. I'm guessing father doesn't know about him yet, or else he'd be dead, Artemis said with a sigh and a shake of her head. Did you know about this, Lady Rhea? Aphrodite asked, turning to face Rhea. The mother of the gods scowled and closed her eyes, saying, yes, I did. Hestia noticed it the day she met the boy. Believe me, I gave Poseidon a stern talking to, but in the end we can't change the fact that the boy was born. She looked at the younger immortals gravely, saying, we must not allow his existence to leak out. As dangerous as his presence is, he is my grandson and I do not want to see him end up like my little granddaughter, Talia. I wonder what happened to me, Talia thought, turning to face Annabeth. Without you there, things might have changed. I guess something similar still happened, Annabeth scowled. Despite his desire to learn more about Luke, Hermes said nothing. Gazing at Aphrodite and Athena, Naruto said, okay, what's going on? The words, Naruto, Aphrodite began, frowning. Her words caused Naruto's eyes to widen. That Percy boy. He is like Annabeth and Lacey. He is a demigod. Precisely, he is a son of Poseidon. Poseidon? One of the big three, god of the seas and king of Atlantis, Rhea muttered, shaking her head, and my second youngest son. Dumbass kelp for brains, Athena muttered to herself. Athena grinned and Poseidon sneered. Artemis said, there is nothing we can do about it now, and got to her feet. Let's just ignore it for now and continue what we're doing naturally. If we don't say anything or act any differently, father shouldn't be able to sense him. She let out a sigh and looked toward Naruto. But you shouldn't have him and the two girls together all the time. With all three demigods together at once, their scent will be much stronger and will attract much more monsters. Unless when we're there as well. Dite sighed, which is pretty much all the time. With a nod, Naruto said, I understand. With a gesture toward the kitchen, Athena said, come on. Let's just keep on doing what we were doing. Right, added Rhea, grinning. We still have to go shopping for costumes. The Temple of Ares on Olympus. Let's kick some ass, Ares grinned, finally. The goddess of love had been the target of the god of war's wrath for the past month. The goddess had been ignoring him for the last few years, despite the fact that they had been together for thousands of years. Aphrodite had only been upset with him for a single day, even after he had killed Adonis all those centuries ago. Ares simply couldn't understand what he had done wrong. His lover must have completely avoided him for some reason, and Ares felt like going on a rampage because he didn't know why. Dite. Where the hell are you? The god of war screamed fiercely to himself, his sunglasses melting in his flaming eyes. It had been more than 6 years since he had been laid by the goddess of love, and he was genuinely missing it. No one else could match her beauty, making her the most beautiful woman in the world. Ares knew that only one goddess could make him feel better because he was suffering from severe blue balls. Aphrodite's anger surged, but she only smiled and shook her head when she turned to face her counterpart. If only he could recall where she was 6 years ago and which human lover she was seeing at the time. It didn't sit well with the god of war, who had a feeling that the love goddess was still seeing that same human. I'll tear that human to pieces when I find him. Eros. Ares yelled for his son with Aphrodite as loudly as he could. Come help me, I need to find your mom. Apollo saw the expressions on the faces of Aphrodite and Athena and sighed, Ares, I hope you're not going to do something stupid. I'll tell you now that you shouldn't piss off so many goddesses at once. Laughing, Ares said, I can handle it. You'll regret it if you ruin their little family, Aphrodite said, giving him a fierce look. Thea and Dite were both looking at Athena when she said, you're both awfully calm with this. Dite simply grinned at Ares and said, yes, but we won't spoil anything for you. You'll find out what happens soon enough. Smirking, Thea said, I'll read next. As the book materialized in her hands and her fingers brushed the crisp page's edges, Thea's smirk disappeared. It seemed almost unreal that the book's contents contained the most personal and intimate details of her family's life. She began reading a few lines ahead. But before she could say a single word, the middle of the throne room was illuminated by another beacon of light. Oh no. As they watched a figure emerge from the light, she mentally cursed Thea, reflecting her counterpart's thoughts. This is going to make things more difficult. Hades mumbled, what is it now, because the light didn't feel right. Daddy. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the figure in the middle of the throne room as Lacey's voice sliced through it like a hot knife through butter. Namikaze Naruto was there, appearing exactly like he did in the pictures and videos displayed on the screen. The man was carrying a greasy spatula and was still wearing an apron. When Naruto finally spoke, the stone silence was broken. What's going on? Athena was alerted by the smallest movement of the finger and hurried from her throne. Father, no. As soon as possible, Thea and Dite closed their daughter's eyes and drew them in close, engulfing their senses in the mist. As the God King stood to confront the man who had contaminated his tiny, defenseless, and delicate baby war muffin, they watched as Zeus called the master bolt to his hand, the glistening cylinder of celestial bronze humming and crackling with power. Rhea yelled, Zeus, don't you dare, but her pleas were ignored. Oh shit! Exclaimed the younger Olympians and demigods. Die! The destroyer of Olympus unleashed a blinding and deafening blast of lightning, so powerful that it almost destroyed the throne room. Instinctively, Poseidon and Hades called forth their weapons, but they were powerless to stop it. Everyone could only watch as Zeus might declare war on a different god dimension. However, the final explosion did not occur. In contrast, Zeus was startled to see his electricity crinkling around a dark rod that Naruto was hovering before him. An assault strong enough to wipe out a small nation had been thwarted by the little rod. The God King snarled and was about to strike again, but he was stopped when he saw the blood-red, rippled eyes staring back at him. Rhea stood in the halt, her eyes gleaming gold, and she held up a palm to her youngest. Rhea, in her giant form, towered over Zeus as he was violently pushed back to his throne. What in order's name are you doing? Zeus was dragged near to his mother before he could say anything more because the tie around his neck tightened. I don't care how angry you are, you do not attack someone from another world. Do you want to start a war? Zeus began, Mother, he to Phil. Even if she is your daughter, she's old enough to make her own decisions without her overprotective father interfering. Rhea glared at her son, causing him to flinch and his rage to subside. Not your daughter. That Athena is from another world. Hades and Poseidon were having a great time watching the scene. Rhea turned to her other sons and glared at them, making them instantly turn away. Stop smirking, you two, she said. Zeus sat up on his throne and cleared his throat, trying to maintain what little dignity and power he still possessed. I'm sorry, Mother. Let us proceed. Rhea turned to her family and nodded. Her gaze lingered on Ares, who drew back from the Titan Queen's intense gaze. Now I don't want any more fuss from any of you, she demanded. Apollo and Artemis gave frantic nods as their grandmother turned to face them, followed by a curt nod from Hephaestus and Dionysus. I don't want to, but I will not hesitate from grounding every single one of you. Rhea finally turned to Naruto, who appeared just as perplexed as the others, and sighed. The man, the center of attention, nodded silently and helplessly. I apologize for my son's behavior, Naruto Namikaze. Do you have any idea what is going on? No, Naruto said, biting his lip as he turned to face his wives and daughters. With a giggle, Dite approached her husband and clasped his arms. It's okay, honey. Just come over here. With his gaze straying, Naruto approached Thea and his daughters. He whispered, what is going on? He halted when he saw another goddess sitting on one of the enormous thrones, followed by another a short distance away. Aphrodite was unable to look away from Naruto, the man who brought her counterpart such joy. Envy was an unfamiliar emotion. She drew her eyes away from the husband of her counterpart and hovered over Athena, who was also looking at him. She simply let out a sigh and resolved to give it some more thought. Athena put a consoling hand on Naruto's and Dite sat him down between them. Where are we? Naruto's eyes widened, but Thea persisted, we were summoned here by the fates. This world is learning about our life, and we are here to provide our insights. Thea squeezed Naruto's hand and said, we are in a parallel universe. Naruto glanced up at the enormous versions of Athena and Aphrodite and said, there are two of you. He saw Athena staring at him blankly, as though he were a stranger, and the other Aphrodite turning away from him. Yeah, Dite said, nodding, and two of the girls, too. When Naruto saw Annabeth and Lacey, his eyes grew wide. He covered his mouth and shook his head, saying, oh, my gods, no, 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 how are they so grown up? Percy and Aphrodite held Annabeth and Lacey closer as they both smiled tearfully. We are reading through a book that records our lives. It's strange, I know, but we must finish the tale if we are to return to our world, Thea said with a smile, stroking the back of his hand to calm him. This universe is a bit further along than we are. Naruto said, okay, trying to make sense of his predicament. I think I left the stove on. It's okay, babe. Let's just finish this story, Dite said, laughing and putting his arm around Naruto. But where's the me from this world? He asked, surveying the room. Dite and Thea's winces were visible. Dite's words caused Naruto's eyes to widen once more. You don't exist in this world. At least, we never met you in this world. Lacey and Annabeth turned away from Naruto as he turned to face them. Then what about? Sighing, Thea said, they have different fathers in this world. Unable to ignore the sadness in his heart and unsure of how to react, Naruto fell silent and leaned back against the couch. We have to continue with the story. Thea responded, Naruto, I'm going to lift the mist from the girls, so don't freak out or you'll scare them. With a slow nod, Naruto said, all right. When Annie and Lace awoke from their daze caused by magic, they blinked. Annie's head turned slightly, and she moaned and rubbed her eyes. Did I fall asleep? Yeah, baby, Thea muttered. When Lace woke up and saw her father, she exclaimed, Daddy, I just had a dream that you got here. She crawled to Naruto's lap, and he immediately put his arms around her. This place is really cool. Annie reached for her father's hand and said, Dad, when did you get here? Laughing, Naruto said, just now. You were asleep, princess. Zeus raised his voice, his brows quivering at the sight. Enough of this banter. Let us continue with the story. Thea gave a nod. All right, I'll read. Naruto was mistaken to believe that the gathering would have been awkward and uncomfortable given the recent revelation that Percy is a son of Poseidon and the unsettling possibility that Sally is a lover of the god of the seas. The immortals were acting as joyous and content as before, and everything had returned to normal. Artemis had consumed 50 more cookies. Even Athena, who was the most incensed when she learned that Percy was Poseidon's son, was talking to Annabeth again. However, Naruto could see that she was attempting to keep her daughter away from Percy. I suppose there is a genuine animosity between Athena and Poseidon. Wait, Naruto said, appearing quite worried. You mean this story is literally about us? Our thoughts and everything? Dite bit her lip to contain her laughter as she nodded and said, Yep. I really can't wait to see how you react to this, honey. To conceal her own chuckle, Thea cleared her throat and said, let's just read on. The day's true high point was costume shopping. Every year, Naruto would take his girls to the tiny costume store close to their house. This year was no exception, save for the fact that he entered the packed store with 5 stunningly gorgeous women. Nearly everyone paused to gaze at Naruto and his companions as soon as they entered the store. Some of the store's wives glared at their husbands for staring right away. When Artemis and Hestia entered, it was already problematic because they had captured the interest of every man with their breathtaking beauty. However, because Athena and Rhea entered later, everyone noticed them. As though the store's men weren't already envious, Naruto could sense the ordinary people's awe as Aphrodite walked in with her stunning smile. This was just last Halloween. In response to Naruto's smile, Rhea said, yes, and we've really been enjoying this. Rhea grinned at the group and said, okay, let's find some costumes. When everyone split up into groups and started to move around the store, Naruto was still attempting to gather his thoughts. Lacey exclaimed, Dite, the princesses are over here, as she essentially pulled her new favorite into the princess area. Oh, these are so cute, Aphrodite laughed as she joyfully followed her daughter. Come on, seaweed brain. What's the rush, wise girl? Asked Percy as he rolled his eyes at Annabeth and ran after her. Sally and Athena were pursuing their kids, and the latter was trying to think of ways to keep a sea spawn away from her daughter because Percy resembled Poseidon too much. Oh, I like this Aquaman one. Indeed, a lot too much like Poseidon. Naruto looked at Thea, but he chose to ignore it. Tia, you'd look adorable in this, Rhea said, dragging Artemis and Hestia into the store's furthest aisle when she noticed something. And it's perfect for your innocent and warm look. The picture made Rhea laugh, saying, so perfect for you, sweetie. Hestia simply let out a sigh. Hestia held up a little Red Riding Hood costume and sighed, saying, Mother, I may use my child form sometimes, but this is a little too childish. When Hestia last saw her brother, he appeared to have aged 10,000 years, which made her feel old. You have to remember that I'm your eldest child. I'm even older than Hades. Hestia glanced at Hades, who merely arched an eyebrow, and said, you're too busy, brother. You need to take a break sometime. Rhea turned to Artemis and said, nonsense, you'd look great in it, don't you think so, Artie? The huntress smiled slightly and held up a cosplay of Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender, saying, I think Aunt Hestia might be more suitable with this. She does have absolute control over fire and can be pretty scary when she glares at you. Apollo winked at his twin and said, "Ha, that's good." "I am not scary," Hestia said with a frown. Artemis laughed and sighed. "Last time Boreas came to report to father with Chione, she deliberately hid outside of the throne room because you were tending the hearth inside. I saw her sneaking glances at you and shivering when your power flared as you tended the hearth." Rhea chuckled as she said, "Sweetie, as much as everyone loves you, you are extremely powerful and can be very scary when you want to." Hestia muttered, "Well, I don't do it on purpose," as she took the Azula costume. As his friends and family ran around the store, Naruto sat back with his travel mug of coffee and watched. His young daughter's harmony with their mothers and aunts was admirable. Naruto could even hear Lacey laughing and Annabeth shouting at Percy from where he sat at the store's edge. From where he was, he could even hear the other goddesses laughing. He nearly laughed when he saw Rhea and Artemis dragging Hestia into one of the dressing rooms. He couldn't help but wonder how his life could have changed so drastically in just a few days. His children's mothers abruptly returned to his life and made the decision to spend more time with their daughters, something Naruto had long hoped would happen. Naruto flushed as Dite and Thea leaned closer to him at his thoughts. "Daddy!" exclaimed his young daughter, who was running toward him while sporting a silvery tiara on her head and an adorable blue princess costume. "What do you think?" Naruto embraced his daughter to his chest and gave her a tender forehead kiss, causing her to laugh. "You look adorable, sweetie." "She certainly does," Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback to see Aphrodite in her own princess attire, which did not conceal her divine beauty. Her tiara was gold rather than silver, and although it was pink rather than blue, it was essentially the same design as Lacey's. However, it displayed a seductive amount of cleavage, and Naruto was getting a little excited about it, just like many of the adult versions of costumes. "She's much cuter than any of the Disney princesses we see on television." "Doesn't Dite look amazing?" Lacey said with a joyful smile to her mother. "Yes, absolutely gorgeous." Dite gave Naruto a cheek kiss and said, "Thanks, honey." Dite's hair color almost matched Naruto's face. "You're so sweet," the goddess said, grinning and planting a kiss on Naruto's cheek. "Kissy, kissy," Lacey exclaimed as she laughed at the exchanges between her father and her new favorite woman. With a smile, Naruto took Lacey in his arms. "Okay, let's go see if your sister is finished with her costume." "I'm finished." After leaving their dressing rooms, Annabeth and Athena approached Naruto and Lacey. Even Aphrodite smiled at the sight of them. It was a cute sight. Lady Liberty was the same costume worn by the mother and daughter. With the plastic torch in her hand, Annabeth was beaming broadly and pointing it at her sister and father. Wearing a costume that made her look like Lady Liberty herself, Athena simply grinned down at her daughter. "If only they were aware. You two are adorable," Aphrodite said, grinning broadly. "If Annabeth had dark hair, you two could be twins." With a proud smile, Athena patted her daughter's shoulder and said, "Yep. Great choice in the costume, Annie," Naruto said, laughing and patting the spiky hat of Annabeth's costume, which caused her to giggle up at him. He had read that the Statue of Liberty was modeled after the goddess Athena, so it was ideal for Annabeth. When Annabeth said, "You should see Percy's costume," she laughed. "I still think it's awesome, wise girl." Wearing a mermaid costume, Sally grinned at her son, who was having a great time in an Aquaman costume with a built-in seahorse. "Sure it is, honey." Her son was simply acting like his father's son, so she couldn't hold him responsible for his slight obsession with the ocean. The addition of a golden trident to the costume only added to the intrigue. Sally grinned, wishing Poseidon could see Percy right then. "The seahorse thing is pretty poorly made, but the trident looks good." Poseidon chuckled at what he saw. "Great choice, my son. I'll get you your own trident on your birthday." Grinning, Percy said, "Thanks, Dad." With a nod and a smile, Naruto said, "I do like the trident." Just like Barnacle Beard, Athena sighed and muttered to herself. "I would start laughing if that boy started wearing Hawaiian shirts," Aphrodite said with a smile and a loving shake of her head. "I'll get you some of those as well." This time, Percy's smile was less radiant. "Sure, thanks, Dad." "Oh, you all look so cute." Wearing a fairy godmother costume, Rhea approached the ground and grinned broadly at her granddaughter, great-granddaughter, grandson, stepdaughter, and step-granddaughter. The parents and kids all dressed in the same themes, and it was hilarious how they all managed to dress in ways that represented their respective domains. The mother of the gods could already see herself making Zeus dress up as Thor, and she was really beginning to love Halloween. She might even organize an event for it the following year so the other gods could take part. Zeus gazed at his mother uneasily. Please no, mother. I am far stronger than that Nordic buffoon. Ignoring him, Rhea said, I might have to invite Odin and Frigg for tea sometime. She turned to face her other kids, making them all dread what their mother had planned for them. Look at them, that little princess dress and that little Lady Liberty dress, Rhea said, turning back to Artemis and Hestia. The girls are so cute. Hestia, who was dressed as Azula, nodded and grinned. They do, especially with Thea and Dite wearing the same things. Artemis, dressed as Katniss from the Hunger Games, grinned and winked at her sister, saying, we shouldn't be too surprised that Thea chose Lady Liberty to wear. The hunters and Talia grinned at the goddess. That's really cool, Lady Artemis. The moon goddess grinned and said, thanks. I heard somewhere that it was based off this Greek goddess, and you know Thea, always obsessed with Athena. Then Aphrodite said, yeah, I know, right? Ha, was Athena's dry response. Just like how you are addicted to shooting people with arrows. Artemis crossed her arms and grinned, saying, only bad men, sister. Everyone else would perish if she competed in the Hunger Games. And way too overpowered. Sneered Apollo. Naruto began walking to the register and said, okay, we're done now, right? Oh no, we're not. The man turned back to Aphrodite and asked, what do you mean? As Naruto swallowed at the look on his lover's face, the last time he saw such a playful look on her face, he ended up striptease her in the bedroom. The love goddess took hold of her lover's arm and drew him back. We still have to find a costume for you, she smiled. As Naruto buried his face in his hands and moaned, Dite laughed at his predicament. The girls don't need to hear this. It's okay, I still have my old vampire costume at home. As she pulled Naruto to the men's area, Aphrodite chuckled and exclaimed, oh, screw that Empusai wannabe. Disregarding her lover's entreaties, Aphrodite's eyes glistened as she looked at every costume on the racks, especially the sexy ones. We're going to find you something cool for tonight, she said. Where are the sexy policeman costumes? Athena glared at her rival, Dite. There are children here, as she strode up to Hestia and Sally, who appeared scandalized. Let's just get him someone normal. We don't want to scar the girls for life, she said, yanking Naruto to her side. How is a nice set of Spartan armor going to scar them? Aphrodite winked at her counterpart and remarked, that could be interesting. Because of how cute the embarrassed Naruto was, Aphrodite couldn't resist making fun of him. Naruto's ears were almost leaking smoke. Just get him the astronaut costume over there. No, I want to see some skin, you're disgusting. Oh, like you don't want to. Shut up, you dumb pile of foam. Why don't you go weave a basket and leave us alone, Minerva? I won't let you ruin his image. Even though Naruto's arms were beginning to ache, he was far more worried about his daughter's confused looks. Lacey smiled bewilderedly. She was clearly too young to fully comprehend the situation, but she was pleased that her father was so close to the two attractive women, particularly Dite. In contrast, Annabeth's gaze was obviously much more calculated. Although her thoughts were concealed by her gray eyes, Naruto could see that his daughter was using her extraordinary mind to figure out what was going on, and it was quite unsettling. It was almost impossible, but he knew he had to put an end to the struggle. Aphrodite would be furious if he told her to stop first, and the same would have happened if he had told Athena. There was no good outcome. Naruto looked to Lady Hestia and Lady Rhea for assistance, which was the only sensible thing he could do. Okay, that's enough. Artemis, surprisingly, was the one who put an end to the argumentative goddesses. She gripped her plastic bow tighter and glared at the other two goddesses, saying, so shut up and just let the man choose his own costume. We're in the middle of a store, and the two of you are embarrassing us. The look of embarrassment on Athena's face as she turned away made Naruto laugh. It was obvious that she had anticipated acting in such a manner in public. However, Aphrodite simply glared back at Artemis and huffed. It's okay. Daddy. Lacey rushed to her father and grabbed his hand. I'll choose a costume for you. Annabeth said, oh, no you don't. She didn't need the additional humiliation because she knew her sister would pick something goofy for their father. I'm going to choose one for Dad. No, you're too boring, Lacey exclaimed, dragging her father along. With the words, I'm not going to let you embarrass us again, Annabeth drew him back and attempted to kick Lacey away. Rhea shook her head and giggled. The girls are just adorable, and so much like their mothers. Rubbing her temples, Artemis moaned, this is going to take a while. It had been a long time since the mother of the gods had had so much fun, and Rhea was laughing while Hestia continued to give her stern looks. The interactions between the goddesses and their daughters, particularly with Naruto, were absolutely adorable. That young man undoubtedly added interest and entertainment value to their never-ending quarrelsome family. Rhea was considering filming the scene for Apollo because she thought it would work well as a sitcom. Already underway, Grandma, Apollo said, holding up a notepad. With a radiant smile, Rhea said, "Thank you, sweetie." Percy shook his head in fear as he continued to stare at his favorite male role model. Girlfriends were intimidating and liked to push people around. It's possible that the other boys at school are correct. Girls are simply very disruptive. Despite having a joke about it, Percy refrained from speaking in front of his fictitious father-in-law. Perhaps Naruto had never had a longer day in his life. It seemed to Naruto that a year had gone by the time night finally arrived. His mind was worn out and his body hurt. Attempting to maintain a neutral stance between Athena and Aphrodite had completely turned his brain into a desiccated pile. "Oh really?" Thea muttered. "You know you could just ignore her if you want," said Dite. Naruto appeared to want to be engulfed by the couch. Naruto actually felt sparks of energy shoot from the eyes of the two goddesses, who had been glaring at each other while he was in between them even during dinner. With his nerves being pulled all the time, he found it difficult to eat, even with a bowl of steaming ramen in front of him. When the goddesses returned to his house to watch a Halloween movie after supper, it was possibly even worse. It was a little difficult for Naruto to enjoy the film while Athena was busy glaring at him for constantly embracing Aphrodite around her waist. Percy and Sally, as well as Annabeth and Lacey, were fine and unaware. Leaning against Naruto, Dite grinned and said, "Just accept it, Athena. Jealousy is bad for your complexion." Thea laughed and said, "As if you're still ahead of me." But at last, after a full day of quiet politics, he was back in his original bedroom by himself. It would seem that Naruto's bedroom would return to its original state if Aphrodite were not there. Though it was a bit redundant without his lover there, he was a little delighted to have his room turned into a romantic, candlelit haven. Still, he was able to spend some time alone in his own little castle of solitude. Dite looked at Naruto, who was looking down at his lap. "This is way too personal." "Daddy." Naruto was about to fall victim to Hypno's domain when his eyes suddenly opened. "Yes, princess?" he asked, trying to stay awake by rubbing his eyes. The crisp, soft sheets felt incredibly warm against his silk pajamas. Without any delay, Lacey jumped onto his bed after opening his door. Her favorite teddy bear was close to her as she bit her lip and muttered, "I'm scared, I can't sleep in my room. The shadow of the tree outside looks scary." Naruto laughed a little because he knew that the poltergeist was too scary a film to watch. "It's okay, sweetie, you can sleep here tonight." With a quick smile, the girl gave her father a hug and said, "Thanks, Daddy. I love you." Naruto caught a glimpse of Lacey's older counterpart staring at him out of the corner of his eye, but she quickly turned away before he could turn to smile at her. It was shaking him uncontrollably, and he wondered what his daughters would be like if he weren't their father. "We'll all have a chance to talk later," Dite, who witnessed the conversation, whispered. Naruto nodded and grinned, saying, "Yeah. Love you too, sweetie," the father murmured as he collapsed back onto his pillow and closed his eyes. He had to move when Lacey cuddled up next to her father and put her head on his shoulder. Her loose blonde hair tickled his face a little. The blanket landed warmly on the father and daughter as he spread his arms wide and drew his infant daughter into his protective embrace. With his eyes closed, Naruto gave Lacey a kiss on the top of her head, making sure to give his infant daughter the sense of security and safety he had always provided since the birth of his daughters. After all, the primary duty of any parent was to ensure the children felt safe. Lacey tried her hardest not to cry in front of everyone, hiding from Naruto and cuddling closer to her mother. Lacey rubbed her face against her father's arm and grinned, saying, "Good night, Daddy." "Good night, my little Dad," Annabeth's little voice said. When Naruto looked up, he saw his oldest peering through the door. He could see Annabeth biting her lips because of the hallway's light seeping into the room. The one difference between his youngest and eldest was that Annabeth was arrogant, even toward her father, a quality Naruto had become accustomed to. However, he would always make sure Annabeth understood that he would always view her as the ideal daughter and that she would never need to be arrogant toward him. Annabeth was observed wiping a few tears from her cheek, but she did not have the same luck as Lacey. Holding her close, Percy planted a kiss on the side of her head. Naruto witnessed all of this and became more and more terrified of learning about his daughters' lives in this world. As much as it infuriated him, he wondered who had taken his place as the father. His arm drew Lace nearer as his hand closed tighter around Annie's. "What is it, princess?" he asked, smiling and slightly sitting up. She sounded unsteady as she said, "I found a spider in my room." Naruto sat up straight to face her. "It was crawling on my bed and almost touched my arm." He opened his arms and said, "Come here, Annie." Annabeth immediately leapt onto the bed and found solace in her parents' arms. In an attempt to allay his daughter's fears, Naruto rubbed her back and gave her a tighter hug while kissing the top of her head. He grinned and ruffled her princess curls, saying, "I will squash every single one of them before they can scare my little princess. You can sleep here tonight too. No spiders will come in here." "I will help Daddy squash those things," said Lacey, grinning and putting her arm around her sister. The sisters' closeness made Hestia smile because it made her think of her own two younger sisters. Annabeth smiled and said, "Thanks, Lace," to her younger sister. The youngest Namikaze gave her sister the teddy bear in her arms and said, "Here, Lucky will help you sleep. I'm not scared anymore. You can use Lucky now." After giving Lacey a hug and a cheek kiss, Annabeth said, "All right, I'll use Lucky." Demeter laughed and said, "Ah, that's so cute. Hera was never that cute." As Hera glared at her sister, Hestia chuckled and said, "She did have her moments." Naruto patted both of his infants' heads and grinned at them. With Annabeth still on the right side of the bed, he lifted Lacey and put her on the left, saying, "Okay, it's late and we have a fun day ahead of us tomorrow, so let's get some sleep." His daughters cuddled up to him as he laid down his extra pillows for them and lay down himself. Relieved that he could still keep them safe and secure, he gripped them both tightly in his arms. As their father, it was his responsibility to ensure their happiness and safety. Zeus could admire the way he loved his children, even though he detested the man who had corrupted his innocent baby girl. With amazement, the God King looked at the man who had thwarted his attack and wondered if having him as a son-in-law was really that bad. "Good night, girls," he said softly, closing his eyes. "I love you." "Love you too, Daddy." "Love you, Dad." As she watched her family eat dinner together, Rhea had a lovely smile on her face. The huntress who was always grinning as she filled her plate with Hestia's shepherd's pie and Ray's calamari was Artemis, the cutest of all. Artemis's golden face turned away from Apollo's playful grin. Rhea giggled at her granddaughter. "Ah, don't be embarrassed, Artemis. I'll make you some calamari later." The youthful goddess became even more radiant. Rhea loved Artemis even more because she was a little goddess at heart, even though Artemis tended to act very serious and mature. It was adorable to watch her little granddaughter love her food so much. While smiling at her young niece, Hestia sipped from her glass of nectar and said, "Good thing I made several more portions tonight." Despite her slight flush, Artemis grinned and said, "It's really good, Aunt Hestia." Hestia muttered, "I should make more than I usually do later," inadvertently making fun of her niece. Rhea gave her daughter and granddaughter another smile before focusing on the other two goddesses seated at the table. The sight of Athena and Aphrodite, both silent and in a daze, caused the mother of the gods to sigh. Love and war had been at each other's throats since the morning, so it was only natural that they were finally worn out. Hestia smiled lovingly and said, "Athena, are you sure you don't want seconds? Artemis is going to finish everything soon." "I'm fine, thank you, Aunt Hestia," Artemis sighed as Athena shook her head. Rhea asked, "Are you feeling okay, Athena?" with her lips pursed. "Yes, I'm just a little tired." "Sure," Dite grinned. Thea gave her a stern look but kept reading. With her gray eyes as fierce and brilliant as ever, the goddess of wisdom crossed her arms and leaned back completely in her chair. Putting aside the delicious food her grandmother and aunt had prepared, she had more pressing concerns. After spending the last 12 hours with Naruto and Annabeth, she had concluded that Aphrodite was obviously in the lead in their battle for Naruto's love. Dite muttered, "At least you're not in denial," which caused Thea's forehead to furrow in irritation. Naruto would always give Aphrodite a lot more attention, whether they were cooking, carving pumpkins, shopping for costumes, or watching the film. Athena was becoming very irate because Naruto would never stop focusing on the love goddess, whether it was through a simple smile or a gentle pat on the arm. Is she succeeding only because she is having an affair with him, or is there another factor at play? Once more, Naruto moaned and covered his face with his hands. However, Aphrodite was thinking along the same lines. Aphrodite closed her eyes and bit the inside of her cheek, saying, "So far, so good. Naruto is still much more affectionate with me even when Athena is around. But I still have to be careful. I can clearly tell that Naruto is attracted to Athena and that she was still the one who met and fell in love with him first. The love goddess nearly sneered at the idea, saying, "Who would have guessed that the owl virgin would be my biggest competition? They both bonded before I even met Naruto. Athena will be my most serious competition no matter what." Aphrodite. When the love goddess was awakened from her coma, she questioned, Sorry, what was that, Hestia?" With a smile, the goddess of the hearth said, "I asked if you wanted more nectar." "No, thanks," Aphrodite said, getting up from her chair. As she left, she grinned at Rhea and Hestia and said, "Thanks for the awesome dinner, Hestia. Mother Rhea. I'm going to put away my things before turning in for the night." As the goddess left, Rhea grinned knowingly, wondering if Athena would notice before long. "You're very welcome, sweetie." As she walked away, Athena said, "I must turn in as well. Have a good night, everyone." "She's more attentive than I thought," Rhea thought to herself. Aphrodite said, nodding and crossing her arms, "I didn't expect her to see that." With a sidelong glance at the goddesses of wisdom, Dite shrugged and said, "I guess she thinks of more than just war in private." Thea simply sighed and went on, while Athena remained in stony, stoic silence. Though slightly larger, Rei's new house was constructed nearly identically to Naruto's next-door residence. There were 3 secondary bedrooms and 1 master bedroom. Because they needed a base of operations for their schemes, Aphrodite and Athena had each bid on 2 of them for themselves. Aphrodite, who has eons of experience in love, wasn't exactly less skilled at devising schemes to win Naruto's heart than Athena, who is the goddess of wisdom and battle strategy. War and love were at odds with each other in the game. Aphrodite snapped her fingers and smiled, slamming the door to her room. In her hands, a skimpy Jessica the Rabbit costume materialized. She chuckled softly, picturing Naruto's expression when she would teleport into their bedroom while wearing it. Dite laughed as he looked at Naruto, who had a hint of desire in his eyes and a cherry-red face. Naruto's face was almost glowing as he exclaimed, "I guess I don't have to imagine anymore. Don't feel bad, honey. I'll wear that more you when we get home tonight." The man was unable to look up from his lap because he was so embarrassed. As Dite went on, the reader almost gasped for air, saying, "Oh, you should wear one too, Athena. Yeah, I think Naruto would love that." With a sigh, Hestia snapped her fingers, summoning earmuffs and eye masks for the girls once more. Dite laughed and clapped her hands. "If you two get like this right now, I can't wait until we get to the really steamy parts." She smiled at the outcome as the costume encased her flawless curves with another snap of her fingers. "Perfect. What are you doing?" Athena stood with her arms folded at her door, and Aphrodite glared at her. With a severe look on her face, the wisdom goddess glared at her opponent, threatening her in silence with pain. When the pile of foam was the last item to leave the store, Athena knew Aphrodite was up to something. She had suspected the love goddess had made a covert purchase, and now she had the evidence. "You can knock, you know?" Scoffing, Athena said, "Just answer the question." "I'm just keeping my promise," Aphrodite said with a simple wink and smile to her adversary. "And what promise is that?" Athena inquired sharply, unsure if Naruto had requested the obscene outfit. Aphrodite smirked and crossed her arms beneath her magnificent breasts, grinning broadly as she took in Athena's irate expression. "I promised Naruto I'd seduce him every night. We had an amazing night of passion yesterday, and I can't wait to get into his pants again." "Shut up," said Athena, "don't talk about him like he's some boy toy." Aphrodite fixed some of her makeup and smacked her lips together as she said, "I love Naruto more than anything, and that is precisely why the sex is so amazing." She smiled at the slightly flushed Athena, saying, "Believe me when I say this. Sex is infinitely better when your partner is someone you truly love. Husband, the love of my life, and boy toy are not necessarily mutually exclusive, Athena." Athena's mind, which is incredibly descriptive and brilliant, was filled with images of Naruto making passionate love to her, and she couldn't help but blush. As Thea read those words, the ichor rushed to her face and she was powerless to stop it. "Well, at least you don't have to imagine anymore. Shut up, you dumb pile of foam, not that you would ever know." Athena, feeling especially competitive, raised her voice. Aphrodite sneered, but she couldn't help but sound a little envious. "I'll have you know that I am still the woman Naruto fell in love with first. I was the one who gave him his first child. Don't assume that just because of your domain and experience your love for Naruto outclasses mine. I know that I've never fell in love like this before, but it doesn't make it any less powerful." Aphrodite muttered, interesting, as she approached Athena. Athena took a step back as the love goddess narrowed her eyes at her, seemingly looking into her head. "I've never seen you like this before. What happened between you and Naruto?" she asked. With Athena pressed against the wall, Aphrodite stepped directly up to her face, leaving only an inch between them. "Simple bonding of the mind doesn't give such powerful emotions, so you must have done something physical together. What did you do?" This reminds me of that on." With enough force to turn Medusa to stone, Thea glared at Dite and slapped a palm over her mouth. "Last warning. Any more and I'll shave you bald." Dite just gave her a wink while covering her mouth. With a stern expression, Athena declared, "I gave Naruto my first kiss." Thea looked at Dite, who simply gave her a cheeky smile and said nothing. "Good." With her hypnotizing abilities at full force, Aphrodite whispered, "That's cute," while gazing into Athena's eyes. "But unless you give him your virginity, you will never defeat me. I have absolute control over love and lust, and while as a fellow goddess, it is much harder for me to affect you, nothing is stopping me from affecting Naruto." She received a stern look from Athena, who said, "How dare you mess with his mind?" "Oh, I didn't mess with his mind at all. I will never betray the trust he has for me by conjuring fake feelings." Aphrodite leaned closer to Athena, causing her to. "But I will use my powers to connect our feelings together. Our mutual love will resonate and amplify infinitely, and with my control over lust and how I am his perfect beauty personified, I will always be his number one. No matter what you say, I know for a fact that Naruto loves me." Athena grinned, "And you know that too, don't you?" The wisdom goddess stood tall, her gray eyes glowing with incredible power, and she glared at her rival, saying, "No matter how hard you try or how much power you use, you will never rid his feelings for me from his heart." Aphrodite glared back as Athena's smirk deepened. "With eons of experience with war, I know better than anyone that even with slim chances, victory is possible, and I will not lose to you." She grinned and said, "We'll see about that. You will see, I promise you, Aphrodite." Demeter laughed and said, "I've never seen the two of you actually clash head-on. I look forward to see who comes out on top." She snapped her fingers and winked at Athena before saying, "See ya." The love goddess disappeared in a cloud of pink smoke, leaving behind a faint perfume scent. "Okay. Well, you have a good night. I'm going to Naruto's in my bedroom and I'm going to bang his brains out," she said. "Oh, no you don't." Athena stomped the ground while clenching her teeth. The wisdom goddess teleported to the house next door without any delay. It didn't take a genius to figure out where Aphrodite was, but the fact that she couldn't sense her presence only meant that the Lady of Doves had concealed her aura and power. Determined to prevent Aphrodite from taking advantage of her future husband, Athena appeared quickly in the hallway outside the master bedroom and nearly tore the door apart as she rushed into the room. "Aphrodite! Shush!" Athena was first met with the image of Aphrodite glaring at her while pressing a finger to her lips, but as she took in the scene, she couldn't help but feel a great sense of softness. They're sleeping. Sleeping soundly through the night, Annabeth and Lacey were tucked into their father's arms. With her father's arm protectively encircling her shoulders, Annabeth appeared so serene and at ease that Athena couldn't help but smile. Even little Lacey, who was lying on her side with her legs propped up on Naruto's chest and practically dozing off on the bed with her head still resting on Naruto's arm, made Athena's heart skip a beat. Athena didn't have the heart to bother them because they appeared to be too content. Aphrodite, however, was unconcerned. "What in Hades' name are you doing?" Ignoring her opponent, Aphrodite proceeded to raise the blanket on the left side of the bed before clambering inside. She had switched back to a basic silk nightgown and was holding Lacey close to her chest while contentedly resting her head on Naruto's outstretched left arm. She had never considered cuddling with her husband and infant daughter as a true family, but it felt incredibly comfortable and serene. "Good night, Athena." The taunt nearly made Athena growl, but she accepted the challenge. Ignoring the glare Aphrodite was giving her, she snapped her fingers and changed into her typical nightgown, lifting the blankets on the right side of the bed and climbing in. But her nervousness soon overcame her competitiveness. She had never been so intimate and close to Naruto before, and her heart was pounding as her head rested on his arm. Although her face was flushing uncontrollably, she was aware of how wonderful it felt. It felt good to have her little daughter so close, even though the bed was much too small for 5 people. It felt wonderful for the first time in her eternal life that Athena rested against her love like a real wife and held one of her children close like a real mother. "Good night, Aphrodite." Feeling more like a mother than ever, Athena put her arms around Annabeth and kissed the top of her head. Athena was extremely proud of Annabeth because she was so much like her, and it was made even more so by the faint hint of Naruto's eccentricities in her daughter. Athena now realized how wonderful family love was and why Hera would want it so much. Good night, my love, good night, my little Annabeth. Aphrodite grinned triumphantly as Athena closed her eyes, believing she had successfully repelled her opponent's challenge. She had truly mastered the art of cramming time between lovers over the years, and while those days were over, the tips she had learned might still be quite helpful. Aphrodite closed her eyes and let herself enter Hypno's realm with a single, quick tap on Naruto's forehead. The goddess grinned as she held her infant daughter, wondering what her lover was dreaming about and hoping it was her. I was going to save this for the honeymoon, but desperate times call for desperate measures, she said. Let's find out. What is this? Whoa! When Naruto saw the image on the screen, his eyes grew wide. Is that? Yes, Dite said with a nod, this was when I first see it. Aphrodite found herself on the roof of a circular building, not a luxurious restaurant or a seductive hotel suite. She could tell it was tall by the strong wind that blew through her hair, and it had a view of a village of some kind. There was no pollution at all, and the air was pure and clear. The entire area exuded a sense of familiarity that she had experienced thousands of years before. Leaning forward to get a better look, Apollo exclaimed, "Whoa, what is this?" Then she saw a man standing at the building's edge. Under a long white jacket with red flames licking the bottom, he wore a combat vest of some kind. The man looked good in it. At last, she recognized the man as her lover, Naruto. Uncertain of what to think, Naruto gazed in awe at the man he had once been. Naruto! She exclaimed. Aphrodite was shocked when Naruto turned around. Her lover's typically naive and affectionate gaze was replaced by the calculating and icy stare of an experienced warrior, who made her think of Zeus or Poseidon. His voice was very different from the one she was accustomed to, and he asked, "Who are you?" "It's me, Aphrodite." The goddess approached Naruto, who looked at her curiously but recoiled a little when she touched his face. "You are Naruto, right?" she asked, biting her lip as she met his strangely menacing eyes. "Don't you recognize me, Naruto?" "Yes, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, the Nanadem Hokage," the man said with a nod. Zeus's eyes narrowed at what he saw. "What is that?" Sighing, Thea said, "You will soon find out."